Warning, the following program contains sensitive material that may be unsettling to some audiences. The Pedantic Pedestrians are not responsible for any injuries or paranormal activity that may occur during the viewing of this program, including, and not limited to, whiplash, bipolar disorder, a sprained ankle, or demonic possession. Viewer discretion is advised.
Two guns. Do you want to, encourage people to suspect the host? So funny, Chad.
When you see people laughing. Nah, like, pause it. What did he say? Whenever it sounds like he said.
Are we live?
We're alive.
Okay, we're live. So what do we have pinned in the live chat? Shabisky and Dirt.
And wait until everybody gets here to announce things, Gene. God,
So
we're so unpragmatic.
Wait until everyone gets here? What are you talking about?
All of them.
Like the viewers, you know?
Oh my god.
Is that dumb?
So how long are we supposed to wait for that?
I don't know.
I mean,
More than the
dumb,
first
but
3 seconds. I don't know.
If you guys notice in the live chat, we're doing a meetup the 14th to the 19th at an anonymous location, so nobody shows up and unlives us. But if you want to support the meetup and everything, there's the tip goal or whatever, and we're doing a 24-hour stream next weekend, the first 24-hour stream, to celebrate reaching over 1,000 subs and to help support the crowdfunding. Where everyone seems to be on the East Coast except for Shab. Shab seems to be the only person that has to fly a long distance. And Crow's in South Dakota. But anyway, first story, we're going to go over India. And Prime Minister Modi. So, how much do you guys know about him?
Modi is a pretty cool name. That's about it.
Yeah. Okay, so the only thing I knew about him is that his last election cycle, like 4 or 5 years ago, there's this big controversy where he outlawed their top value currency notes, which I think it was like the 500, 1,000 rupee notes, and that would be like akin to outlawing all the $10, $20 bills. So it made up something like 80% of all the currency, and that caused a lot of problems. Now this is his third term, so he's pretty divisive. Now at first I didn't think apparently his approval rating is really high, and we'll probably get into why that's a crock of shit later. But he, when I looked into it and everything, I thought, you know what, maybe India is the most heavily populated country on the planet. I think it's the 5th largest economy, so probably important to know about what's going on with their political system. But when I looked into it, I found out that he was a member of the RSS. Do you know what they are?
Russia.
Shut the fuck up, Shad.
I'm sorry.
Okay, so they were... So, the person who assassinated Gandhi was a member of this particular, not party, but organization. And I forget what they stand for. It's a bunch of, difficult, Hindi, words and stuff that make up the abbreviation. But they had a problem with Gandhi because he promoted equality amongst all and secularism, where he wanted everyone, Hindus, Muslims, Buddhists, Sheiks, to all get along. They didn't like that because they're a Hindu supremacist organization. So apparently, that's where his origins stem from. And then they formed the BJS, which in the 80s and 90s, that was a party that sparked a lot of religious riots, burning down mosques and stuff like that. And then they another party branched off from them called the BJP, or the BJP, which is currently what his party is, and it's a very Hindu-centric party. And we'll get into all the kind of no-no stuff that this political party, including President or Prime Minister Modi, is involved in. But let's take a look at their... And because there's over 1 billion people in India, you like just take a look at how arduous their election cycle is.
A weekday evening at a busy market in India's capital. And while the focus here is on finding good deals on shirts and shoes, not on casting a ballot, this still gives you a sense of just how many people live here and what it takes to pull off the complicated logistics of the world's biggest election. It's certainly that. There are nearly 1 billion eligible voters here in India, 968 million to be precise, and getting them to the polls is a mammoth task.
It's a lot of people. That's like 3 Americas.
Indian
And in America, only half Americans vote.
election is not only the biggest election in the world, it is the biggest management event of any kind in the world. The logistics are mind-boggling.
He would know. That's S.Y. Qureshi, a former head of India's election commission. And he wants to focus on that number, almost 1 billion voters. That's more than the populations of the US, the European Union, and Russia combined. India's election officials go door to door in the years between votes to update the country's electoral roll.
So reaching out to 1 billion people, it can't get any bigger. The only thing which can get bigger is our own election next time. 5 years later, it will be even bigger. So that's what it is. At least 1 million polling stations.
And 15 million polling agents, many of whom go to extreme lengths to reach every Indian voter, taking boats, choppers, even horses, trekking through mountains deep in the
So currently, like, they have to provide a voting polling booth for anyone within 2 kilometers of any residence. So apparently, there's even a dude that it's like one person has a voting booth all to himself because he lives out, his address is very remote.
Himalayas and through lion-infested jungles. Sometimes a team
And that's something I actually learned about researching this. Did you know Asiatic lions are a thing?
Yeah.
Yeah. Apparently there's some lions in India. I didn't know that. They got everything there.
70 kilometers to set up a booth for just one person.
Meet the Indian man who gets his very own
Oh,
voting
there you
booth.
go.
A priest and a dedicated voter with a polling station all to himself for years. Because India's election commission guarantees you can vote within 2 kilometers of your home.
Unfortunately, this guy died last year. So we are 1 polling station less now. But the idea is to show that how every vote, every single vote matters.
Security also matters, and that's why India's election happens in phases. 7 days of voting spread out over more than 6 weeks in 543 ridings crisscrossing the entire country. That's so tens of thousands of federal paramilitary troops who are freed up to keep the election safe can travel across a country so big in order to make sure no violence breaks out.
Dude. What kind of gun is that? 2 guns. That's why 2 guns is here. See, whenever I need somebody, they're always muted and stuff.
In order to make sure no violence breaks out. As for the politics of it all,
There's deep support in many quarters for Narendra Modi, Prime Minister for the last
my mic was
decade,
muted.
gunning for a third.
Oh.
I was briefly fascinated with it because I don't know what it is exactly. It's an AK derivative of some kind.
Okay. Do you think it's got ammo?
But it said it has a transparent magazine, yes.
Okay. How do you know there's ammo in that?
Yeah.
Did
It's
you know about
transparent
it?
now. It's transparent
violence breaks
magazine.
out.
Okay.
As for the politics of it all,
There's
I guess
deep
we
see
need
the
some type
bullets.
of ammo. Okay.
support in many quarters for Narendra Modi, Prime Minister for the last decade, gunning for a third straight term. His power well entrenched and his popularity unparalleled.
So this is kind of like a Xi Jinping thing. Like Xi Jinping was elected for a 3rd term, and it's pretty much like people will accept it now that he's kind of like a dictator. People kind of feel that him winning this 3rd term is kind of a sign that, you know what, it's probably going to be a Putin-esque, like Xi Jinping figure for the next decade, 2 decades to come. So people are concerned that they're probably not going to see another prime minister in office for quite a while.
Trust Modi, I vote Modi. We need Modi because to change our India, like to develop our India, Modi is needed.
why do you compare him to a god?
Same qualities he is having.
Oh, now look at this. Like, all the people they have, like, the faces, the masks of him. It's like all the MAGA hats and stuff like that. So more political football. See, it's not just America.
He's selfless. He works only for the people.
But there's also concern about an increasingly less democratic India, and that this election is one-sided, especially when it comes to money. Political donations, mostly from large corporations, were unlimited and anonymous ever since Modi's party, the BJP, set up a new system in 2017. But India's Supreme Court recently struck down that arrangement, calling it
What's that?
Did we miss a StreamLabs, Shab, or did you update it?
No, that was updated or whatever.
Okay, I was just checking.
constitutional. Turns out Modi's party received billions of dollars of untraceable money from the scheme, says longtime political scientist Rajiv Bhargava.
There is no level playing field at the moment, and the BJP is actually getting about 10 times more than.
So apparently, like, they've had control of this party of like their executive branch for quite a while. But in the legislative branch, there's still a bunch of like opposing parties. But apparently what's been happening in the last week or so is that their bank accounts have been frozen and a lot of them have been arrested. Do you think it's like they're being charged for things that are legitimate? I guess they're being charged like being falsely charged for things that similar to like what Trump's charged with. What do you think, Two Guns?
I mean, maybe.
Maybe.
It could be trumped up.
The next,
It could be legitimate.
Could be
but
legitimate.
The odds, but I mean, if it's ubiquitous, if it's like every opposing party that it's happening to,
good point.
All of a sudden, then it's like, okay,
the coincidence.
That's suspicious. Yeah. That's weird.
Pretty sus.
Political party. But there is another worry that has crept in, which is the undermining of institutions.
The media, the judiciary, it's a slide towards a more autocratic India, he says, in a country fiercely proud of its title as the world's largest democracy, where voter turnout is usually very high. A massive democratic process that has no parallel, with weeks...
Yeah, did you know it's something like 80-something% of democracies aren't true democracies? Depending on what your definition of true democracy is.
Yeah, do you mean like direct democracies?
What do you mean direct democracy? I guess representative democracies.
I believe a direct democracy is like everybody can vote for virtually literally everything.
And that doesn't exist. Except in some
or at least, or maybe not literally everything, but like, if we didn't have an electoral college, then, and it was just a straight popular vote for president, it would be a direct democracy for that role in terms of function. So I guess you just, I'm kind of blowing smoke. That's my understanding.
In India, the world's largest election is underway. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is heavily favored to win a third term, but his consolidation of power and crackdown on dissent have some questioning his commitment to democratic values. From the state of Tamil Nadu in the south to West Bengal in the northeast, vote.
They say the audio's messed up.
Now, is that the case for everyone, Miss Brittany? Because to me, Two Guns is a little crackly. I don't know if that's like an audio jack issue or what. That's the only thing
It's a gremlin. I haven't fixed it. If it's just me crackling, it's just me crackling, and it's very likely.
It's a
gremlin. The Indian state trying to censor him.
Voters in the world's most populous democracy are casting their ballots.
I feel very happy after casting the vote. I come here every time, and I was waiting for this day because this is in the interest of my nation.
Have you tried
Prime
watching
Minister
it?
Narendra Modi and his
Yeah,
I'm gonna bathe my computer next. Yeah, I'm gonna give it a.
Hitting it with a hammer.
No, it's dishwasher safe, right? I can chuck it. Yeah, I just put it in the dishwasher.
Yeah, just stick it in the toaster and then, stick the toaster in the bathtub. Yeah.
30 seconds in the microwave will set it straight.
Okay, back to the video.
BJP party are heavily favored to win a third term. His approval rating is at a staggering 75%. He's touting himself as the driver behind the nation's rising economy. That brings in the support.
Now, the economy, so it has been rising for quite a while, so he kind of inherited like a growing economy. However, it's also, there's a notable job shortage, which hasn't really seen any sort of progress or improvement. And then there's also an issue with a notable food shortage throughout the country that hasn't really seen any improvement. So it's a very small segment of the population that's actually contributing to the economy.
Business elite, while generous welfare programs appeal to the impoverished majority. There's also Modi's Hindu nationalism in this overwhelmingly Hindu nation. It's emboldened Hindu nationalists to attack minority Muslims and Christians.
The first thing I came to vote for is to have a country without any religious harmony.
I didn't know it was this bad when it came to, so I knew that after like World War II, when they were given independence from Britain, they divided India and Pakistan. So it was going to be East Pakistan or East India and India, but then they just titled it like Pakistan. And it was one of the largest mass migrations where millions and millions of people had to leave their homes who were Muslim to migrate to Pakistan, and millions of people who were Hindu had to migrate to India. And of course, shit hit the fan. And I remember Gandhi did like a very famous fast for months and months to try to end the violence. And seems like I don't know, why can't people just get along? They're They worship another religion. They're on the wrong side. Us versus them.
Not enough people fast.
That's just environmental factors. There's nothing inherent to human psychology that drives people towards that in-group, out-group bias. It's not like it's ubiquitous and everywhere you look.
We've all come to vote. Hindus, Muslims, Christians, we're all together, and this unity should grow.
Modi's critics point to rising unemployment and a widening gap between the rich and poor. The opposition is unified behind the National Congress Party, which governed India.
Yeah, so that's the thing. Unemployment is rising, the economy is rising because you're seeing improvements in the more developed areas, but still, it's similar to like the United States, where there's that broadening divide between the rich and the poor.
The nation gained independence from England. The coalition is led by Rahul Gandhi, the son, grandson, and great-grandson of Indian prime ministers. His backers say Modi is using the government for political ends, targeted corruption investigations, freezing bank accounts, and putting party leaders in prison. Staging an election with nearly 1 billion eligible voters is a massive undertaking, about 1 million polling places and 12 million election workers. By law, every voter must be within 2 kilometers, or a little more than a mile, of a polling station. To set them up, officials trek over rough and mountainous terrain and across rivers. As the first phase of voting began Friday, lines were long despite a summer heat wave.
Everyone feels very hot indeed, and the sunlight is quite harsh. However, despite the harsh conditions, we are coming to vote.
If the new government is able to solve unemployment, then it will be good.
I want the new government.
Okay, so this is another thing where every fucking president in the United States will promise, like, we're going to fix this, we're going to fix that, we're going to give universal health care, we're going to withdraw the troops from the Middle East, we're going to build a wall. Seems like none of that ever like sees any execution or goes into fruition. And it seems like after like the 4th, 5th, 6th election cycle of whoever the candidate is not following through with their promises, it seems like people would probably recognize that it's just a fucking sham, and maybe you're focusing on the wrong side of the political system. And like I said before, usually it's the legislative branch of the government that can make changes in those areas. But people are idiots, and it's easier to just focus on one person. So it's like this idolship towards whoever the head of state is, the president, the prime minister. And then you see it here, you see it in America, the stupid political football game where they're all wearing like shirts and hats, and it's like, go this one person. And it's like, well, this time they're gonna follow through with all their promises.
Be devoted to the service of the nation, the poor, the common man.
Voting will take a total of 6 weeks, so results won't be known until June 4th. Earlier, I spoke with Irfan Nordin. He's a professor of Indian politics at Georgetown University School of Foreign Service. I asked him what the issues were that are on voters' minds.
Many of the issues are the same that exist anywhere in the world when you have a democratic election. Jobs are the number one concern expressed by voters. The economy shows great signs of improving at the macro level, but at the individual level, especially among the less skilled population and the rural population, job distrust remains high. There are also concerns about food inflation and food security. But overall, the ruling party is projecting an image of success in transforming the India of the past into an India that is now a global player.
Oh, okay, so their government is presenting this level of success. Like, they really are improving on all these issues, even though all the data shows that there's huge food shortage and rising unemployment. So here's one article. Where is it? 3 new laws give the government sweeping powers over journalism, internet, entertainment. So this is called like something they call it the infamous, like, what is it, Walsh Law or whatever, and they pretty much are able to remove any journals that the government views as inaccurate in terms of criticizing the government. So these were some laws that took place just this year. And it's seen a lot of backlash, especially from like all those opposing parties. So they just mentioned this dude who's like one of the main. He was arrested for some kind of fraud or whatever, and had his bank accounts frozen. So yeah, I don't think the people in India are that well informed or properly informed, at least by like what the government's presenting them. And then if we go over here, where is it? So I think this is the Freedom of the Press Index. Or it might be the Corruption Index. I got 2 different indexes here.
It's one of these indices.
Oh, never mind. Yeah. So here we go. India. Let's scroll down till we see it. I know it's pretty far down.
We're looking pretty orange over here, John.
Israel. Freedom of the Press Index. 101. Haiti, Chad, Papua New Guinea. Ooh, Greece is pretty low. Thailand. Jeez, where's India? You got to do the 159 out of like 180 something countries. So, and there's like 1.3 billion people that live in India. It's the most heavily populated country. Probably like 1 in 7 people on the planet live in India. 159 on the frame of the press index. And then let's go to the corruption index. See where India is. 93. Okay, so not that bad. They're in the middle in terms of corruption, but they're all the way at the bottom in terms of the freedom of press.
A partner of the United States, and asking voters to continue trusting them to lead India to middle-income status and an advanced democracy. The big question for the opposition is whether they can get voters to focus on increasing religious intolerance and what they argue is democratic backsliding.
You mentioned unemployment, you mentioned inflation, you mentioned the gap between the rich and the poor. If this were an American president running for re-election, this would be trouble for him. Why is Mr. Modi so far ahead in the polls?
Mr. Modi has done an incredible job of managing the narrative around these issues. So while jobs and rising inequality are things that voters express some concern about, they are also bought into a narrative that India's economy has taken a while to change and is now headed in the right direction under his leadership. But a large part of it is also that the opposition does not seem to offer most Indian voters a very credible alternative. And so maybe it is also that they don't think that the other guys will do any better and are willing to try Mr. Modi at least one more time.
You mentioned also India's relationship with the United States. What's at stake for the United States in this election?
Well, India has emerged as a major partner for the United States economically. And then you have...
Yes. If India kisses the ass of America and distances itself from China, then America will support India. Because they don't care how the Indian government treats the people. They just care that they're there to support the United States on our own foreign campaigns.
You have the geopolitics. You have China, which for both the Trump administration and the Biden administration now has emerged as sort of the single biggest strategic threat for the United States. And in that way, India seems to play a different logic, which is this is a way for the United States to have a major democratic partner in the region that can help balance against an aggressive rising China.
Look at his expression on his face. And it's like that's in every shot. It's like he's got his mouth open, his lip open. Oh.
This is a way for the United States to have a major democratic
partner. When do I get to go home and eat my own brand?
Against an aggressive rising China. So what's at stake? Well, have we really gotten
what?
Dude, he looks like he's confused and needs a diaper change.
Why?
The bet right on India. Will India be the partner that we need in the region?
Dude, and again, when people are voting for the president, it's like you want them to be the face of our country. They're the person representing our entire country. They're engaging in affairs that are more external than internal. And then you have like some fat fuck like Donald Trump, who's as crad and crass as can be, or you have some bumbling like senior citizen like Biden.
It'd be very awkward and embarrassing for an American president that has invested in India to see India backslide into autocracy. And so one could argue, without maybe overstating it, that in the long run, America's credibility when it comes to talking about issues of democracy and human rights is also at stake, and that India is a large part of that larger global narrative.
You talk about
Shut up, buddy. We want to elect a fucking woman-groping tax cheat.
Yeah. Well, he's a lot cooler than this one.
Who makes whole crowds chant the word bullshit in a church.
Yeah.
Like, over his convictions. That's what we want.
Seems like, I don't know. Are there any notable world leaders that aren't terrible piece of shit? Seems like all the...
I mean, you never know, really, right? With anybody.
Yeah. There's Macron in France, and we covered all the shit going on in New Caledonia and their overseas territories and what they're doing in, like, the ECOWAS countries. So he's a pretty slimy piece of shit. And then there's Trump and Biden. Then you have, like, Xi Jinping and Netanyahu. It's Putin. They seem to all fucking suck.
Rates India is only partly free. Leading up to the election, Mr. Modi has his opponents say that he's gone after the opposition using the tools of government. How committed do you see Mr. Modi to the democratic values?
Mr. Modi is a committed electoral Democrat. And by that I mean, he wins elections, he does it very successfully. The election itself will be free and fair in the context of the election day voting. India does this very, very well in spite of the incredible logistical challenges of holding an election for 950 million eligible voters. But the free and fair question is also one of has the opposition had a level playing field in getting its message out to the citizens of the country to say, hey, we are a credible alternative. Here's how we can critique the record of the existing government. And there are some concerns. The media, by and large, does not offer critical takes on the Modi government's record. And the opposition, I think, feels between the arrests of senior leaders and the use of the tax authorities to freeze the assets of prominent opposition parties, then maybe the playing field hasn't been as level as we would like. And I think that's going to raise a lot of concerns.
Do you think it's been a fair playing field? Do you think they're stealing the election from their opposing parties in the same way the election was stolen from Trump?
I don't know about that.
I think they're doing it in a different way.
Think he sucks. Yeah.
I think they're doing it in a different way than the way it was done to Trump because it wasn't done to Trump.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
You are listening to One India News YouTube channel. Prime Minister Narendra Modi announced the ban on 501,000 notes.
Okay, so this happened like several years ago. And this is something I was talking about earlier. So this is currency that like 86% of the country was using. And it was something like 90 to 98% of the country relies on physical currency. And 85% of India's like workers are paid in cash. And approximately 50% of the workers only like 50% of the workers own bank accounts. So it's something like 20 to 40% of the nation's GDP comprises of like cash that isn't really taxed or actually like, I guess, documented by the government. So it falls into this like informal underground economy. Not a black market. It's just the fact that, like you see, there's too many people. You got all these areas where they just don't have the resources to be keeping track of all these transactions. So you might have shop owners that, because all the transactions are through cash, they're not actually like paying any taxes. And it's something like only 37 million Indians file tax returns. That's like 1/100th of the country. But they outlawed all of their like most valuable notes. And apparently people were given no, I guess, like heads up on this. Just abruptly one day he appeared on like all the channels like transitioned to him, giving the message that, okay, everyone has 3 hours to go to the bank and I guess like transfer all of their notes or these particular notes into the new legal like currency. And that caused a giant shit show. And apparently a bunch of people died trying to get to the banks in order to like actually turn in their currency and stuff. And a lot of people pretty much lost all of their life savings. So I guess this will go over that.
3 hours?
The black money.
What's that?
When 3 hours? Do it?
Yeah.
Across the country to curb the black money.
That's all right.
On the one side, opposition is still condemning the Prime Minister Modi's move, while on the other hand, world media is making ripples across the globe. Let's see how world media...
Did you not? He gave them 3 hours.
3 hours. I thought you were
saying...
I thought you meant the video was like 3 hours. Yeah,
no.
He gave them like 3 hours, everyone 3 hours to get to the banks and everything.
When the European countries retired their respective currencies to shift to the euro, I don't know what the actual time frame was, but I'm pretty sure it was like a year or something. Like,
yeah,
it was at least multiple months.
I think
that sounds like it was on purpose. Like, there's no reason that it has to be 3 hours.
After Modi's demonetization step, a very popular newspaper of Pakistan, Dawn, has written, India pulls 1,000 rupee notes to fight graft. Newspaper Dawn has also written, since coming to power in 2014, Modi has pledged to crack down on so-called black money, vast piles of wealth kept hidden from the tax authorities, with a series of new measures, including 10-year jail terms for raiders.
That's pretty draconian, but the problem here is you can't really blame the people. It's more of like the problem with the government not having the proper like bureaucracy and not having like the proper logistics. So they need to reform those agencies that are supposed to enforce this, and they need to enforce the proper tools where like when people are engaging in transactions, they need to try to shift more to like a digital system. But that would take too much time. So I guess like he decided to go the more direct route, which is just snap your fingers, outlaw the currency, and I guess he wanted more instantaneous results.
Newspaper, The Independent, has placed an article on India's demonetization step and a very positive titled, Modi, does a Lee Kuan Yew to stamp out corruption in India. You must know that Lee Kuan Yew was the famous Singaporean Prime Minister and architect of modern Singapore. US-based, the Washington Post reacted in a positive manner. It called Prime Minister Narendra Modi's initiative as ambitious and in keeping with his election time vow to initiate a crackdown against black.
Why is America pandering to him so much? Now, we branded China as the #1 threat towards America's goals and ambitions. And India and China don't really get along with each other. They got all those border disputes and stuff, and Pakistan and China get along with each other pretty well. And India and Pakistan don't really get along with one another. And the United States doesn't get along with Pakistan. So do you think there's some more ulterior motives there? Like they seem to care more about their more globalist aims as opposed to the well-being of 1/7 of the world's population that live in these borders. They're negatively impacted by these policies. What do you think?
Black money. The BBC has criticized in its coverage on Modi's step. BBC titled "How India's."
So British media, Singaporean media, like Pakistani media. So you see like all sides and stuff, like Western, Eastern, whatever. They all are critical of it, but then the United States, or the nation, kind of be like, yeah, it was pretty ambitious. Good job.
Currency ban is hurting the poor. Also, article focused on the long queues at ATM.
Hurting the poor. So that's a big thing. They got like their rising unemployment, and seems like it's the richer districts that are pretty much growing most of the economy. So it seems like maybe in those more developed areas where the rich have most of the power and stuff, it's easier for them to convert and transfer all the notes. And maybe that's kind of why he did it, because it probably cripples that lower class and makes it harder for them to, I guess, speak out. And it makes it easier for, I guess, the uber wealthy to control everything.
And the problem small businessmen. The New York Times has said it's a wise move to curb the black money in India. Article said the plan, top secret until Mr. Modi's announcement, was hailed by financial analysts as bold and potentially transformational for India. It is also a high-stakes experiment. That's all in this news.
Thanks, Ed.
India's general election is being held next month, one that Prime Minister Narendra Modi is widely...
This a couple of months ago, so we're going to see like the Muslim minority. So he has gone on camera and said that the Muslim population are a bunch of infiltrators. And again, the roots of this party is like a Hinduistic nationalist or a Hinduistic supremacist party. So it'd be like you have a Christian supremacist party in America that's like, hey, all these Muslim, Jewish citizens, like all these people of other religions, they're all a bunch of infiltrators. We got to deal with them. We want like an absolute Christian nation. That's essentially what the ideologies of this party is. They're like, they want an absolute Hindu majority. And I think like they're pretty antagonistic towards their Sikh population. And I don't know how they are towards Buddhists. Haven't like really looked into that, but it seems like it's their Muslim and Sikh populations that get the worst of it.
Expected to win, but his second term in power has been marked by deepening religious polarization and increasing Islamophobia. There are more than 200 million Muslims in India, making up the country's largest religious minority. Members of the Muslim...
So 200 million, that's like 2/3 of the American population. So that's a lot. I think that's more people that live in Russia. Russia has like 100 million something. Philippines, Japan, they have like 100 million something people. And then I think it's Indonesia is the 4th most heavily populated country on the planet and has like 270 something million people. So almost as much as the 4th most heavily populated country on the planet. So it's pretty significant.
The Muslim community have told the BBC that they feel they are being marginalised and suppressed, claims consistently denied by India's Hindu nationalist government. Our South Asia correspondent Yogita Limai reports from northern India, and you may find the images in her report distressing.
India is home to one of the largest Muslim populations in the world.
This government party is accused of oppressing a group of people. We asked them what their opinion is, and they said they're not oppressing these people.
And while religious fault lines have often stoked tensions, the sense of anxiety within the Muslim minority has rarely ever been as deep as it is now under Mr. Modi's government. On the streets of the capital, Delhi...
Now, something, I think I got some videos on this. It's called bulldozer politics. You know what that is?
No.
No.
Going into Muslim neighborhoods, using bulldozers and stuff to bulldoze mosques and stuff like that, and buildings.
Yeah, that's what Bill Hicks said, that they built a Hindu temple right on top where a mob destroyed a mosque.
Yeah, so there's a lot of shit like that going on. And what other country do we support that does something similar with a bunch of bulldozers or killdozers? Maybe we'll get to that country later.
A policeman assaulted Muslims offering prayers.
See, seems like with the exception of a few like Northern European countries, seems like there's a certain type of person that's attracted towards police work. People that like beating the shit out of minorities. It seems like that personality type gravitates heavily towards that kind of trade, that kind of occupation. Seems like there's a lot of assholes on planet Earth to fulfill that role.
Just outside Goa, a Muslim man was beaten by a mob, forced to chant the name of a Hindu deity.
Yeah. Fuck those other people. They fall into a different group.
And in Jaipur in the northwest, a family devastated by perhaps the most chilling incident of violence against Muslims in India. Umesa Begum's husband, the father of their 5 children, Muhammad Asghar Ali, was among 3 Muslim passengers shot dead by a railway policeman on a train. If his killer was a Muslim, he would have been hanged by now. But that won't happen because he's a Hindu. Asghar's daughter, Amina, said, "No one can return my father to us." The constable filmed here.
This is like America, where it's their version of if my father was white or if my daughter was white, they wouldn't have been shot.
With a foot on Asghar's bloodied body, a man who's meant to protect people issues a threat, seemingly to India's Muslims. We know.
Yeah, I think not all cops are bad. Just 99.9% of them.
Know your masters are in Pakistan, but if you want to live here, vote for Prime Minister Modi. The policeman is being tried for murder, but it's rattled the community.
Oh, he's actually being charged, so maybe they're doing something a little bit better than America when it comes to actually charging police.
Human rights groups have recently raised concerns about what they say are illegal demolitions targeted specifically at Muslim homes, businesses and places of worship in different parts of India. Behind me here is the debris of a mosque in South Delhi. Next to it, there was a Muslim religious school. Now, historians have said that this mosque...
So, the party that Prime Minister Modi supports is a party that, like, in the 90s, I forget the name of the riots, like, again, it's in Hindi or whatever, so, but apparently, like, tens of thousands of people died in the riots, and it's, like, these famous riots where they went in, burnt down all these mosques and everything, so, he supports this Hindu supremacist party that was behind actually igniting and provoking those riots.
At least 600 years old. The government, however, says these were illegal structures and destroyed it all.
Do you think that's act of terrorism that I just described? Those type of riots?
I don't know.
The school was home to dozens of children, most of them orphans, seen in these videos filmed by their teachers before the demolition. They're now scattered. We met 12-year-old Mohammad Zishan, temporarily housed at another Islamic school. "I feel fear whenever I think of that moment," he said, "of bulldozers and policemen. They forced us out and didn't allow us to take even our shoes. It was a cold winter morning." The Indian government didn't respond to the BBC's questions, but we met Zafar Islam, a Muslim spokesman from the Prime Minister's party.
It is the opposition parties who are using Muslim community as a shield. They are feeling the hate. Muslim community is absolutely comfortable. They're happy.
But some people have told us this. We have recorded this. Ordinary people, not political parties.
See, if 1 or 2 people say such thing, it cannot be true for the entire community.
The ruling party doesn't have a single MP from the country's largest minority. Just one more factor that contributes to the unease we found on the ground.
There is a very major sense of insecurity here, right? For example, if you take your mic and you walk around here, there won't be many people who would be looking to talk to you.
The most beautiful thing about India is its diversity, but that is now being crushed, and the main victims are Muslims.
Critics see the upcoming election as an inflection point for India's long-cherished secular ideals. Yogda Limai, BBC News, Delhi.
Politicians are seemingly treated as holy figures.
Okay, so... Yup, it was the... I had to look it up. You had the 1989 riots of, what is it, Bhagapur? So over 1,000 deaths, and then the Kashmir riots, and that had over another one that's 1,000 plus deaths. So there were like thousands of deaths, not tens of thousands of deaths. So I guess I need to fact check.
At this rally, and religious chants reverberate.
But still, that's over like 2,000 deaths, and how many people died in 9/11?
3,000?
It was close to 3,000. It was like 2,900 or whatever. And then in the January 6th, October 7th attacks in Israel, it was something like a little over 1,000 died. So you think of it like those were riots sparked by this Hindu, like sort of supremacist group that killed like 2,300 people. Are you muted?
No, my cat's being an asshole trying to climb up the monitor.
Okay.
We hear this call to a Hindu deity over and again, an innocent invocation weaponized, say critics. This is the India that projects constitutional secularism and economic success.
What's your message to people? We're talking about the Modi administration, where unprecedented amount of development has...
But election season 2024 tells a more complex story. Hindus make up a mega majority of India's population, 80%. And so the BJP's message to them is clear: vote for us and we'll put your interests first. It's identity politics in action. And over the last few weeks, the rhetoric has really ramped up. Take a look at these campaign videos.
Oh. Wait.
The message? That the opposition will take welfare funds away from Hindus and give them to Muslims. And it's the same thought in this video, with one man alone who can come to the rescue.
You gotta vote for him, because if you don't, the Muslims are gonna come and take all your food and rights away. They're infiltrators.
Narendra Modi isn't just bombast and spectacle. He artfully choreographed his rise to power by defining the opposition as nepotistic. He, a humble tea seller, could offer India a new path. And this, he says, is his second-term success story. The long-promised Ram Temple in Ayodhya, built on the site of a 500-year-old mosque.
Yep. So they used their bulldozer, like riot politics, to tear down that mosque to build a Hindu temple over it.
Third-term campaigning pivots on development and Hindu nationalism.
और पहले जब उनकी सरकार थी उन्होंने कहा था कि देश की संपत्ति पर पहला अधिकार
should go that the country's wealth should go to the Muslims.
मुसलमानों का है. इसका मतलब ये संपत्ति
What does this mean? If they gathered all the wealth, who would it go to? So they're claiming, there you go. It's kind of like this hate speech towards Muslims of they want to steal all the wealth. They're infiltrators. We got to deal with them. You don't want them to like have more like power influence. You don't want them to have more seats in our parliament.
जिनके ज़्यादा बच्चे हैं उनको बांटेंगे. घुसपैठियों को बांटेंगे.
This plunge into anti-Muslim.
Oh, what did you say there?
घुसपैठियों को बांटेंगे.
They would give it all to the infiltrators, those opposing parties.
This plunge into anti-Muslim messaging is a sign of panic, some speculate, driven by low voter turnout. In northeast Delhi, the speakers can barely carry the clamour of BJP campaigning, and nearby residents can barely stand the heat. The party boasts economic growth, but unemployment is high, making their stronghold a key battleground. आप मोदी से खुश है?
काम अच्छा लगा, हमें लोन दिया, हमारा मकान बन गया. 10 सालों से क्या कर दिया मोदी ने? क्या सुविधा कर रखी है? गरीब मर रहे हैं और अमीर लोगों पे तो फर्क नहीं, गरीबों पे तो पड़ता है हर तरह का फर्क.
जो रोड कभी भी नहीं थी, जो आज ऐसी बन गई है कि गाड़ी आए को ये नहीं पता लगता कि चल रही है कि खड़ी है.
Who are you voting for? आप किसको वोट करेंगे?
बीजेपी.
Why?
राम मंदिर, हिंदुत्व की बात, गरीब को राशन मुफ्त.
In the foothills of the Aravalli Mountains in Haryana state, Muslim families spend their days juggling small amounts of joy with unrelenting hardship. Piles of bricks, that's what's left of their homes. Not destroyed by nature.
There's the bulldozer politics.
And they had to watch it happen. So-called bulldozer politics became another feature of Modi's second term. Across India, thousands of homes and businesses, mainly Muslim-owned, have been destroyed. The BJP claims they were illegal developments or homes of rioters throwing stones at Hindu processions.
You think they're telling the truth?
It's all a scam.
But do you think they were actually throwing bricks? They have to go in and bulldoze entire neighborhoods because they were throwing some bricks at people. Think that that's an appropriate response if they're telling the truth? And they need to respond to something like that. The black person in America is like throwing something at a cop. Go in with some bulldozers, bulldoze the entire neighborhood.
If Modi wins another term, where do you think things will go for you? Back in the capital city, Sunday Mass isn't what it used to be.
Oh wow!
That?
Someone did $100 for the meetup. I'm guessing
What does
maybe
the tip
it's Bill
say?
Hicks. I don't know. Let me see.
Oh,
yep.
did you tip Bill Hicks?
Yep, Bill Hicks did $100.
Yay.
Thank you so much, Bill Hicks. Holy crap! Didn't think we'd
So
make some
we're-
progress like that already.
Yeah. See, Chet, I told you we're gonna make the goal. The meetup is going to happen. Guaranteed it. I'm unlike the Indian BJP party. I'm good with the logistics. I'm gonna follow
for
through with the
Gene.
pragmatism. What's
Vote
that?
for Gene.
Vote for Gene.
Lock him
You
up.
build-
Vote for Gene.
If you build it, Chad will come.
The Pedantic
come
Pedestrian Party, the PPP.
हम प्रभु यीशु मसीह की आराधना कर रहे
Once
थे
once our podcast blows up, I'm going to start a political party in the United States, and it's going to be the first third party to win. The PPP, the Pedantic Pedestrian Party.
ऐसी आराम के नारे की आवाज
Thank you, Bill Hicks.
Bill
This
Hicks
congregation was targeted.
is superior to everyone in the chat, and you guys should feel ashamed of yourself unless you tip more than Bill Hicks.
Last summer by right-wing Hindu groups which claim religious conversion happened here. There were hundreds of reported attacks on Christians last year. The pastor says...
Oh, now this is serious. So now that that's a Western, predominantly white person religion, you should definitely care.
Beat the women, tore the Bible up, and smashed pictures of Jesus. How do your congregation members feel?
वो डर गए थे उस समय तो आए ही नहीं थे वो
Now, I like how, in America, the big thing that they use to divide everyone is race. Here, the big thing is religion. Now, race is kind of something that is a natural part of just fucking reality. It's like you're not gonna really get rid of race, but unless you're trying to do something that's kind of Hitler-esque. But when it comes to religion, it almost seems like, religion is the source of a lot of conflict. Do you think religion does a good job creating peace and harmony, or do you think people need to grow the fuck up, and human beings in general need to start to think critically and stop appealing to tradition and supporting these ideologies that are clearly based on a bunch of fairy tales that if you look at these scriptures, they're all over the place, there's no consistency, and maybe people need to stop restricting themselves to just one ideology. What about all the ideologies out there? What about Taoism? What about Confucianism? What about Athenian epistemology? What about rationalism? Why do people confine themselves to these religious ideologies and just one religious ideology?
Well,
Seems
John, I don't appreciate the Gish Gallop.
How's it a Gish Gallop?
You tell me, okay? You just ranted off a whole bunch of reasons why religion are dumb, and I happen to be a devout religious
Scientologist.
boy. I'm a religious, okay? I believe in religion broadly as a concept.
Great improv.
I'm
I
religious,
think-
okay, and I'm deeply offended. Also, do I sound? Am I still crackly?
No.
This is a headset. This is a different, not that great headset, but
Well, you've killed the
it's
gremlin
voice meter. It's voice meter doing the crackling. But when I was bypassing voice meter on my mic, that is crystal fucking clear on every other app, it was still crackling in Discord. So the gremlin isn't
Because
quite
Discord
dead. But it's
hates
not
you.
a problem right now.
Discord hates you because you're a religious boy, or you're the wrong type of religion.
I'm a
It's
religion
algorithms.
boy.
Yeah.
Okay, and this is discrimination.
Yeah. But when it comes to religion globally, I do find that when you look at the science of people who have average intelligence, and I'm an asshole bringing this up or whatever, even though there's a bunch of hard data that supports this, it kind of shows that the average Joe isn't really that good of thinking dynamically and thinking systemically. And I think that with religion, it's very cultish. It's just, here's a group based on one ideology that's very antiquated, and let's not question all these different ideologies, and let's not just restrict ourselves to one thing. But that requires critical thinking. It shows just how stupid people are. Like, this is, like, you look at all these governing bodies across the fucking planet, and just how obsessed they are, like, and fixated they are on religion. And it's just, I find it to be kind of pathetic that we put man on the moon, and we still haven't moved past this.
You want to look and see if Bill Hicks said anything with his tip? I don't know if he said anything.
I don't know. It doesn't, in recent events, it doesn't give a message. It just says you tipped $100.
Oh, okay, then maybe he didn't put a message. Okay, I was just wondering.
संविधान को मानते हैं, जैसा हमारा प्रशासन कहता है उसके अनुसार हम चलते हैं, फिर भी हमें मार रहा है तो हमारा दिल दुखी होता है.
And one of the founding members of the Aam Aadmi Party has now joined the BJP.
The once founder of a centre-left party, Shazia Ilmi, is now spokesperson.
But the point is, like, when it comes to religion, I don't care what a person's religion is or whatever, even if the doctrine in the scripture says a lot of fucked up things, as long as they don't, like, follow through with any unethical practices and they respect their neighbors and they don't try to harm their neighbors who identify with other religions, then I don't care. If you want to be like a Hindu name only, a Christian name only, because it seems like globally, the vast majority of people that identify with one of the major faiths, whether it's Hinduism, Islam, Christianity, Judaism, it seems like people just play the interpret it however you want game, and it's figurative, and it means whatever your heart wants to mean.
Generally.
And yeah.
And most people in their heart want to be peaceful, like good neighbors, and just live their fucking lives. And they use their beliefs for whatever they use them for without anything doing it. There are completely rational readings, again, selective, like all readings, of things like the Bible, right? Where you as just like a secular human operating in your region and culture and having beliefs taught to you by that culture, but that you sincerely hold, like the overwhelming majority are completely decent people, flawed in various ways, but not any more significantly than anyone else on average. It's the loud crazies who are always reaching for and yanking on levers of power and influence and killing people.
Yeah, and it's also, if you want to read it and decide, like, hey, it was written a long time ago, it is a notable part of history, maybe there are some positive things to extrapolate when it comes to this religion. My thing is, why not be agnostic? Why not sit there and why confine yourself to this one religion? That's something in America. We have the Christian name only people. They'll sit there and have this agnostic approach to following or practicing the religion. But it's like, then why Christianity? Why don't you also like crack open a Quran or a Torah and try the Book of Mormon? Why don't you try to evaluate the history and the doctrine of these other religions? And when it comes to what about philosophies outside of religion? What about Confucianism? What about Athenian epistemology? What about rationalism? What about the scientific method? And
that ain't what my daddy read. That ain't what my daddy read. So you can go ahead and take all that nanny boo boo nonsense and shove it.
Why not, like,
get out of here, heretic?
Your morals and ethics from all the information that you're able to consume, and the more you know, the better. The more information you get from the largest amount of sources, the better. No,
get your Quran, get your Quran out of here.
I myself too.
All right, get out of here.
Exactly.
BJP.
Our idea of nationalism is nation first. Unity, integrity, sovereignty of the country.
Shazia Ilmi is spokesperson for the BJP. Do you think that some of the language that the BJP is using is alienating for minority communities?
Modi's government, which has done the most for minorities. You know, this is for the first time that India is getting decolonized. The Britishers saw us as Hindu bloc, Muslim bloc. But for the first time, we want to mainstream all communities.
There's been huge criticism within the country, but internationally too, about so-called bulldozer politics, for example, the Citizenship Amendment Act. What's your reaction to that?
So what is bulldozer politics? I want to ask in UK.
Now, there is this secularist party, and again, Modi freezed the bank accounts and stuff of all the members of this party and claims that they're engaging in certain scandals and corruption. Do you think it's the secularist party that's doing that? Or do you think the supremacist party that wants totalitarian, absolute Hindu state that's actually doing that?
Which one's the good guys?
I think people that are more inclusive and that are preaching the ideas that she's preaching, I think they're more likely to, go with more moral and ethical and ideal practices.
If you have an illegal establishment being created, is that allowed? You make Modi out to be a Hindu nationalist figure. You don't talk about development that's happened in India. You don't look at how the economy has grown. You want to keep nitpicking about Modi's supposed antipathy towards Muslims. I think nothing could be further from truth.
Try as the politicians might to ramp up divisions, there is much more at stake. For billions, this election is about opportunity, livelihood, and the cost of rice.
Yeah, went over this. Identity politics. What's that?
I like the thing. It looks
the thing.
Yeah, it looks cool.
Yes, great input.
It does look cool.
You want to wear one, Chad? But that's offensive to their culture.
Yeah, you can't talk about the.
Yeah. I'm gonna form the Gene Morganism religion, and everyone's required to wear a beanie, but it has to be some beanie that's produced by some corporation. Has to be some New York beanie or whatever.
And if anybody makes fun of our beanies
or backwards caps,
they're bigots. Yeah, that too.
Exactly.
They're bigots because that's what, and they're racist too. Make sure that makes sense.
Because discriminating against a religion and ideology is the same thing as discriminating against a race. They're clearly one and the same.
Yes.
Yeah, will the money be given to the infiltrators? All this taxpayer money going to everyone that lives within these borders who are citizens of this country? Yeah, why would we do that? All the money should just go to this one group, this majority group living within our country. And it's again, it would be in the United States, it's akin to, do we want all our money going to these infiltrators? And you're talking about the Black and Hispanic population. And it's the white majority, God, they're taking the money away. All these infiltrators in our country. Yay!
This kind of reminds me of the whole Gaza-Israel thing, because as far as I see it, Israel is we're the chosen ones, we're the special ones, we should be everywhere, we should exist. You know, these other motherfuckers, though, that don't conform to our beliefs, fuck them. They are not the chosen one. We need to get rid of them.
When I talk to a lot of old boomers in America that watch Fox News that are Trumpites and shit, when you talk about foreign affairs that involve Muslim people or Islamic people, they like to play stupid. Well, hey. Most Islamic people are radical, or they don't want to tolerate people of other beliefs. They'll try to make those claims, but then it's not exclusive. So, of course, there are groups out there that are Muslim, that are radical, that aren't accepting of people of other faiths. But it seems like Israel, where it's a predominantly Jewish country, seems like they're not accepting of these people of another religion, Islam. It seems like when you have a group that's the minority, whether it's due to religion or race or whatever, it seems like they tend to be oppressed and treated like complete horseshit because the majority has power. And it seems like when certain groups have power, they abuse it. And it seems like it's the same thing here. It's the Muslim group here, demographic, is the minority, so they're treated like complete total horseshit over the stupid religious identity politics and group out group bias. And it's like in areas where it's pretty much entirely Islamic people, then it boils down to the Sunni Shiite sort of like in-group out-group bias bullshit. And it's like wherever you go, it's just let's divide people in groups based on what religion they're in. And if it's not based on religion, it's based on the denomination. Or different religions, it's based on the denomination of that same religion.
Yeah.
He does not want to give any comments on the matter. I'm really surprised and shocked.
We will have to devise innovative plans to ensure that minorities, particularly the Muslim minority, are empowered to share equitably in the fruits of development. They must have the first claim on our resources.
That guy sounds like a criminal. Talking about treating all groups equally, and if you're a citizen of a country, regardless of what demographic you fall into, whether it's a race demographic, a religious demographic, whatever, you should be entitled to these basic state amenities or whatever. I don't know. It seems like it's the kind of person that needs to be arrested for some kind of fraud and have their bank account frozen.
प्रधानमंत्री डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह का पूरा बयान सुनते हैं तो हमें समझ आता है कि वो असल में मुसलमानों की सिर्फ बात नहीं कर रहे थे, सभी वंचित तबकों की बात कर रहे थे और ये
They're outsiders. And I'm sorry, like when people claim that the in-group out-group bias is not something that is just hardwired into human psychology, and it's some natural evil kind of embedded into our brains from evolution that we kind of need to apply mindfulness or use mindfulness to combat it. I think human beings have the capacity to, like, unlike other animals, we have this thing known as metacognition. So we could use that to combat it, but I think people are being counterproductive. It's illusionary optimism. I don't want to believe that these natural evils are kind of ingrained into human psychology, these implicit, subconscious biases. And it's just the science shows that it's cognitive schema, implicit bias, is this innate and inherent part of just neural physics, like psychiatry and everything. It is just, you know what, the brain is a product of evolution. Human behavior is a product of evolution. And I think people... Go ahead, Chad.
I don't think it's right to call it evil. I think it's bad from our moral perspective or whatever, like, for people to still hold that. But I think that's just a natural evolutionary thing that helped us to survive and everything as time went on. Like, times are very different now than it was.
We're not animals anymore. We're not living tribal lifestyles.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, though. Like, it's not. I wouldn't call it evil. You know.
I think we have the capacity. Well, look at Chad interpreting figurative language in an overly.
Well, don't you agree with me? It really.
Well, I think it's a negative thing.
Yeah, it's not evil to be religious.
No, it's not that.
I'm talking about the in-group out-group bias, the tribalism of us versus them. I think that us versus them mentality, we need to apply mindfulness as as a species, like globally, like in all nations.
Okay. But my point is, like, things have changed. You know, like life didn't used to be like this, where we're in huge groups and everything, like it is, and it's way more social. Like, go far back enough, we're kind of more separated and trying to survive and everything, and that's kind of it can have its bad whatevers to it, but it was obviously something that kind of something that kept our species alive, like that kind of in-group out-group bias.
Survivalism, but the point is, do you want all of life on the planet to just exist in that primal sort of state? Or, like I said, humans have, it's a double-edged sword. We have this gift that other species don't really have, which is metacognition. You can argue maybe like dolphins, maybe chimpanzees have this basic level of metacognition, but we have the ability to apply theory of mind, where we understand that these primal facets of our psychology exist, And if we teach people in our educational system, and then that's something where when I bring this up to people, maybe psychology should be a very important facet of our education. It seems like things like reading, or it seems like things like geography takes priority over teaching people how the fucking brain works. Or whatever. It seems like music. Like teaching in gym class takes priority over just teaching people the dynamics of human thought, human psychology. And maybe if we taught people just the science of, and it is a hard science of how the human brain fucking works and why people tend to think and behave the way they do, behavioral science, maybe people in society would be able to, if they understand how they think, they understand how other people think, they understand the best way to go about engaging with other people and recognizing these implicit biases, maybe people in society would be able to like cooperate more efficiently with one another. But it's illusionary optimism, which it's a form of confirmation bias, which the science shows that is an ingrained facet of human psychology. The I don't like this, I'm going to engage in compartmentalism, and I'm just going to poo-poo things that I don't like. And when you bring up this reality that the human thought and behavior is not exclusively driven by just conscious thought. It's like, I don't like that. That isn't something that I find to be idealistic, so I'm just going to refuse to accept that. And then people try to obstruct it from being like taught in schools. And it's wishful thinking. And that's, read about toxic positivity, that it's toxic for a reason. It's like, let's not address problems that exist or do things that are like more pragmatic and beneficial to people. Why? Because we don't like it. It's not rainbows and sunshine. We don't like that these natural evils exist in human psychology. So we don't want to address it because we don't like that idea. Even though it would benefit people, let's poo-poo it because believing what you want to believe, confirmation bias. We're going to prove that these implicit biases and the science behind it is bullshit by engaging in an implicit bias like confirmation to poo-poo it.
India is a global center for Islamophobia. It's a country where 200 million Indian Muslims fight for their existence. And in that scenario, the kind of hate coming from the Prime Minister himself is terrifying.
And the riots sparked by this, like, Hindu, supremacy group, killed thousands of people, like, almost as many people that died 9/11. And that sucks. But it kind of shows when people say things like, oh, all terrorists are Muslims, or most terrorists are Muslim. It shows that, like, regardless of where you go, there are people affiliated with all these different groups that are causing great harm to people of the other groups. What's going on? You guys look distraught.
YouTube doesn't let you click links in the short streams on mobile.
Oh.
So we're trying to direct people how to find it other ways.
Oh. You mean the StreamLabs?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi has been accused of making Islamophobic comments.
Okay, we've already gone over that. So this is 4 months ago. So this is like leading up to like the election cycle. And this would be like tearing down a mosque in America and building a church over it, or like tearing down a synagogue, like a bunch of like anti-Semites building a church over it in America. This would be like in Israel, tearing down a mosque, building like some kind of like Jewish monument. It's just a bunch of more in-group, out-group identity, like bullshit, identity politics. A far-right Hindu protest, and I mentioned this, the one where like over like 2,000 people died in those two different like states in India.
रामराज हो गया यहाँ पर, जो रामराज पहले त्रेता युग में लोग कहते थे, वही रामराज अभी दिखाई पड़ रहा है.
There you go.
हम यहाँ बचपन से यही रहे हैं बाबरी मस्जिद ही मेरे सामने
Seems like it is repeating itself because we saw those videos from just a couple months ago, 4 months ago, of them enforcing the bulldozer politics.
ये मस्जिद भी तोड़ दिया, आग लगा दिया, सब गिरा दिया, फिर हम लोग फिर भी हटे नहीं यहाँ से, वो लोग अपना काम करके चले गए, मगर हम लोग यहाँ जमे रहे, फिर हमने इसकी मरम्मत कराई, बनाई, ठीक किया। मुसलमान तो अल्लाह पे भरोसा करता है, अल्लाह जो करेगा बेहतर करेगा। इस तरीके से इनके दिलों में कुछ लोग हैं जो राजनीति करते हैं कि अब सोचना पड़ता है कैसे यहाँ रहें, क्या करें। नफरत से हमारा देश तरक्की नहीं करेगा, हमारे देश मोहब्बत से तरक्की करेगा। हम नहीं चाहते, हम सब लोग मिलजुल के रहना चाहते हैं।
मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में
So they view Hamas as a terrorist group, that governing body. Do you think the BJP is also a terrorist group that's also has the guise, the veneer of a political party?
जो ये राम मंदिर निर्माण का काम हुआ है, अयोध्या के विकास का जो काम हुआ
I
है।
mean, if you call Hamas a terrorist group, which I agree, they should be branded as terrorist group, but it's like, shouldn't the IDF also be branded as terrorist group? Shouldn't, like, we shill for the like Saudi Arabia and their government, and look at what they're doing in Yemen, holding them under some kind of medieval style siege, and it's like these forced Holodomor-esque sort of famines, and it's like, shouldn't their government be branded as terrorist group? And it's the same thing here.
इस विकास के काम को देखकर ऐसा लगता है कि फिर से हमारे देश की यह अयोध्या धाम या फिर से दुनिया की सनातन राजधानी होने वाली है।
खुशी से आनंद से मोदी को दूसरा बार और आना चाहिए।
Yay.
In the streets of Saharanpur, a lingering fear. For Muslims in the town, nothing feels safe anymore. Anti-Muslim sentiments growing in India. Targeted in hate crimes, attacked in political speeches. Now, they're afraid the government's coming for their homes.
You showing it up?
This is what happened to Kashmiris.
No, it's just a video with low volume.
Bulldozers sent in after her 17-year-old...
So, isn't terrorism some kind of act of, like, some kind of political, ideological dissent that's supposed to incite fear on a group of people? Do you think what they're doing falls in that definition? Trying to incite fear, like these people are afraid the government's going to come for them, they're afraid to leave their homes.
Well, isn't the government the one doing it?
Yeah. Like I said, like, you can be a governing body and be a terrorist group. Hamas is a terrorist group and they're a governing body.
Yeah, I was just about to bring them up.
Yeah. I just went over that, Shab. See?
I was helping people in the chat, okay? I'm a doctor. I was helping people.
That is not being mean to Shab.
Yeah.
After her 17-year-old son Abdul was detained. Authorities say they'll demolish illegally constructed homes of those accused of taking part.
I never thought you'd say that.
You gotta be more nice to Shab.
Young grandchildren showed up without warning.
The children were crying. They were howling. There were lots of police here too. Everyone was scared. The bulldozer was outside and we were in here.
And I was going to dedicate most of the stream to Trump earlier in the week, but then once I started paying attention to this, it's like, no, we gotta cover this.
Oh yeah,
the parallels are uncanny when it comes to what's going.
We didn't even do my idea for this episode. I forgot. You know what?
Well, everyone else is covering Trump. We need to cover shit that no one else covers.
Well,
and to be fair, we're supposed to be more global politics. That's kind of what I want our podcast to lean towards. Everyone, you can get your national politics from all the other podcasts. We need to exploit that red ocean.
Third.
Thousands demonstrate.
Let me tell you my idea and see what you think of it. I wanted us to do a whole episode where we make a list of all the laws that Trump broke that got him in trouble here, like to specifics. Because I'll hear people talk about it and they'll be like, it's not illegal to sleep with a porn star. It's like, that's not what he's being that's not any of the laws. It's like, yeah,
you're trying. Okay, Shab, send me Send me the list and stuff, and maybe later this week, before the 24-hour. Okay, I'll make the list, and we can later this week.
In the episode, I want us to make the list. I want us to do that the whole episode.
Make the list?
Yeah, on live stream.
Okay, we can do that.
Good idea. Yeah, I think it's a good idea.
After a national spokesperson for the Hindu nationalist BJP made offensive remarks about the Prophet Muhammad, a largely peaceful march turned tense. Dozens of Muslim men detained. Asma hasn't seen her son Ali since that day. He's accused of rioting. She says he wasn't even at the protests, but officials have been to inspect her house. She's scared the bulldozers could visit next.
Think they're inciting fear with the bulldozers? And this is sort of like apartheid in South Africa, where the white supremacist government would go in and relocate. It was all about, like here, it's all about identity politics and dividing people based on religion. And like apartheid, it was all about race. Like you had like Indians were above like blacks, and then whites were above Indians, and they would go to these different towns and so forth and communities and just force them all to relocate. Why? Because it was just to inconvenience them. It was a sign of power. And that's what they're doing here, but they're kind of using bulldozers to do it.
We sacrificed everything to build this house. They came and said it's illegal and threatened to break it down. We are insects for them. They can crush us anytime they want.
Yeah, just like for Israel, the Palestinians are just insects.
Yeah.
They're the other group. It's like there's a bunch of ants in my house, and I just kill them and shit. Like it's nothing. Like, oh, these little fuckers are just annoying. They may as well just be killing some fucking bug infestation on their property or something. Like you
could see,
like as far as I'm concerned, how the way they think about it. You know what I'm saying, but go on.
As far as they're concerned, not as far as they're concerned.
Yeah, exactly.
In Israel, it's like they were a former colony of Britain, like Israel and Palestine, and they created these unnatural borders, carved it out, and look at all the fucked up things that's kind of happening as a result of the colonialism there. Here, similar thing. They carved out the borders, previous British colony, Pakistan, India, and then caused this mass migration. And now look at how fucked up things are here. It's probably not all because of colonialism. I'd say with Israel, they took a foreign population and just plopped them there. So I'd say that probably 60% of that, like 80% of that, you could blame on colonialism igniting the entire conflict. Here, I'd say maybe like 20% of it you can blame on colonialism. Because even before Britain took charge with the Mongol empire, there was still major conflict between the different Islamic and Hindu groups. But other areas of colonialism really creating this divide in terms of identity. You saw South Africa; it was over race and apartheid. And Israel and India, it's all over the religious groups. And then we were covering Cameroon, which was like a British or French colony, where the big divide is over language. These are the English-speaking minorities, we're the French-speaking majority, and we're going to go in, and they were sending the government in to burn down houses and stuff. So, we live in a wonderful world.
Months, bulldozers have been deployed across India by the governing BJP to crack down on dissent. They're calling it bulldozer justice here in India, a form of punishment which many say targets Muslim protesters, one which has drawn criticism from some of the country's top legal minds. In a statement, a group of retired judges and sitting Supreme Court lawyers said that it was an unacceptable subversion of the rule of law, a violation of citizens' rights, one which makes a mockery.
You should get her a better mic.
Yeah.
But India's BJP government disagrees. We asked an elected official from the party here in Saharanpur if bulldozing was a proportionate response.
Nobody has the right to destroy any public property. So according to the law, definitely the bulldozer must be used on them. Bulldozing is the right thing to do.
This is one of those videos where it has this weird, sound mono, system.
A threat to their homes and their rights. The bulldozer risks shaking the foundations of India's democratic values. Rajini Vaidyanathan, BBC News, Saharanpur.
सभी दहशत में है अब पूरा करेली ही सब दहशत में है लोग घर से निकलना आना जाना बहुत दिक्कत हो रही लोगों को सारे बाजारें बंद है दहशत की वजह से
Well, that's not a bulldozer, that's an excavator. Yeah. So there's kind of some flawed journalism here, misinformation.
Yeah.
No, this is excavator justice.
It doesn't sound as cool, Gene.
Yeah.
It doesn't sound as cool.
Be fair, I am doing a spec. Birds are dinosaurs.
I'm gonna excavate your balls.
Oh, that's not nice. That's oppression. Yeah, like Two Guns trying to do some big ball, like sort of like injustice or whatever. He's doing some small ball, sort of like supremacy, going against the big ball majority or big ball minority.
अथॉरिटीज़ भी साथ नहीं दे रही, कोई साथ नहीं दे रहा है, गवर्नमेंट साथ नहीं दे रही है, तो मतलब मुस्लिम ही होना, और क्योंकि हमारे अबू भी और हमारी बहन भी दोनों ही वोकल थे, सच बोलते थे, तो यही वजह है, मुस्लिम होने की ही वजह से टारगेट किया गया है.
Those donkeys. They might be mules. It seems like police globally do a good job at oppressing minorities.
Hi.
Okay, so this, we did cover this before. They recently abolished their caste system, and this caste system has been around for like hundreds of years, and this continued after like they gained independence from Britain, and it's just only like a few years ago they got rid of this. So it's similar to like the racial caste system in South Africa, but this isn't even based on religion. This is based on different ethnic groups, and they just recently got rid of this.
I'm Tanishta, and as an international student, I find myself educating my peers about India. One of our biggest problems right now is the prevalence of the caste system, an intricate hierarchy that still governs who people in India marry, what they eat, and who cleans their toilets. Here are 5 things to know about the Indian caste system. The caste system is one of the oldest forms of social stratification in the country. Followers of Hinduism are divided into groups based on their karma and dharma, which is their work and duty. At the top of the caste system are the Brahmins. Historically, they were the most educated caste and were teachers and intellectuals. At the bottom is the Dalit community, almost 200 million people who were once considered untouchables in India. They're one of the most oppressed groups of people in the country right now, with regards to job opportunities, with education.
And this is just, you're born into this caste, and it's kind of like feudalism. You're either born a peasant, or let a knight be a knight, let a lord be a lord, let a priest be a priest, let a peasant be a peasant.
And fall outside the rubric of the Hindu caste hierarchy. In between the Brahmins and the Dalits are the Kshatriyas, the Vaishyas, and the Shudras. I'm making it easy for you because actually there are thousands of more subcastes. The Dalits are degraded into doing menial jobs, like manual scavenging, disposing dead animals.
Dude, it's like Snowpiercer. It's like they're the tailies. They're tasked with doing all the dirty work.
Sewers. They do dangerous jobs like working in tanneries, often without protective gear, which result in their death. Even though some argue that the caste system is no longer prevalent in India, recent news shows otherwise. There is still systemic oppression against the Dalit community, who continue to be denied their constitutional rights and be employed in manual scavenging.
So see, it's not just identity politics with religion. They do a good job putting people in a bunch of other groups based on, they're doing the racism as well, not just the religious sort of discrimination.
One of the most dangerous jobs in the world. When the central government won the Lok Sabha elections of 2019 by an overwhelming majority, Prime Minister Narendra Modi said that there are only 2 castes in India, the poor and those who contributed to freeing them from poverty. Mainstream media, in support of the Bharatiya Janata Party, ran headlines.
And it seems like that's a global thing where, like, when it comes to race, it seems like certain races make up certain groups when it comes to, like, economic demographics. So it seems like here it's not just putting people in groups and oppressing them based on the religious demographics. It's also, let's take all these different ethnic groups, depending on like which sub-region of India they grew up in, and let's confine them to a particular role. Again, I think people are delusional when they say the in-group out-group bias isn't just some natural facet of human evolution.
Him for this new narrative. However, Modi failed to acknowledge the centuries of poverty and discrimination faced by the Dalit community in India. What Modi did essentially is set the mood for his party workers to use this vagueness to continue oppressing the scheduled caste and scheduled tribes in India. On the other hand, across
the tribes, tribalism.
Sexual violence
It's
against
just another name for race.
Dalit women is on the rise. There was an increase of 160% in the number of reported rapes from the year 2009 to 2019. There is an atmosphere of impunity regarding caste-based and gender-based violence in India, where people belonging to upper castes often go unpunished. The rate of conviction of rapes of Dalits was only 32% in 2019. Despite the overwhelming barriers,
I just got to go on kind of like a little off-topic rant. When I discuss this stuff with people outside the internet, there are so many pampered suburbanites that it's just America. There's a lot of fucked up things to discuss. I go over our like corrupt criminal justice system, police brutality, how America there is a lot of systemic racism. So I'm not the kind of person that likes to be all pro America. But then when you talk about other problems overseas, like what's going on in India, what's going on in China, people sit there and be like, yeah, like America's not much better. Well, I don't know if it's worse than America. It's like, shut the fuck up. Read a book. Look at how fucked up the planet is overall. Stop playing the stupid I'm a pampered suburbanite and I'm going to pretend I have a bleeding heart for like the rest of the world. And really, like, the entire world's really above America at everything. It's like, no, address problems as they are. Stop trying to inflate problems in certain areas and deflate them in others. Problems in America should be addressed, but all the world's problems should be addressed. And stop downplaying other problems that you see globally.
Community faces today, they continue to advocate for steps closer to equality. The works of Cynthia Stephen and Kiruba Munasamy shows how the community is trying to change the narrative that has made the rounds in India for centuries. For Annenberg Media, I'm Kanishka Sinha.
Okay, so this what kind of guns are those two guns?
Two guns. What's that? What's that? Is that a rifle?
I don't know. Revolvers are kind of hard to spot on the fly. I can't see. You scroll down too far for me to see the other guy. I can't make it out.
And I thought two guns was a gun.
Yeah, I thought you were fucking smart. Fuck you, two guns.
Yeah,
piece of
sorry,
shit.
I can't see through.
See, even I knew those were both rifles. Okay, I don't know. I don't see how you don't know. God. So
you know I'm trying to get down the model and stuff, and you can't even like name a single such thing. So.
I can name a bunch. I just don't want to. We need to
Suck my
continue
balls
the video.
About it, maybe.
Okay,
tough guy.
Okay, those are both M80s.
Clearly,
want to go outside in '69 about this?
Well, I guess in front of the neighbors, as long as they're of age.
It's a Blurrington 9mm.
Okay, so
nailed it.
Nah.
This is from 2002, this video, and that would be 4 years after those infamous riots took place.
Just probably a .357 revolver of some kind.
Yeah. Good thing the cops had their guns.
That I have no idea what the fuck that thing is.
Very odd looking.
Looks like a submachine gun of some kind, but I've never seen it. My EDCTG, I'm not sure what the TG is.
Dude, what do you think they were doing? Those people over there. Do you think they're doing a good job inciting fear in everyone?
Yes, I'm scared.
It says they're breaking up mobs. Are these mobs? They don't really look like they're engaged in a lot of like destructive behavior.
You should have seen him right before all this.
Yeah.
They were at your mom's house destroying her instead.
Look, right there. They're mobbing, dude.
They're mobbing deep.
Oh, shit. There's another mob crossing the street right there.
All those weapons they have. Good thing they're well armed. Okay, so this is 2 decades on. India dude, I hate the dark mode on Brave. 2 decades on, India is still haunted by the religious riots. So I guess this is kind of like their 9/11. Seems like every country has a 9/11.
Several weeks of intense religious violence that resulted in the death of as many as 2,000 people, and at the centre of the controversy, even over 20 years later, the current Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi. It began in February 2002, when 59 Hindu nationalist pilgrims, many women and children, were burnt to death on a train. Whoever was responsible, Hindu fundamentalists quickly accused the country's Muslim minority of being to blame. It sparked the worst religious riots the country has seen since its independence. Entire neighbourhoods were destroyed, families murdered, women and children raped. Narendra Modi was a key figure. He was Chief Minister of the state of Gujarat at the time, accused by many of doing nothing, even encouraging the violence. That's something he has always denied. Indeed, in 2012, a special investigation team appointed by the Supreme Court cleared him of complicity in the riots. There have been a number of inquiries, reports and court cases, each accused of being biased by those unhappy with the conclusions and results. Was the fire the result of a Muslim conspiracy? Was it just an accident? Was the resulting violence premeditated by Hindu extremists? Why were the police unable or unwilling to stop it? The issue remains...
Ooh, do you think the police kind of turned a blind eye? Just let it happen?
Traumatic. Right
not police. They'd never let a bad thing happen. They're supposed to.
Now, I looked into like what are some of the worst, most deadly terrorist attacks in American history. And one of the worst terrorist attacks were the Hillary massacre, where they went in and massacred a bunch of Native Americans. And it was a similar thing where the U.S. military just turned the other cheek and did nothing. They just let them in. So it's kind of like brutality by omission.
Leah Delfoley and Cancer Unit revisit Gujarat for France 24.
I remember everything. I used to sit here and pray
I
during
guess this is like interviewing people after 9/11, 10 years on. People who were there that witnessed the planes hit. It's just, I remember everything. The planes hit, everything that was going on at the time.
Haram. I used to read the Quran for 40 days.
It has been years since Zakia Jaffrey last visited her home in Gulberg Society, a residential complex located in Ahmedabad, in the western Indian state of Gujarat. On February 28, 2002, a mob of Hindu extremists attacked this Muslim-majority neighborhood.
At the time when the assailants started to arrive, they threw stones. Then all the inhabitants in the neighborhood hid in our house. People shouted, Allah, Allah. Then my husband told me to go and hide upstairs. I stood on the balcony, and from there I watched. They dragged him and tortured him. They cut his hand and tortured him and then set fire to the house. I was watching it all.
I think she has PTSD.
Maybe just a little.
Zakia Jaffrey survived the violence. However, her husband, Ehsan Jaffrey, a former member of parliament for the Congress party, was brutally murdered that day, along with 69 other people. Half of the bodies were never recovered. At the Gulberg Society, there's another miraculous survivor, Rafiq Mansoori.
This is my wife, standing next to me. This is my son on my mother's lap. He was 5 months old. The whole family was killed.
Rafiq's 5-month-old son, his wife, and all the other 19 family members were burnt alive by the rioters. His family sought refuge in Ehsan Jaffrey's house when the violence erupted.
Mr. Jaffrey came out and told the crowd, "You can kill me, but please spare the children and women." But the rioters did not listen. To save us, Mr. Jaffrey called Modi, all the leaders, all the ministers. You can check his call record.
Seems like Modi didn't do a good job responding. I don't think he was doing his good job, doing a good job as prime minister.
22 years after the massacre, the neighborhood is still desolate and abandoned.
I mean, it's sort of like the Israeli citizens or settlers that were blocking the roads and stuff, not allowing supplies to get through, and the government hasn't really charged them at all and kind of just let them do their thing.
Nature has reclaimed its rights, and the charred buildings remain the silent witness to the violence. Rafiq, along with his son Atif, born after the riots, and father Qasim, decided to stay in Gulberg. Once home to around 100 residents, they are now the sole inhabitants here. Despite their losses, the family received a mere 22,000 euros in compensation.
Even if someone offers me €1 billion, I'd refuse to leave this place. What would I do with that money when my whole family's gone? This place reminds me of my children. I'll never leave here. I didn't inherit this property from my grandparents to sell it to someone else. I'm going to live here. This government does nothing but divide people along religious lines.
Boom. It's like a form of protest. They keep trying to do the apartheid, relocate people to intimidate them. And I'm going to stay here. I don't care about the money.
Victims
Pretty
of the
admirable.
riots only received justice in 2016, when a special court sentenced 24 people to prison. However, dozens of others were acquitted, including members of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's party, the BJP.
Do you think when they acquitted them, they found that, I don't know, they actually weren't responsible for anything? Or do you think there's a little, I don't know, corruption, cronyism going on there?
No, I know him. He would never do such a thing.
Yeah. I'm putting my poker chips on cronyism.
Rafiq takes us to Naroda Patia, just 5 kilometers away from Gulberg, another Muslim neighborhood that was targeted and where nearly 100 people were murdered. Salim was 28 years old when several members of his family were killed in the attack carried out by over 5,000 Hindu extremists.
We witnessed the biggest riots in Gujarat. I can't even begin to talk about how they killed women and children. They took advantage of this to promote their party. They became heroes of Hindutva, that is to say Hindu nationalism, and promoted the party all over India.
I wonder why, like, they didn't kill him. He was just like, listen, kill me, don't kill the women and children. And why do you think they didn't kill him? Do you think they just did it to, like, fuck with him?
Became heroes of Hindutva, that is to say Hindu
What's that?
Maybe, I don't know. Maybe it was too late. We don't really know the full story. His side of it.
nationalism, and promoted the party all over India.
Maybe he ran out and the fire was already lit. Who knows?
Yeah.
He is convinced that the 2002 pogrom helped Narendra Modi.
Well, I'm thinking they did it out of opposition. It's like, I'm thinking it's like, yeah, like dehumanizing this other group of people. You know what? Fuck him. We're gonna kill them anyway. Leave him alive so he can deal with like all the trauma.
Then Chief Minister of Gujarat, to climb the political ladder using the rift between Hindus and Muslims.
Until February the 27th, 2002, nobody knew Modi in Gujarat. Modi became the hero of some Hindu organizations after the riots. These organizations led the riots, but Modi helped them get bail. He didn't punish them. He got their cases thrown out and became a hero for them.
Long suspected of instructing the police not to intervene and to allow atrocities against Muslims to continue. In 2012, Narendra Modi was cleared of complicity in the Gujarat riots case by the Supreme Court. He even won Gujarat elections.
So, again, with America, we're going to get into some corruption with the Supreme Court later. Like, in this stream, we're going to go over, like, stuff going on with Trump. But when I bring up, like, the corruption index, and I mention that to people that, and I would have predicted that America's level of corruption was much worse before I actually looked into it and did my homework. But I remember, several years ago, like when I was in college and everything, I was like looking up and reading about corruption, and I looked at the corruption index. It's like, wow, Italy and France scored higher than America when it comes to corruption. We were like ranked 18 or at the bottom 18 or whatever, where there's only like 17 countries that were less corrupt than America was. And you take that into consideration, it's just like, what does that say about the status of all the world's governments when America is like in the bottom 20 least corrupt, or one of the top 20 least corrupt countries?
America's the greatest.
Puts things in perspective. Now, I think there's a lot of corruption, but it just shows...
could be worse.
Yeah, but again, and I talk to people about this, and it's like, you know, India, if you say that their government's more corrupt than America, it's not like a competition thing. It's, again, put things in perspective. You deal with a bunch of pampered suburbanites that are going to be like, nah. Like, yeah, right. And I'd say America, where most of the corruption comes from, is us being the global police, allowing shit like this to happen. You look at the world's wealth pyramid, and if you live in the United States, you have food, clean drinking water, high-speed internet, you kind of are in the 1%. And I think like the world's 60 richest people have more money than the 3.4 poorest combined. And I think you look at the United States, Britain, France, where they got their vetoing power and like the UN, and like they use their military strength to kind of police the world. And it's just this form of like Western neocolonialism. So I would argue that the United States is kind of corrupt in another way when it comes to global politics. When it comes to internal corruption, maybe we're not that bad, but I think when it comes to nationalistic corruption, we probably are one of the greatest threats to world peace.
I don't know.
Keep in mind, we just legalized it. You just have to do it the right way.
Yes.
Between 2002 and 2012, before becoming Prime Minister of India in 2014. Among the hundreds of people accused of orchestrating the 2000...
hats. That's nifty.
What's that?
You see the knitted unicorn hats, John?
Prime Minister of India in 2000.
Yeah, right there.
Oh. Yeah, I guess
unicorn ears, dude.
Among the hundreds of people accused of orchestrating the 2002 massacres across the state, many were affiliated with the Vishwa Hindu Parishad, an extremist right-wing party founded on the idea of Hindu nationalism.
I'm proud of this photo. I'm also proud of Mr. Modi because I know him and he knows me. He has worked in Gujarat.
I mean, this is as bad as apartheid. It's just, I don't know how much I can say it, but apartheid was a white supremacist government. This is a Hindu supremacist government.
India should be respected by the whole world, and he's working for that. That's what I admire.
Jaideep Patel was the General Secretary of the VHP at that time. This is the first time he has agreed to give an interview to a news channel since then. 22 years later, he still accuses Muslims of being behind the train fire that killed Hindu pilgrims and sparked the pogrom, despite various investigations suggesting the possibility of an accidental fire.
Those in Godhra who say it was an accident, no, it wasn't an accident. It was well planned. Politicians and leaders who were against Hindus came up with this theory that it was an accident. They want to put Hindus in danger and defend Muslims. That's what some political leaders and parties do. This is how they think and act.
In 2009, Patel was convicted of murder and of planning the attack in Naroda, hours after the train fire.
So they're talking about the train fire. So even if, like, claiming, oh, it was an accident, it wasn't an accident, it doesn't matter. It's sort of like with Hamas, when they committed the terrorist attack, so we're going to commit a genocide and kill tens of thousands of people in response. People are not aboard. This is yet another example. It's like, let's treat them like they're a hive mind, because certain people, like, let's say they did do it, because a certain group of people that fall into this group, this demographic, committed this atrocity. Let's turn around and, like, murder a bunch of innocent people that weren't affiliated with this attack because they're part of the same demographic.
They accused me of being here and causing riots in Naroda village, but I wasn't here. Many people tried to implicate me. There was a conspiracy to implicate me because I was doing Hindutva work.
Patel was eventually acquitted in 2023. However, he never ceased his activities within the VHP. We follow him to the village of Pimpuri in southern Gujarat. Here, he is leading a religious ceremony performed before the beginning of any construction work, in this case, with the school financed by his organization. But behind the social program lies an attempt at religious indoctrination. This region is inhabited by tribal populations, and most of them do not follow Hinduism.
We pray before eating the food, and in the evening, too, we remember God. Our motive is education and culture. We work according to the Hindu culture. And in doing so, society should achieve its highest level of success, even for the children of the tribal people.
Jaideep Patel says he wants to provide education to poor people residing in the remote areas of Gujarat. However, from adolescence onwards, children must follow the teachings of Hindu fundamentalism.
We're taught that you can't marry a Muslim. A Hindu can marry a Hindu, and a Muslim can marry a Muslim.
Yeah. Let a knight be a knight, let a peasant be a peasant. Stay within your own, like, tier in the caste system.
In my old school, there was much more emphasis on education than religion. We used to focus on education, but now we're taught religion.
An apparent attempt to convert members of the tribal community under the guise of development and education. Jaideep strongly advocates for the spread of Hinduism, fearing that this majority religion is threatened by Christianity and Islam.
Religious conversions are taking place. Some people want separatism in the country. They have separatist tendencies, and after separatism, they promote anti-nationalist values. Whoever carries out religious conversions, we will never allow them to achieve this.
Well, I mean, I wonder why they want to separate. Maybe they should be their own state because it doesn't seem like they're protected by this state government. And I wouldn't say a separatist movement is really that much of a unethical thing. Like, hey, this group of people want to be independent. If they want to present it like an independent movement, as long as they go about it diplomatically through voting and so forth, and I don't see a problem with that. It's where maybe freedom of speech, freedom of expression. I don't think requesting, hey, we want to be our own sovereign state. I don't think that's a reason to oppress a group of people. That's the same thing like the example in Cameroon where it's just over fucking language. Like this English speaking particular demographic, which is a minority, they want to separate from this country because they feel like they're neglected and they want their own state. So let's send people in to burn burn down their villages.
While several Hindu extremists, including Jaydeep Patel, were ultimately exonerated, the quest for justice for Muslim victims has been extremely difficult. Among the most notable cases is that of Bilkis Banu. In New Delhi, Subhashini Ali, a member of the Communist Party, filed a petition in support of Bilkis Banu. She was 5 months pregnant when she was gang raped by 11 of her Hindu neighbors during the riots. In a controversial decision by the Gujarat High Court, they were given early release.
They went all out. I mean, murder, lighting people on fire, destroying their homes, gang rape. I mean, they did it all.
Face a lot of difficulties. That is not something that is unusual.
I don't know if
what is
gang
unusual is that
rape really translates to the algorithm. I mean, I think the G is kind of just.
The BJP has come to power. The first thing is that they protect their own supporters.
That should be like
to the hilt. Perpetrate.
That should be like a new Kool-Aid flavor or
Yeah,
something.
that'll
Gang
be our
rape.
that'll be our gang. We're gonna be gang rape.
Damn.
The case of the Bilkis Banu case, then that also becomes very obvious that that is the kind of approach they will have, that it will be the perpetrators who are protected, not the victim.
Back in Ahmedabad, he meets Zakia.
All right, let's break into the energy drink business.
Oh God,
that'll be one of our flavors.
Okay, don't derail it.
She now lives with her daughter Nishreen, 10 kilometers away from Gulberg Society.
Grape your mouth.
Oh my God.
Your son looks so much like him.
I took this picture. This was in 2001. I love this picture.
Don't cry now.
Oh, 2001. That's same year as 9/11.
मुसलमान मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट है न कभी उसके बाद में कोई मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट मुसलमान यहाँ से चुनकर गया न उसके पहले कभी कोई था उनको लोग इतना जानते थे इतना पसंद करते थे
85 years old Zakia Jafri is still determined to fight for the conviction of India's current Prime Minister for his alleged complicity in the 2002 Gujarat riots.
We're still fighting. Whenever there is a hearing at court, I go along with my son. As long as I'm alive, I'll fight.
इतने कोर्ट के चक्कर लगाए कि अभी वो अगर देखते कि अम्मी उनके लिए कितना लड़ रहे हैं तो वो सोचते कि देखो ज़किया मेरे लिए कितना कोर्ट में गई है.
In June 2022, the Supreme Court rejected the initial plea to reopen the case and investigate Narendra Modi's alleged role in the violence.
Ehsan Hussain Alabaks Jafri, 2/28/2002. It's a big scar in the Indian history. They can pretend that they're forgetting. They can pretend that it never happened. But they can never erase it.
While communal riots are not new to India, the violence in Gujarat continues to leave its mark on the country and is regularly cited as an example of the true face of the Hindu extremist.
I'm pissed they didn't put
Today, in a part of the world
on the gravestones. I feel very discriminated against.
Yeah, they're discriminating against the English people. Yeah. Isn't English supposed to be one of their primary languages in India?
I'm real upset.
Dude.
These gravestones that I'll never visit. I couldn't read if I did. It affects me.
I could read it. What? What are you, stupid?
The English-speaking majority is oppressing the English-speaking minority.
I could read every word of that.
Has helped spark
3 wars, tens of thousands of troops are patrolling the streets. They are Indian government forces.
They do have poor
Kashmir.
social skills, Brian.
What's that? Oh, yeah, you agree.
And it's been 4 days since the Indian government changed the status of Kashmir, which is India's only Muslim-majority region. Up until this week, Kashmir had a large degree of autonomy. The government's decision has sparked protests over a long-disputed area claimed by both India and Pakistan, where fighting has killed tens of thousands of people over the last few decades. Today in Kashmir, the streets are empty. Soldiers enforce a strict military curfew. Hundreds have been arrested. Fear has driven many inside, and many others are trying to leave.
So let's see. Okay, this is just 4 years ago, so it shows this has been going on for a while.
Stuck with limited transport.
The bulldozer politics and stuff, that was going on just a couple months ago. Those riots, they were going on in the 90s, the 2000s, so now, like, this just 4 years ago. And it shows that they've kind of been, like, treated like horse shit for the last several decades.
Situation worse. There are no arrangements for us to leave, nor is there any arrangement for food. We have been lying here, hungry.
In an unprecedented clampdown, India
has sequestering off a group of people and depriving them of food. Does that sound familiar?
Yeah. Internet and phone in the primarily Muslim region. And today, Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi called this, quote, the beginning of a new era.
Beginning of a new era.
I and the whole nation have taken a historic...
For our Hindu extremist group.
An arrangement in which our brothers and sisters from Jammu Kashmir and Ladakh have been deprived of their rights, which have been a great obstacle in their development, has been removed as a result of all our efforts.
On Monday, Modi's government lifted Article 370 of the Indian Constitution, which enabled Kashmiris to write their own laws. India says it's a national security decision because Pakistan has supported militant groups who have launched many attacks inside Kashmir.
We will all get together. And
there's the post-colonialism running its course.
And separatism. Ease of living will increase for our citizens.
You know what? I almost feel that if they didn't do that, if they just made India one state, and if you had more of this amalgamation of people of these different groups spread across the entire country in a more heterogeneous manner, I kind of feel like maybe it would force people to kind of cooperate and get along, as opposed to kind of creating these two really distinct lines and forcing everyone into their own, like, sequestered regions.
The Modi government is overtly biased in favor of the majority Hindu population at the expense of India's 180 million Muslims. Protesters demonstrated in New Delhi and in Karachi, Pakistan, where they burned an effigy of Modi. Pakistan halted trade.
See, they're threatening him. He has no right but to retaliate and act.
I feel threatened. Drone strike him.
Downgraded diplomatic relations and
or bulldozer them.
For its move in what Pakistan
either or works.
Occupied Kashmir, or IOK, Pakistan's foreign ministry spokesman.
IOK has been converted into the largest prison in the world.
There's bulldozer politics. What about airstrike politics?
You mean American politics?
Exactly.
And in the history
no, American politics is police brutality politics.
More than 14 million humans are incarcerated in their homes.
Last month, President Trump met with Pakistan.
It's beating people, beating the shit out of people, beating them to a bloody pulp with batons. That's American politics.
Prime Minister and offered his assistance.
If I can help, I would love to be a mediator.
But there's a reason why prior presidents have avoided that offer. Kashmir is located at the northernmost tip of the Indian subcontinent, at the nexus of India, Pakistan, and China. Kashmir has been in dispute since the 1947 partition. India now controls the larger portion. The two sides are separated by the line of control.
Oh, and if you go to Google Maps, if you're in Pakistan and you go to Google Maps, it shows that that entire region belongs to Pakistan. If you go to India, it shows that, or if you live in India and go to Google Maps, it shows that it belongs to India. And then China, it shows it belongs to China. And Google, this multi-billion-dollar organization, it's like, I think it's one of the top 20 most lucrative corporations on the planet. Seems like they really don't give a fuck. They just like to shill to whoever has the power within these regions.
The countries fought over control over Kashmir in 1947 and in a larger war in 1971. Conflict sparked again in 1999. The two nuclear nations were pushed into a ceasefire over concerns of a
and all three of those countries had nukes. Pakistan, India, and China.
War. But the conflict has long simmered. Today, Pakistan suspended the Friendship Express train that runs across the border and warned that tensions could remain high. And we examine where things go from here with Ambassador Frank Wisner. He had a nearly 40-year diplomatic career and served in senior positions in both the state and defense departments during Republican and Democratic administrations.
Okay, next vid.
And in the largest democracy in the world, India.
Usually the interviews kind of get a bit dull and they go over all the shit that we've usually already have gone over.
Voting finally ended there today. The vote could have huge implications not only for India, but America's interests.
Okay, here we go. This is more of the recent events. So, what a shock. He won.
In the entire region. Janice McAfrayer is there. Janice.
Jose, voted lasted for 6 weeks in what is the world's biggest election, nearly 1 billion registered voters. The results are expected to be announced on Tuesday, with Prime Minister Narendra Modi expected to win. But critics say it comes at a cost to democracy. They accuse Modi of cracking down on opposition candidates and ramping up rhetoric against Muslims to rally the Hindu majority. Where India heads in the future is a crucial concern for the United States, as more American companies...
You know, it kind of reminds me of, like in the Soviet Union, with like Stalin and everything, where it's just his face is plastered everywhere you look. You go to the city and stuff. His face seems to be everywhere.
Companies are growing.
Do you think India is a true democracy?
I don't know.
I think it's going down the same route as China. It's just, or they're probably already there, because it's the same thing. Xi Jinping recently elected for a third term. People have pretty much acknowledged, yeah, it's done. No, there's pretty much no inkling, no ounce of democracy left. Seems like the same thing's going on here.
Manufacturing here, and the Biden administration is looking to India to balance China's influence in the region. Jose?
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and time.
Thank you.
एनडीए की लगातार तीसरी बार सरकार बननी तय है।
Yay!
Nailed it.
हम सभी जनता जनार्दन के बहुत आभारी हैं। देशवासियों ने भाजपा पर, एनडीए पर पूर्ण विश्वास जताया है।
There you go, EJP, which is a splinter group from the RSS, which that was the group that assassinated Gandhi because they didn't like that he supported egalitarianism. And Gandhi, I mean, there's a lot to criticize him for. He probably doesn't deserve to be branded as the most altruistic person in the history books. That's a different discussion for a different stream. But one of the things he did support was one unified India and not dividing people into groups. He wanted Buddhists, like the Sheiks, the Hindus, the Muslims to all live in one region and not segregate themselves. But I guess the BJP didn't really like that, so they decided to murder him.
दुनिया के सबसे बड़े लोकतंत्र की जीत है.
Yeah, the world's biggest democracy. Democracy.
But news that Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi faced a stronger challenge from the opposition than expected is already sending ripples through India's diaspora community here.
So I think it's some evidence that there is enough of a pushback to ensure that they didn't get the supermajority they were expecting.
The religious discord that has happened.
Okay, so they do pretty much have control over the executive branch of their government. So here, they didn't get control or the supermajority of the legislative branch. So now they're freezing people's bank accounts and arresting people.
Between minorities and the majority Hindu religion is not the major focus.
So it seems like now that he's won his third term and they pretty much think that there pretty much aren't going to be any future elections or future heads of state for quite a while. It seems like they're starting to run their course within the legislative branch, and they're starting to take control of that branch of the government as well. It started. So it begins.
Is probably poverty, getting rid of poverty, education, environment.
Many in BC's Sikh community have ties to Punjab, an area that largely voted for the opposition that challenged Modi. Without the supermajority his Hindu nationalist
Do you think that area is going to be targeted?
party was hoping for, he'll need to rely on coalition partners to govern.
And from there you can see that it's going to shift a little bit.
This expert says that could temper some of the more polarizing rhetoric that has come to define India's political landscape in recent years.
It's sometimes better to have a coalition government because it constrains the government from more extremist views and policies. So it might have an impact on foreign policy too.
That includes India's relationship with Canada, which deteriorated following the murder of Sikh activist Hardeep Singh Nijjar here in BC, a killing that Canada's government says India had a hand in, while Indian citizens living abroad were.
So remember when we were looking at, like, in China, they have these like ghost sort of police departments in all of these different countries to try to like regulate Chinese citizens living abroad. And then it's like France, you look at like their version of their Secret Service in like all the African Franc countries where they'll support coups and they'll actually have their Secret Service officials assassinate certain leaders that don't want to abide by like French like serving politics. Here it seems like they're running their course. Like here's somebody who their ethnic like nationalistic group is India, and because they support this other minority religion, even though they're overseas, they have a foothold in Canadian politics, so let's assassinate them.
Weren't eligible to vote in this behemoth of an election. They were heavily courted by Indian political parties.
I think more research needs to be done on the role of the diaspora and its effects on domestic politics and foreign policy here.
India's election was the world's largest democratic exercise, with some 640 million votes cast over 6 weeks. Michelle Gassoub, CBC News, Vancouver.
I just want to focus on the latest about Modi being able to form this coalition government. What comes next with this coalition? And certainly, can they adhere to some of these economic policies of a manufacturing boom, a infrastructure upgrade like Modi had promised?
Well, what comes next is, as far as we can see, is a lot of compromises that Prime Minister Modi will have to make in this term. It's not, a simple majority that he has got, and therefore he needs the support of the alliance partners to survive. The life of his government depends on the pleasure of his partners. Mind you, there are not many partners in Indian politics today who want to team up with Prime Minister Modi. So it will be difficult if he has to go, shopping for allies, shopping for members in the parliament. That's one. Therefore, what we can expect very clearly, controversial issues, social issues in particular, controversial economic issues in particular, the allies may not want him to go through with it, and therefore that compromise will come. Now, what are the controversial issues socially? Of course, India is trying to bring in a uniform code for inheritance, because in India the inheritance code or the inheritance laws are largely on the religious lines to accommodate minorities. The BJP has been saying they wanted to remove that. It's unlikely that he'll be able to push through that. Similarly, other mapping of the population, which many in the opposition feel is going to discriminate against the minority, that may not go. So those are on the social front.
Yeah, next vid.
Hypothetically speaking, if the BJP is in power again post these elections and PM Modi is reinstated as a prime minister, what do you think his moves will be over one
Well, he will be making sure that there's no more elections for a long time. He will think now the country is totally with him and he can do what he likes.
Do you think that prediction's accurate, or do you think this guy's just engaging in the political football game?
So there are many things that I know. Today is not the right time for me to speak as long as I'm in the BJP.
Do you intend on leaving?
No, I will not leave. I've never been in any other party. My first priority is the Hindutva issue. I was the one who got Kailash Mansara open from the Chinese, talking to Deng Xiaoping.
Congress today morning claimed that the income tax department had frozen its bank account.
So he kind of reminds me of Bernie Sanders, where even though his views kind of drastically drift from the Democratic Party, he kind of just has to serve as Democrat because there's no other choice. But he does what he can to kind of support more actual progressive policies.
However, hours later, the Income Tax Appellate Tribunal said that the party could now operate its accounts. Hello and welcome to the Print Politica. I'm Akanksha Mishra, and today I'll tell you more about this.
Gets relief after bank accounts frozen. Party attacks Modi government.
Congress leader Ajay Makin today held a press conference and said the party's main bank accounts, including that of the Youth Congress, had been frozen by the Income Tax Department on flimsy grounds. He added that democracy in the nation had been frozen. Mallikarjun Kharge, party president, in a social media post said that the power-drunk Modi government had frozen the bank accounts of the country's largest opposition.
And it's like what I showed before. They enacted this new policy just a few months ago. And it's also, part of it is to crack down on people posting like digital media. So journalists on YouTube and so forth. So if they post fake news about the government can decide that they need to be held for some kind of act of sedition or whatever. They're misinforming the people. And who gets to decide whether they're misinforming the people about the government? The government gets to decide that.
Party. However, taking to X a few hours later, Congress leader Vivek Tanha said that he had appealed to the IT department and the party can now operate its accounts. For more such quick news updates, follow the Print on our social media.
Okay, so India's Brave. I gotta start using another browser. Brave. India's main opposition party accuses government of freezing its bank accounts ahead of election. I don't know. Maybe it was Hamas that hacked in and froze their bank accounts.
This issue
affects not just the Indian National Congress, it impacts our democracy itself most fundamentally. A systematic effort is underway by the Prime Minister to cripple the Indian National Congress financially. Funds collected from the public are being frozen, and money from our accounts is being taken away forcibly.
All our bank accounts have been frozen. We can do no campaign work. We cannot support our workers. We cannot support our candidates. Our leaders cannot fly.
I'm guessing this is some kind of like espionage.
From one part of the country to the other. Forget fly. They can't take a railway train. And this has been done literally 2 months before the election campaign.
That's efficient. I need to take notes. Whenever I become like the head of state, freeze people's bank accounts. Makes it hard for them to take an Uber to do their thing.
इनकम टैक्स में इस बात का प्रावधान है कि अगर आपके पास ड्यू है, आप ड्यू नहीं देंगे तो रिकवरी में आपका
That's BJP, that's the Hindu extremist party.
बैंक अकाउंट फ्रीज हो सकता है.
Or supremacist party.
That guy right there, he's BJ.
Imminent defeat.
What's that?
That guy right there, he's BJ.
He's part of the BJP.
I thought he was
At the highest level, sought to build an alibi today.
Seems like a cool guy.
BJ.
Oh, and this is, I think, yeah, so he turned himself in because they declared him some kind of criminal. And he was also one of the leading members of one of the opposing political parties. Jail in Delhi to surrender. Candidate who's been jailed. So election result pro J&K terror suspect engineer Rashid win by Sorry, I don't speak Hindi, people. I'm sorry.
Better be sorry. Piece of shit.
I
Damn,
don't know how I feel about those gravestones.
A lot of these news things we're covering have some fucking cool music to them.
Yeah, but it says he's funding terrorism. Do you think that's a bit hypocritical? Do you think the BJP's been funding terrorism? They seem like they deserve to be classified as a terrorist group. The elections as an independent candidate. So he ran as an independent candidate, which pretty much, I think that would be more of a sign of protest or kind of a statement, because you know you're not going to win if you do that. But he seems like a pretty corrupt dude when that's his approach. Clearly was trying to seize control of the government. I believe that's like one of the reasons why he surrendered. It's like, look, I ran as an independent candidate. There's no way you're going to win doing that, but it's to kind of sort of promote my political ideologies. But hey, now they declared me as a criminal, so I'm going to come and turn myself in to show that, hey, this is what happens. Another jail candidate.
You have this video sped up, right, Gene?
Yep.
Yeah, they need to speed their beat up that they originally did. Gene made it perfect. The speed.
You just by changing the tempo, you made
like change it to the normal speed so we can. I just want to hear what it sounded like before you edited it. What did it happen? What did it sound like before Gene perfected it? Not nearly as good. No, it sucks. Gene, you're so fucking smart. Look at you. You should be a producer.
No, okay, stop. Let's get back to the story. See, so they've arrested a Sheik candidate. They've arrested a Muslim candidate, and then there was also a secular, the secular party that they arrested them as well. A terror funding case. Do you think he was actually funding terrorism? I'm guessing since he turned himself in, I'm guessing maybe he didn't. So see, it's not just the Muslims that they're fucking over, it's also the Sheik population.
जहाँ तक मेरे अपने सीट की बात है, जाहिर सी बात है कि मैं इस अंदाज में आपसे बात करना नहीं चाहता था। मेरी ये उम्मीद थी कि बारामूला काउंटिंग सेंटर से डीसी ऑफिस जाके अपना सर्टिफिकेट लेके मैं आपसे बात करूं, लेकिन अल्लाह ताला को वो मंजूर नहीं था।
Next vid.
India is voting. It's the biggest election ever. It'll likely be democratic, free and fair. But everyone knows who's going to win.
मोदी जाएंगे, नरेंद्र मोदी जाएंगे।
Definitely Mr. Narendra Modi.
मैं तो मेरा नरेंद्र मोदी को उनके अलावा तो किसी को दे नहीं सकते। नाम तो फिलहाल तो अभी मोदी जी का ही है, और किसका होना है?
I think it's going to be Modi.
Yeah.
This is him.
Modi.
He's already
He is
been
our
Prime
Lord
Minister
and
for a
Savior.
decade. Another win would give him 5 more years in charge of the world's most populous country. Although he seems to have his sights set even further ahead.
मेरा अखंड अतुट एक निष्ठ विश्वास है
Gene,
कि 2047 में
don't you think this is an inherent problem with democracy is that most people are stupid, so how are they going to make the right choice when they're all mostly stupid and it's the majority that chooses? Dude, what is up with this gangster ass shit on his fucking head, dude?
You already made that joke.
Yeah, but this one is like I'm part of 10. I'm part of 10 gangs, motherfucker. Fuck with me, dude. Dude, this is gangsta. I like him. I'm voting for him now, definitely. I'm with
Someone in the
Modi.
chat says
Go
Modi
Modi.
didn't get majority. Maybe they didn't. We're very critical of them, and they seem like somebody who is pretty corrupt.
Yeah, maybe they didn't get majority, but they don't seem like they're not getting voted for. They seem like a lot of people are down with what he's doing. I don't know.
A lot, but probably not the majority, I'd say. At least that seems to be... You know,
he's like me on Tropico. He doesn't care what people
vote. We just try to think about shit critically and examine the fucking shit and think about it ourselves. I don't live in India. I got boots on the ground there, my friend. I don't know, but you know, shit's not looking so crystal clear.
Well, you saw the caste system, and there are rising unemployment rates. So it is like that. Like there's that notable classism there. So it seems like it's that one segment of the population that makes up like 10% of their population that pretty much has all the notable voting power.
जब देश आजादी के 100 साल मनाएगा, मेरा देश
It's the rich Hindus that control India.
विकसित भारत बन के रहेगा.
It's a vote for a personality, it's a vote for a leadership of a man.
What you're seeing here is quite remarkable pro-incumbency. So this in itself is a huge political achievement.
It does appear right now that there is no alternative.
I'm Nimisha Jaiswal, and I've been reporting on India ever since Modi first came to power almost a decade ago. And he still looks unbeatable. It's extraordinary. How has he done it? How has he become seemingly the only choice in a democratic nation of 1.4
He's so awesome. That's why he's so popular.
billion people?
Yeah.
Obviously.
God, what a dummy.
Modi's journey to power started here, in the city of Vadnagar, in the eastern state of Gujarat. The origin story he tells includes helping out at his father's tea stall at the local railway station. It's never been corroborated, but it's an important part of his political message.
Because when people see
every man
that people of humble backgrounds are doing better, that sends out a message. That sends out a very, very important message.
Swapan Das Gupta is part of the national executive of the BJP, Modi's party.
I think one of the things which Modi has done so far is sent out that message that, look, any Indian can, in theory, make it.
He started early. He was just 8 when he first went to youth meetings at the Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh, the RSS. That's a huge volunteer organization focused on promoting a Hindu way of life, or Hindutva.
So the RSS, that was the organization that assassinated Gandhi.
And it is where the BJP originated.
RSS is at least its self-image is that of socio-cultural body. It believes that it is actually nurturing talent, leadership for the sake of nation building. It's today probably the largest volunteer movement.
Oh, in Skepi, yes. Geppies are like Canadian, like diplomat and everything, and you mentioned like he sent assassins to murder. I forget his name, but he was a chic politician.
Dude,
Which exists in
wait.
India.
Let me clear the record. I have no problem with Mr. Modi. I do not want assassins sent after me.
Oh God!
Yeah, try it.
I do. Just fuck with me.
Try it, asshole.
No. Here's the thing: if you were somebody who was from India and you were on a podcast, you had a podcast like ours, and you were speaking out against them, probably would have to feel a bit worried. Maybe if you don't have like 1,000 viewers. What's that?
If he can get to Canada, he can get to me, bro.
Yeah. Well, we're going after. Did somebody tip?
No. I was just agreeing with
Just
Dirk.
a general
He's always
ban.
right.
Oh, you said yay. Oh.
You said damn.
I said yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm agreeing with Dirk because he's right and he's smarter than you. Okay.
Exactly.
He's wise.
At present, and one which has a tremendous amount of influence, courtesy its relationship with the BJP.
At 19, Modi.
Modi connected welfare scheme money to digital wallets and opened bank accounts of millions of Indian, which reduced corruption significantly. We did cover that with the banknotes, where it's pretty much like the vast majority of Indians rely on physical currency, physical cash. And it was something like 5 years ago, he outlawed like their two most commonly used like currency notes, and because of that, it's pretty much the people in that top wealth demographic, which were the ones that had digital accounts, which were the ones that could like easily like convert like bank in their notes for like the currency that was actually legalized. And it was also, he gave the entire nation 3 hours, which clearly was done on purpose, so it could fuck over a large amount of the population. But we did go over that earlier.
And soon became one of its crucial pracharaks, or missionaries. His job was to promote RSS Hindu doctrine, which he did for 15 years.
His grounding in politics does not come from belonging to a family or a political dynasty, which is very common in India, but it comes from belonging to a cadre-based organization.
Sabha Naqvi is a journalist and author of the book Saffron Storm, which looks closely at the BJP's rise.
And to understand the needs of the cadre and the needs of an election machinery, which within the Indian situation, organization is extremely important. All of this Mr. Modi knew before he got into mass politics.
A thorough cadre man by the time he was 37, he was rewarded with a rare transfer and promotion. He joined the new Hindu party BJP. He became organizing secretary, a job more important than it might.
Mr. Pothead said top left guy sucks. Mr. Know-It-All. Yeah, being the person that has the knowledge makes you an asshole, because clearly you're a man of principle.
I like this guy. Can we make him a mod?
This person knows a lot more than me, therefore they suck.
Might sound. It linked the BJP with the grassroots RSS.
Yeah, he's talking about like a bunch of issues, and he actually did some homework and has knowledge on the issues. We need people that have complete total ignorance to discuss it.
His strength as an organization, man. He had a phenomenal
that's
grassroots
our job,
organization.
Mr. Pothead.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's me.
Here I like have all these statistics on like that particular like currency scheme that he ran. I mean, oh my god, you should actually learn the numbers before you discuss it.
And he was very popular among the party's sort of faithful.
But clearly, I'm a pseudo-intellectual. This guy's one of those real intellectuals.
He was full of energy, full of ideas and things when he was organizing.
Oh, yeah. See? It's tier levels of rhetoric.
Secretary.
Let's start breaking out the like rolling on the floor laughing emojis. Let's look at the like one sentence essays. You suck. Followed by a string of emojis. I mean, I'm sure this guy's really going to show us that he has some pretty esoteric rhetoric to refute what I'm saying.
He stood out.
What's that?
Got him.
What's that?
He got you, John.
Yeah, he got me. Really argue me in a corner. I don't know what to say. I'm defeated.
From the rest of the very stodgy politicians.
On the right there is a young Modi with one of the BJP's founders, Lal Krishna Advani. Advani was on a journey or yatra across India to call for a temple to be built in the city of...
I wonder, like, it's just, what do you want at least one person on the podcast actually...
That's what I'm here for, Gene. I'm the knowledgeable one.
Yeah.
I did the research on this topic. I know all about Moji or whatever his name is.
Yeah, emoji.
100% of the people on the podcast are supposed to have absolutely no prior knowledge to the subject, and they should just go into it completely blind. Yeah, it's really bad to have one person on the podcast that's done some extensive research before going over it so they can point out all the details and give some constructive commentary.
Ayodhya, at what is believed to be the birthplace of the Hindu god Ram, in place of the mosque that stood there. This will come up again.
Yes, it's what Drunken Crow said. It's some AI bot from the BJP party that came in, and it's like, you know what? These are a bunch of dudes with long hair that smoke weed. So they named it Mr. Pothead.
Initially, though, Modi focused on big plans for his party in Gujarat.
Modi transformed the BJP in his home state.
He says later.
You don't gotta go.
Oh, got him later. He doesn't mean to entertain this rhetoric or whatever. He's not going to give a counter argument because, there's nothing to say. This is stupid. This doesn't even warrant a response.
Created strong.
Clearly, I'm the one that knows what I'm talking about later.
Truths for him in.
And I think, if I didn't call out that, obvious sort of, text debate technique of spamming emojis and using a bunch of text abbreviations, sometimes he would have done that, but, then I kind of called him out, so, yeah. Now it's later. I'm entertaining us.
In Gujarat, something that would prove extremely.
Stop, Johnny.
He was making noodles, Jane. Stop bullying him. Noodles.
Valuable for the rest of.
Okay.
His political life. It also made his name within the BJP.
To take the Gujarat BJP from a position where it was not even the main opposition party to becoming the main force. He had a very, very important role in galvanizing the forces, etc. So his role in Gujarat as a political mobilizer was always recognized.
So Modi was perfectly placed to step in and rescue that state government when it ran into trouble in 2001. He became chief minister.
Normally RSS people are not pulled out and made to go into the administration. One of the first times an exception was made and he was pulled in, somehow salvaged the situation.
But the burning of a train carrying Hindu pilgrims, just 4 months after Modi took the top job in Gujarat, sparked religious riots and violence. Over 1,000 people were killed, most of them Muslim. Some said the state government had not done enough to protect the minorities. Modi was denied visas to the US and the UK for years over this. But 10 years later...
Well, here's the thing. Again, it's kind of like with Hamas. They killed some people, so let's kill tens of thousands of people in response that had nothing to do with the terrorist attack. So even if some of them are blaming the government or whatever, I guess there's no way to know 100%. But let's say there was a group of Muslims that lit the train on fire. Let's kill a bunch of innocent women and children and stuff, sparking these riots, killing thousands of them because they killed some people, or people that fall within the same group did something bad, therefore the entire group is guilty, because let's just treat people like they're a Borg, treat people like they're hive mind, not treat people like they're individuals.
A special investigation team cleared him of wrongdoing.
Mr. Modi is seen as the ideological purist at that time. There is a term which is used for him, which is in Hindi, you say Hindu Hriday Samrat, which means the king of Hindu hearts. It comes from his time in Gujarat. On the back of a riot, his positioning as a protector of Hindus, as a person who will always speak Hindu first, Hindu rights, so on and so forth.
This clear image of a strong Hindu leader at a time of upheaval, combined with his history in the RSS, solidified his political personality. People knew where he stood. But it wasn't just that. His combination of development and attracting big business to the state came to be known as the Gujarat model.
It was from this strong position that Modi began campaigning for the top job. He promised that if he wins, good days would return to India, something people were desperate for. It's 2011 and Indians are furious. Prime Minister Manmohan Singh and his Congress party are in government, leading a coalition that has become beset by corruption scandals, one after another. The 2G spectrum scam, $22 billion go missing. The Commonwealth Games scam, $15 billion go missing. The Adarsh Society scam, war heroes and widows never get the housing they were promised. Top government leaders and officials were implicated.
The Congress, the grand old party of Indian politics, home to the Nehru and Gandhi family, was drowning in these scandals. For many, there was a sense of betrayal. People's frustration with the party had reached a boiling point, and when elections rolled around in 2014, conditions were ripe for Modi.
So there was firstly that thing about India losing its way. And here we needed a strong leader who in Gujarat has shown that we can actually take it forward in a particular direction. With firmness, with decisiveness. And secondly, which I think don't want to underplay its significance, is that Modi was also regarded in various ways as a Hindu leader, as the first sort of Hindu leader, Samrat after a long time. The element of Hindu nationalism, which Modi epitomized, was also there.
people were voting for change. The line Mr. Modi used in that first election was
change seems to be a very common motto you see with politicians.
Good days are coming. Good days are coming. And he just campaigned non-stop. We saw that kind of burst of a single centralized campaign only around Prime Minister Modi.
This is Modi genuflecting at the steps of parliament on his way to form his first government. The BJP had 283 of the 545 seats available. The first majority government in 25 years.
The dynamics, the chemistry of politics changed considerably. There was a
majority. That's a sign of quality.
Believe that, a strong man will be able to do a lot of things.
But that strongman's powers were not as broad as the election results suggested. India has a first-past-the-post electoral system, which is the legacy of British rule. So Modi had a significant parliamentary majority, but only 31% of the popular vote. And to become unbeatable, he had to consolidate power. Some of the ways this happened were his actions, but some was just luck. Let's look at 4 pillars of his government: economic growth, decisive leadership, Hindu nationalism, and growing authoritarianism.
आने वाले 5 साल में मोदी का गारंटी है देश पहले 3 वैश्विक इकोनॉमी में अपना जगह ले लेगा ये पक्का जगह
So they're the 3rd largest economy in the world, but they're the most populated country. So that's not good. Because when they have like 1/7 of the world's population, they probably should be the #1 economy.
When Modi made that promise, India had already...
And why is that, Chad?
I don't know, but I was gonna say, what?
Economies measured by GDP, measured by their net worth. So goods and services overall that are produced, and the more people you have, the more people can contribute to the economy, and the more people that are working and contributing to the economy, usually that results in more goods and services being produced that pretty much will result in a larger GDP, larger capital. So it's probably not good. Probably a lot of issues with the bureaucracy and the logistics of said bureaucracy when they have over 1 billion something people, 1/7 of the world's population, and their economy smaller than the U.S., which has like 300 million people.
Yeah, that's obvious enough. When you said it, I could have told you that, but then you caught me off guard with asking me, and I didn't know what we were talking about because I was going to say something else.
No, I'm sorry.
Its former colonial ruler Britain to become 5th largest.
Because of their religion and stuff, it seems like they're really big on procreating. Whoever procreates the most is the winner. Because if you heard him earlier, he said, am I wrong when I heard him earlier? Didn't he say the families with the most children? I could have swore he said something like they're prioritized or whatever. They're.
Well, I mean that's kind of a thing in all countries. Usually, in America, if you have lots of kids, you get taxed a lot less.
It's been moving in that direction all through Modi's rule, starting from 10th position when he took power back in 2014.
A successful leader needs to provide a strong economy. And yet, a little like Modi's election victories, those numbers are not all they might seem. For many people, the economic boom has had little practical impact. When it comes to per capita income,
India is not even in the top 100 in the world.
Rohit Lamba is an economist and author of the book Breaking the Mold on India's economic future.
Right, so India is around $2,500 per capita income. China is around $12.5, $13. Korea is around somewhere between $30,000 and $35,000. So just to give you the context of the distance we still have to cover in terms of the average well-being of the Indian citizen.
Private investment has been...
Yeah, I know South Korea, I think they have the 7th, 8th largest economy or something, and they only have 30 million people. So it kind of puts things in perspective when there are all these countries that have hundreds of millions of people or have 3 times the amount of population in the tens of millions, and then it kind of shows how the wealth distribution globally, when you got countries with India that have 1/7 of the world's population and they're only the 3rd largest economy.
Been low, and foreign investment has declined as a fraction of the GDP.
The job situation is in quite a dire state right now. The human capital quality of the average Indian citizen is not improving significantly enough for our demographic dividend to actually bear fruit.
But how has all of this not harmed Modi? Well, he's introduced several factors that create enthusiasm and even national pride, not least the digital revolution.
Okay, 1 sec. Wait, seems like he wasn't being honest because he said the 3rd largest economy.
No, he said it's going to be the 3rd largest.
Oh, going to be, okay.
Because of him and his his leadership. That's what he was saying.
Well, that's pretty bad. So Germany has a larger economy than India, and it's got a population of 83 million. And then Japan has a population of like 123 million. There you go. And then go down, the UK, and then France. I mentioned with the African Franc countries, they believe that if France wasn't exploiting all its overseas territories, and then like with the neo-colonialism of Africa, then they'd be like one of the 30, like in the top 30s. Or the top 40, because they'd be like something like the 33 or 34th largest economy, but they're number 7. So it shows like the kind of global corruption. And Canada only has like 38 million people, and it's the 9th largest economy. So kind of shows the flawed wealth distribution globally. And it probably should be like if we lived in a world where, I mean, things weren't as corrupt and distorted, it probably should be an order of population in terms of the GDP.
Watch this. Thank you. It's that easy.
बहुत अच्छा काम किया उन्होंने सब चीज़ों ने कर दिया ऑनलाइन हर एक चीज़ हो गई सारे लोगों को सुविधा है पहले इतने जेब काटते थे पॉकेट मारते थे रेलवे स्टेशन पर किसी के मोबाइल चले जाते थे कोई कहते थे भाई मेरे पास पैसे ही नहीं पर्स ही निकाल लिया तो सिस्टम ही खत्म हो गया पैसे रखने के काम ही खत्म हो गया
The digital payments revolutions is truly a spectacular story, which is it's almost one of its kind in the world. So even if you travel to the US and Europe now, the India digital system actually seems far ahead. This is what financial inclusion is called. I can be financially included because I have this digital imprint. A lot of credit actually does go to the government for executing these plans with greater efficiency.
And where people don't have enough, Modi's government has expanded the public provision of goods, all with the PM's brand on it.
A gas cylinder, a bank account, a toilet is not classically a public good like health and education. But what the government has done through its, again, efficiency in implementing various policies and judiciously using the digital India stack is that it has made the reaching of these goods directly to the people much easier and much more efficient.
It's been working for Modi and the BJP. In 2019, the party's parliamentary seat count rose to 303 on a popular vote of 37%.
वर्तमान में जारी 500 रुपए और 1000 रुपए के करेंसी नोट
there you go. It's the big thing.
लीगल टेंडर नहीं रहेंगे.
This was Modi taking on the criminal black economy. Making major currency notes invalid was designed to disrupt cash-based tax avoidance. It caused chaos for others too, sending many people in informal work, paid in cash, scrambling for valid notes to save their livelihoods.
That was just 2 years into his first term. But that wasn't the last time Modi would make stunning surprise announcements. As he has settled into power, the PM has taken several such steps that would arguably have been political.
I wonder how that's going to help their economy.
Side for other lesser politicians. Their effects may have been questionable, but Modi's image as a strong man of action has benefited.
Demonetization, most economists would argue, was just a bad policy. The demonetization really kind of seems to have killed the back of the informal economy. Even though the way the demonetization was first motivated, right, as a bitter pill that everybody needs to swallow for the greater good of the country, it was really a masterclass in communication.
And despite the suffering that demonetization undeniably caused, just a few months later, the BJP won crucial state elections in India's most populous state, Uttar Pradesh.
So to actually at the back of what is clearly an economic policy gone massively wrong, you have a thumping political victory.
So why weren't people more angry with the government?
There was a sense in which the misery was shared, and that the poor especially, and remember in India, the poor and the lower middle class vote in overwhelmingly larger numbers than the rich.
So do you think that it's almost like when poor people have outrage, it kind of is gone mute by the government?
Middle class. It is widely felt that the poor and lower middle class absorbed that for the first time a strong decision had been made that affected the rich as much as it affected the poor. There was some kind of catharsis in shared misery, and it was misery clearly, right?
Modi also made stunning and sudden decisions during the COVID pandemic. Waves of desperate migrant workers left cities on foot when the first lockdown was announced, and critics blamed government mismanagement for the high death toll of the second wave. These decisions caused distress and heartache for millions, but did not damage him.
Intention of Mr. Modi has not been questioned, and I think everyone means he means well. And so tough decisions are taken, and I think people have given him the benefit of the doubt.
You think he means well because it's Hindu nationalism? He means well for the Hindu majority, for the rich Hindu majority.
जो लोग पाकिस्तान से अपना धर्म बचाने के लिए, अपनी जान बचाने के लिए, अपनी बेटियों को बलात्कारियों से बचाने के लिए, उनकी जिंदगी बचाने के लिए भारत के शरण आए, उनके खिलाफ
जुलूस
निकाले जा रहे हैं.
I just want to I need to correct myself. I'm laughing at the chat. I'm not laughing at what the fuck is happening right now. Young Mind said, yeah, GDP, Gene. That's that old school strain.
No.
Yeah, exactly.
Granddaddy Perp.
Yeah. Dirt was laughing at those poor people eating food.
No.
That's what Dirt was laughing at, though.
Yep, said
Just
Young
so
Minds
everyone
like
knows.
the entire nation's GDP. It was funny.
It's true.
I feel very strongly about this citizenship amendment because it's sometimes it's really trying to tie up some of the loose ends of partition. This whole thing was done for people who fled from religious persecution, for those of the minorities who got left on the wrong side of the partition divide, and say that if you come to India, you will be accommodated with dignity and honor and citizenship.
These changes make it easier for minorities from neighbouring Muslim countries to become Indian citizens, but not Muslims. They merge the Hindutva ideology of the RSS, Modi's political base, with nationalistic pride.
The bill sparked some of the biggest protests the Modi government had seen. This women's sit-in in Delhi lasted over 3 months. A BJP leader calling for these protests to be broken up sparked riots in the capital. 53 people were killed, most of them Muslims. The Hindu nationalist support for this bill was clear.
Hindu nationalism is seen as the point of Indian assertion, India coming into its own in the world, India becoming a developed country. It's also linked with the fact, not in a very aggressive or in a malevolent sort of way, but the fact that you are also a Hindu country.
Modi's Hindu nationalism rests on India's huge Hindu majority. They account for about 80% of the country. So he benefited politically when he removed the special status of India's only Muslim-majority state, Jammu and Kashmir, despite criticism saying it targeted Muslims. And remember this image of a young Modi on his way up in the BJP? He was with a party elder pushing for a Ram temple to be built on the site of a mosque in Ayodhya. That campaign helped rile up Hindu mobs who tore down the mosque. 32 years later, Modi built that temple. And while that needed a court decision, Modi placed himself at the center of celebrations, getting the credit for the wildly popular move.
I would feel like if a bunch of Christian Americans, maybe the West Bureau Baptist Church, that would be like if they went in and killed a bunch of people and burnt down a synagogue or a mosque, and then later the governor or the mayor of the town built a church in that area where all the people were murdered.
इसके लिए अच्छा काम करते हैं और राम मंदिर उन्हीं ने बनवाया, उनके बस का ही था इसलिए उन्होंने बनवाया।
लेकिन निर्णय तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट का था।
तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने लिया, उसके बाद तो मोदी जी नहीं बनवाया ना, उससे पहले तो किसी ने नहीं बनवाया, इससे पहले भी सरकार आया।
What was subliminal has been brought into the open. That's really what has happened. What has happened is that being Hindu has become no longer a matter of being defensive about it. But more important, being Hindu has also become a source of pride. And here you're defying some...
You get to be the upper class.
Of the larger
you get to be the majority people. You get to be the people that... What's that?
I thought you were supposed to be extra nice, or you get an even shittier human life next time you reincarnate.
Well, it depends on how you interpret it.
Oh.
I mean, nice to this particular God is to punish the sinners for their thought crimes against that God.
Oh, that's holy.
Yes. God wills it.
Particularly in Europe, where nationalism is seen as a dirty word.
भ्रष्टाचार से मुक्ति, भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ जंग, हर इकाई में, हर क्षेत्र में। और मैं देशवासियों, मेरे प्रिय परिवारजनों, ये मोदी के जीवन का कमिटमेंट है। ये मेरे व्यक्तित्व का एक कमिटमेंट है कि मैं भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ।
You think he's doing a good job fighting corruption? Or do you think he is corruption? He bleeds corruption.
Corruption with
Modi
corruption, John.
Yes.
has an image as
fight fire with fire.
incorruptible, a highly spiritual man who is practically married to the job.
It's like Donald Trump, dude. he came in like I'm gonna drain the swamp or whatever. Yeah, I'm gonna get rid of the corruption.
Well, the difference between him and Trump is that even though he's fucked up, he's actually able to get things done. He's able to build the wall, unlike Trump, who's too incompetent to do his fucked up stuff.
Contrary to most how politics plays out in India, the Prime Minister doesn't have a family of his own.
And that was the only thing with Trump when he got elected in his first term. I was like, you know what? He's an idiot. I think even though he is campaigning on doing a bunch of stuff I don't agree with, I kind of feel like he's not going to be able to execute it because he lacks the wherewithal.
And so there's a perception that he doesn't need to do anything for his next generation. And so he's personally incorruptible.
But of course, money hasn't disappeared from Indian politics. Far from it.
When the BJP under Mr. Modi comes in, it's a ruthless party. They dominate the resources now more than they've ever done so. This has been a phenomenon since 2014, and they're completely on top on that front. So other parties struggle.
The BJP still loudly promises to root out corruption. That's the message you see in the advertisement behind me here. It reads, they say, save the corrupt. Mr. Modi says, remove corruption. But the charges politicians are facing today seem to have a pattern.
Delhi's popular Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal was arrested, accused of financial crimes. Authorities have taken such action against several opposition politicians in the run-up to state and national elections.
Yeah, they're all corrupt. We got to arrest them.
If you have a match, you have a football match.
It's funny how all the corruption seems to be in all these other parties, not in the party that he supports, the majority party.
So one side is half the players have been shown red cards and sent off the field. That's what's happening right now. The Chief Minister of Jharkhand is in jail. The Chief Minister of Delhi is in jail. The Congress accounts are frozen till the other day, and even now they're in financial trouble. That is like not being able to play with the full team, and everyone else who's playing is still facing cases.
Do BJP cadres also face these kind of investigations?
No, they don't. They don't. I mean, those who have been recruited by the BJP, the investigations have gone away.
Media houses have also faced charges of financial misdemeanors, including the BBC and The Wire, an Indian news website critical of the government. The BJP says these charges are legitimate inquiries.
So it's all of these all of these journalistic platforms who are criticizing the government and all these other parties that aren't the BJP. They're the ones being arrested and charged for corruption. Do you think these are legit corruption cases? Or do you think there's some kangaroo court shit going on here?
Not attempts to silence critical voices.
They are an extension of certain political parties or political forces in the country, which they are more than just ordinary news portals, and they still exist. Nobody stopped them. They might have had to answer a few questions, but I think they exist, and I don't think they'll be stopped.
Yet, India's ranking has steadily declined in the World Press Freedom Index.
So it's not as if the media is over. It's just that it's not easy. You will face harassment. You will be told by editors not to do the X and Y. And yes, but there is an attempt, definitely, to intimidate and to monitor the space. And there are new laws coming about the digital space and so on. So the traditional media is completely obedient, and they don't ask the Prime Minister any questions. And he's never had an open press conference.
Oh, that's the other thing. I should have found videos on that. He's never had like an open press or conference. So it's essentially like you never see him being interviewed. So people are never able to ask him, well, what about this? What about what you're doing, like building that Hindu temple on top where that mosque was burned down and 2,000 people were murdered? What about all the bulldozer politics? So seems like he... I don't know, tries to enforce this sort of selective journalism that's in favor of the government. You see his face plastered everywhere like you saw in the Soviet Union, and it seems like when it comes to what you see on TV and so forth and what the media people have access to, seems like it's all Modi-centric or BJP-centric.
As we've examined, people feel like the economy is doing well. Many like his Hindu nationalism, and he's established himself as a decisive, much-loved leader.
Why do you think all the Hindus like the Hindu nationalism?
At the head of an increasingly dominant political party in India. Modi is approaching
good job, Shad.
selection from a very strong position.
There's no other worthwhile option actually available. And in fact, there is no other options. There would be an alternative to Modi, but currently...
For a second, I thought his shirt ended right here.
There's a lack of options in general.
It's the BJP's great achievement that it has managed to get itself into the position of becoming the default party. As being the thing where if the thing is there is no alternative, the choice is that of the BJP.
These are the people who would challenge that. Congress's top leader has made 2 journeys spanning the length and breadth of India. They head a coalition of more than 20 parties standing against Modi and his BJP. But they're in disarray, distracted by infighting and walkouts.
The opposition is in trouble. The Congress comes out with beautiful statements. They show the intent of having beautiful schemes. But to date, they are slow about their strategies. They are slow to hit the ground to announce their candidates.
They are also under attacks from the BJP that tap into Hindu fears of Muslims.
Yeah, so it almost seems like maybe one of the reasons they're slow to act is because of things like having their bank accounts frozen.
Attacks which many say are hate speech. A Modi victory still seems likely, but how big will it be?
Now the question is, what kind of numbers will he win? What will be the state of the judiciary or the courts, which are supposed to be independent? Will they be able to untether India entirely from the constitution? And that will depend on the numbers. Of course, if there is a 3/4 majority, there will be pressure on them to move India in a direction which is ideologically more in sync with the thinking of the parent organization, the RSS.
That would be good news for Hindu nationalists, but alarming for minorities, particularly Muslims, who already feel under pressure. And whatever Modi wants to do with India in the coming years, his ability to do it will depend on the economy. Here, there are concerns.
Is that can we get rich before we get old? Is the cultural agenda going to take away from capacity that you have to focus singularly on economic reforms? Right? Once you assume a lot of power, are you still willing to listen to a broad set of ideas? Right? And course correct. Is internal criticism allowed?
A strong economic performance will also be needed to maintain India's new, bolder position on the world stage.
When a nation is not backed by some sort of an economic muscle, it becomes the target of unending condescension. And I think the problem was India was listened to as a sort of old civilization, but it was seen more as an exotic commodity rather than something in the modern world. I think what Modi has done is he's kept that exoticism there. The yoga is still very much a part of India, but he's built on that.
For a decade, Modi has been asserting himself on the world stage.
हमने क्लाइमेट को लेकर के दुनिया जो संकट से जूझ रही है, हमने रास्ता दिखाया है विमेन लेड डेवलपमेंट के, और जब G20 में मैंने विमेन लेड डेवलपमेंट के विषय को आगे बढ़ाया है, तो पूरा G20 समूह इसके महत्व को स्वीकार कर रहा है.
And as Western leaders look more towards India to help limit China's influence in the region, so Modi becomes more...
they're big military powers, so even though they're oppressing a Muslim minority and a bunch of other minorities, they got a lot of military strength in a region where it benefits the West. And it's almost like this other country we know of that's got a lot of military strength and nukes, where they give us a foothold and a stronghold in this other part of the globe where we won a lot of power and influence.
Assertive in international circles.
So even if, for example, now a respected foreign publication is doing a critical analysis of India, unfortunately it doesn't stick, in my opinion, as much as it would have 20-30 years ago, because of almost this consensus that has developed within India that we don't need to be told what to do.
That sense of confidence is likely to inform India's and Modi's future.
This amount of self-confidence which Modi has been able to impart to the average Indian is something which is more than politics. I think when people look back to the Modi era, they will see that it was probably a very major point of transformation, positive transformation of India and how we see ourselves.
And that's the story that's working, that's making Modi unbeatable. It's a story a vast majority of Indians want to believe in, and that's powerful stuff in politics.
Powerful. Yes. Okay. Time to get to...
butt sex.
Yeah. Well, I guess we can cover this before we get to the other big political financial scandal and the other stories about the other group of Muslim minorities being oppressed.
We don't got enough for fun, no viewer recommended content. Or is that
What's that?
Is this the viewer recommended content?
We're going to do a 24-hour stream where there's plenty of viewer recommended content.
Fair enough.
It's Dr. Pepper.
This week is
And well, the 24-hour stream, we're not going to do any news. We're going to be covering a lot of other shit that isn't news.
Whoa! No news. Whoa!
Ew, Dr. Pepper.
Oh, it's your favorite.
Yeah.
It's your favorite, Chad. You know, you can't admit it. It's okay.
Yeah, I can't admit that it tastes like shit. I just want to keep that to myself. I don't ever tell nobody that.
Wait, let them
like this story.
From Beverage Digest, which you never miss, do you? Industry experts say Dr. Pepper has been inching upwards for years.
Now, why did they call it Dr. Pepper when there's no pepper in it?
You don't know that what their 23 flavors are.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
He's been trending down. However, Coke is still
I
the
do
dominant
think
number one.
it is kind of gross.
It's 23 flavors.
Yeah, I prefer RC Cola over Dr. Pepper, and I don't think that tastes that well or that good. And then I think Stewart's, that's my favorite soda brand.
That's got a market share.
Yeah.
Like a proper cream soda.
They got cream soda, black cherry, birch beer.
I love that stuff.
I like birch beer. I don't see it where I'm at ever.
Yeah. Their birch soda's good.
They're more than double the second place competitor. All right.
And when we have the 24-hour meetup, I'm going to get a bunch of Stewart's soda.
Stewart's.
Thanks for watching.
You guys want to come over and drink Stewart's cream soda with me?
Yeah.
Hey, we've been talking about getting a lot of different foods, products, stuff. A lot of people want to cook for us. I think Taylor wants to cook for us. Negan wants to cook for us.
Miss the Today Show every weekday at
tonight to the Supreme Court and new revelations from the financial disclosure of the justices of the court. Justice Clarence Thomas officially...
Trubisky, how many justices are there?
How many dresses are there?
Justices.
Oh, 3.
9.
Oh, I knew
why
it.
are there 9?
See,
why are there 9 instead of 10?
Because it's an odd number, and odd numbers are good, Gene.
Why are odd numbers good?
Because then if they both then if 5 vote this and 5 vote that, it's we don't know what to do. Yep. I figured it out, 2 guns. I'm a genius.
Deductive reasoning.
Well,
trips paid.
That's all true, except that's not why there are 9.
Shut up! I'm fucking right.
Why are there 9?
There weren't always 9. I think they started with 4 or 5, and they gradually added more over time.
Okay.
Paid for by a Republican mega donor back in 2019, including a vacation to Bali. Other justices disclosing gifts as well. Here's our Chief Justice correspondent, Pierre Thomas, now.
Now, this is where, like, with Trump being found guilty, and it's like, if he becomes president, can he pardon himself?
No,
There's
that's
a
from
question.
a state crime.
Yeah. But here, it's like a similar thing. Well, I'm talking about, like, the hypothetical. If a president's charged of a federal crime, can they pardon themselves? Here, it's like the Supreme Court, what's their job, Shad?
To judge people.
To interpret the Constitution.
Oh,
so
yeah.
their checks and balances are to interpret laws from Congress to determine whether the laws are constitutional or unconstitutional. And it's also with the executive branch to decide whether their actions are constitutional or unconstitutional. Now, the thing is, the only checks and balances that Congress and the executive branch have over the Supreme Court is that the president, the executive branch, they get to choose the appointee of whoever the justices are, and Congress has to approve whoever the president's choice is. So outside of that, it's like, what are the checks and balances when it comes to their actions, their decisions? So like the president can veto bills from Congress. Congress can impeach the president. Here, it's like they can't really do anything if they, regardless of how they interpret the Constitution. So my thing is, if they interpret I don't know, the third amendment, and they interpret it as or the Second Amendment, the right to bear arms, if they interpret it as you're not allowed to drink Dr. Pepper or have pineapple on pizza, who's to decide that it's not who's to decide whether their interpretation is valid or invalid? Couldn't they hypothetically just interpret it however they please?
Yeah,
so
that's what the current court is doing.
Yeah, and in a similar manner of the president, can they pardon themselves? What if they decide that it's unconstitutional to charge the justice of some kind of financial scandal?
Tonight, for the first time, Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas formally disclosing lavish trips valued in thousands.
He was appointed by or nominated by George Bush after Thurgood Marshall passed away. And Thurgood Marshall, he was the first black justice. So I'm wondering, if that wasn't the case, do you think Bush would have nominated a black justice? Yeah.
George Bush doesn't like black people.
I mean, he appointed plenty of black folks to various positions and stuff, including federal judges, I'm sure. Maybe.
Gene.
Maybe I'm generalizing. Not all Republicans are racist. Go ahead, Shannon.
Do you know what I'm referencing when I say George Bush doesn't like black people?
No.
You need to pay more attention to politics, Gene.
Okay.
Kanye went on the news and said that one day, dude.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. That I was
of dollars and paid for by billionaire and major GOP donor Harlan Crow. They included stays at a resort in Bali and a renowned Bohemian Grove Club in Monterey, California. Thomas says these were simply gifts that were personal hospitality from a friend, and he inadvertently omitted them from financial disclosure forms as required by law. But critics raised questions about the ethics and transparency of the court after information about the trips were first published by ProPublica. In today's amended release, Thomas did not disclose travel expenses, which included a private jet, nor did he disclose the cost of time spent on a yacht as he traveled in Asia. And financial disclosures also revealing six-figure royalties or advances for books to 4 justices, including Ketanji Brown Jackson, who also disclosed gifts last year of more than $12,000 for art to decorate her chambers and concert tickets worth more than $3,700 provided by
our old Sheila Dixon, who was one of Baltimore's mayors. She received a bunch of gift cards. They took money from a charity and put the money into gift cards, and she tried to pretty much take the gift cards and everything, and they told her that if she doesn't step down, they would charge her. And she stepped down. She keeps trying to run for mayor again. And then Mayor Pugh, who was our last mayor, she ended up having stepped down for another financial scandal. So I don't know, at least in the political or the local realm where I live, seems financial scandals, giving them gifts when they're not supposed to be receiving any sort of gifts, seems to be a common thing that their politicians are inviting by.
You should pull
Today's filings are the first from the
Oh, okay, Crow's here. What do you want, Crow? Yeah.
Justices since the
Says what?
court released a formal code of conduct late last year. Justice Alito has yet to release his disclosure. He asked for an extension until later this summer, David.
All right, Pierre Thomas at the court tonight for us. Pierre, thank you.
Tonight, Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas, for the first time, is officially disclosing a controversial 2019 trip to Bali with billionaire Harlan Crow. The acknowledgement out today in Thomas's annual financial disclosure.
Did it repeat, or is this a new video?
It's a new video.
Disclosure report. It comes after a report last year from ProPublica that detailed his secret lavish vacations paid for by the top Republican donor, who's a longtime friend of the justice. Thomas is also disclosing another trip that same year to California with Crow, though the report only includes lodging expenses, not travel costs.
I didn't do
That's
it.
hilarious, chef.
ProPublica reported Thomas had flown on Crow's
No
private
relation.
jet, a stark contrast to the
I
more
didn't know.
modest.
Gene's horrible.
What's that?
You ruined
What's that?
jokes, Gene. This is why I'm the
sorry.
comedian
Didn't think
and
it was
you're not.
funny.
Okay.
Yeah.
Image the
So you're
conservative
the
justice
idiot
has projected.
fucking brain guy.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Brain guy.
Walmart parking lots to the beaches and things like that.
Yes. Smart people are so stupid.
Exactly.
Something.
Now you get it.
There are a lot of people that do that, where it's like, I don't like this person because they're smart. They're an idiot. If it's coming from them, it's probably stupid and wrong. Because I don't like them because they're smart.
Normal to me about it.
At the time, Thomas said the trips were a form of personal hospitality that justices did not have to report. Now, his disclosure report said the 2 trips had been inadvertently omitted from his 2019 report. As for his colleagues, Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson reported receiving a $900,000 book advance, plus 4 concert tickets.
Oh, and that's the dude. He's the chief justice, the head justice, the dude right to Clarence Thomas. And he was the one that somebody accused him of the R word.
Worth $3,700 from pop superstar
Being
Beyonce.
racist?
And Justice Sonia Sotomayor disclosed $86,000 in book royalties.
See, Republicans, Democrats, they're all fucking corrupt.
Supreme Court adopted a new code of conduct last year.
But
critics
I
say there's
mean,
no way to enforce.
There's a chart that came out that shows in dollar. It's a bar chart. It's all 9 justices, how much money they received, and the three lefties on the court have far and away the smallest amount. I'm pretty sure.
I know. Well, it's kind of like the lesser 2 poisons.
Well, yeah, precisely.
Yeah. Poison, but
I mean that's like a necessary. That whole turn of phrase, like the least of 2 evils, all that shit. I feel like it's just a necessary fucking outcome of a what's the word I want? A compromising, party-based collective system of any type. If you're not a little annoyed with your side of things, in terms of issues, that's normal. But everyone should be able to align on things like corruption and exorbitant gifting and stuff being bad all the time. and that is what we have institutionalized. Rather, we have institutionalized it being acceptable if done correctly. If these dudes had declared it all, there would barely be a scandal because they only have to declare it, and like there's nothing else that backs it up.
Yeah, and here we go. 103. That's the number of gifts Clarence Thomas has received. And he's the only one in the triple digits, and no one else comes close. No one surpasses, even gets in the latter half of the double digits. And so, yeah, it definitely seems like most of the spotlight should be on him. Oh, what about... I don't know how to pronounce their name, but looks like they're the only innocent party here.
Rainquist.
Exactly. Good job, Chev.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about
Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas disclosed for the first time that he took luxury trips to Bali in California on the dime of his longtime friend, a billionaire Republican megadonor. This was part of the late...
That's a new video.
Yeah. Well, we try to watch things from different sources to make sure that we're actually...
God. What if that? What if the other person was lying and this bitch is going to tell us the truth? You know,
and these are only 1-minute videos.
He has a nice suit too.
Okay, fine. We'll give Two Guns what he wants. Let's get to.
What did you?
What did you decide?
Gene, what did you call those curls before on one of our last episodes? What was
Jew
it that
curls.
you called them? Yeah, you called them Jew curls. What do you think of that?
I mean, honestly,
Jew
I don't
curls.
know. I don't know what else to call them either. So
yeah,
Jew
look
curls.
at those Jew curls.
That term before that's very common.
I definitely
people
have
say.
been told the term. I don't fucking
Yeah.
remember.
It looks so cool.
So what we're trying to do is block trucks like this and get running and demand the ID of the driver.
That was the
That's
day
how you know whether you're converting or not. But obviously that's not at all legal.
That's cultural appropriation, if you wear them. He's not gonna convert. He's just gonna adopt the hair.
He's gonna convert.
Cancel him.
I should
He's
do a
gonna
stream
convert
where I
if he
wear
knows
some
it's good
Jew
for him.
curls. I'll wear a Jew curl and that weird cat thing.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so cool. Yeah, go me.
You mean a yarmulke?
No, it's called a Hanukkah, stupid.
Like that out of the Sandler song. Oh, it's yarmulke, so put on your Hanukkahs.
I don't know what's in them. They're blocking us from shooting down.
He's all playing with his
So
curls.
basically, one of the ways that they get
Let's
intelligence is by
exclusively
asking
focus on that.
to give them
Does that mean he's attracted to us if he plays with his curls?
Yes, he's hoping he has
Junctions like this one.
for coffee.
Guys,
Do you think they do that with their kids?
Easy. What's with... You did not take a picture here. You're coming in with a masked face, that's very scary. No, I did not see you. But you came...
Is he a terrorist? It looks like one.
No face. No face. What is this? This is
I'm not going to generalize. Not everyone that conceals their face is a terrorist.
He might
I
be
mean,
a
he had what
that?
looked like some kind of rank patch, and he was wearing. You know, it doesn't mean he was military. It might have been some kind of faction. I don't know.
Here, they just put that roller right in front of the wheels to block it. Do you have a right to ask them for documents?
We just ask him from where
What I said, you can help out in the war effort. Don't have to be some armed militant. All you need is some rocks and some sticks, and you can help out. With starving the opposite side. Us versus them.
And then give.
They're the
How
other
many trucks did you stop
specimen.
Today, because the police, we stopped.
Where's his Jew girl?
I think
He's not
all the
Jew
adults
enough.
and stuff. I think all the adults have shown that they're really great guardians, really great role models. Seems like letting their kids go out and do stuff like this. They're really leading their kids on the right path. It's not like it starts young when it comes to molding people to be bigots.
So what you're seeing here is that these youth, mostly teenagers, have basically established an extrajudicial checkpoint. They're blocking these trucks, demanding IDs of the drivers to know whether they are Jews or Palestinians. If they're Palestinians, they stop the trucks. They think they might be carrying aid to Gaza.
אני מתריע בפניכם שבמידה ולא תפזרו את המחאה פה, המחאה פה היא לא חוקית ואנחנו רשאים להשתמש גם בכוח בשביל לפזר אתכם.
More
More now on yesterday's Israeli airstrike on a tent camp in Rafah. At least 45 Palestinians were killed, according to local health officials. Israel said it was targeting 2 Hamas leaders. This comes just days after the International Court of Justice ordered Israel to halt its offensive.
I mean, at least they got 2 of their targets.
Panic and horror in Rafah last night as flames raged through a camp for displaced Palestinians.
I mean, 2 out of, 45 actually being Hamas militants seems like they're improving. Much greater numbers than we typically see.
After an Israeli airstrike triggered a massive blaze. Civilians burnt alive and children decapitated. Rescuers rushed to help anyone pulled from the rubble.
We were sitting at the door of the house safely. Suddenly we heard the sound of a missile. We went into the house and we found a girl and a young man who had been cut into pieces.
By sunrise, a charred skeleton of the...
Cut into pieces. Kind of sounds like they're being charred and cut into pieces. Sounds a lot similar to what was going on in that province in India. That Muslim population.
It was a drone strike. I don't think someone walked in with a hatchet, but explosive trauma can do a variety.
Yeah, I know.
The tent camp is all that remained. Survivors search the ashes for anything to salvage. A prayer mat, pairs of shoes, or a Quran now destroyed.
We were praying and we were getting our children's beds ready to sleep. Then we heard a very loud noise and fire erupted around us. All the children started screaming and all the nearby rooms were shaking.
The strike hit Gaza's southernmost tip in the Tal al-Sultan neighborhood of Rafah, where thousands of people were sheltering. Israel's military said it occurred outside of the designated humanitarian area, including Al-Mawasi, where it had ordered Palestinians to evacuate earlier this month. Israeli officials said the airstrike targeted and killed 2 top Hamas commanders using small war...
Yeah, but I don't think we... Just a little reminder.
Yeah, everybody, people are dying. I don't know if you knew.
The casualties were outside.
It looks like we watched the next video in the playlist in full too. We might have caught up.
The international outrage after an Israeli airstrike killed dozens of displaced Gaza.
Okay, let's get to the...
12 days ago.
More now on yesterday's...
God, it's not showing the timestamps. Hate these playlists.
Well, new developments out of the Middle East this morning. The Associated Press reports that dozens of people were killed yesterday and overnight by Israeli strikes in Rafah.
Yeah, these are... Forgot to
Israel-Hamas war
purge
has entered a
these.
dangerous new phase, with Israel now controlling the entire land border of the Gaza Strip, including a buffer zone.
It's a gruesome task. Yusuf is picking through debris to find the bodies of his loved ones, and they're beyond recognition.
Over 30 people were killed, and they're buried under...
Okay, so they withdrew, so now they're going back to recover their loved ones in Rafah. So you saw this like a month back when they, or like a month and a half ago when they withdrew from northern Gaza, and then people returned to try to see what was left of their homes, see if they could find the bodies of their kids or parents.
under this rubble. On the 11th of May, our house was bombed without any warning, and now these are the remains. All we found are bones. We haven't found any intact bodies. They've all decomposed. May God be with us.
His home had been struck by an Israeli bomb in East Jabalia. Now it's just one of a labyrinth of destroyed and crumbling houses, businesses, and schools. After a 3-week Israeli offensive, Gaza's largest and most densely populated refugee camp is wrecked beyond recognition. Street after street, people tell similar stories of loss and grief.
My father was standing in front of his own doorstep when a rocket targeted him and struck him dead. What did he do wrong? He was 71 years old. What harm did he cause to Israel? What threat did he pose to Netanyahu? My father was a pacifist.
Jabalia has been at the epicenter of Israeli raids since the war.
They're all partially responsible for Hamas, so how could he be a pacifist for electing terrorists into office? They're all partially responsible, according to the president of Israel.
Began after Israeli forces withdrew in February. The camp was no longer habitable. Medical teams have become well practiced in retrieving bodies from under the rubble.
Those are the bodies of children, along with their father, who perished not long ago. We also recovered the bodies of a mother with her 2-month-old baby. They fell victim to airstrikes. What's unfolding in Jabalia refugee camp, and more broadly in Gaza, amounts to genocide against our people.
Many of the dead are brought to Kamal Adwan Hospital wrapped in shrouds. Here, people are identifying the bodies, young and old, to give them as dignified a funeral as they can. This woman was too grief-stricken to speak. She can only mutter that she's lost her son. Those who survived and returned can only comfort each other, pray, and grieve for those they've lost. Laura Khan, Al Jazeera.
Maybe I should turn off dark mode for Brave.
Nah, it's better. Keep dark mode.
Well, yeah, but then when you click on the next video, you can't even see the title.
Oh, well. Let the video speak for itself.
Maybe I just need to wear my glasses.
No spoilers, Joe.
Oh, no. Up and yeah, now they're starting to really butt heads with Lebanon.
You think that's still usable?
Nah, I think it's totaled.
Huh. I'd try it.
I mean, it's one thing if there's women and children dying, but now motorcycles being totaled, now it's serious.
Yeah, send them everything we have.
What's that?
Send them everything we have. Save the bikes.
Exactly.
في غارة غير مسبوقة مجنونة من عدو غاشم استهدف فيها مستشفى استهدف فيها مدنيين. أظن الرسالة هي ترويع الناس لمحاولة تنهيهم عن البقاء، ورسالة الناس هيك شايف الناس باقية هون رغم كل جنون العدو.
Yay, Fox News. Let's see what they got to say.
This deal
is an opportunity to prove.
So, like a couple weeks ago when we covered Fox News video, it's kind of funny how they're like, yeah, Biden's not doing enough to support Israel. And they are the only fucking journalistic source that we've covered. And we've been covering journalistic sources from all across the fucking planet, all across the nation. And they're the only source that claims that, like, Biden's a coward for not being aggressive enough. And then look at how many fucking Americans get all of their information exclusively from Fox News.
Wait, and wasn't it a couple weeks ago where the leaders of Hamas were like, "Hey, if you get out of Gaza, we'll demilitarize it for like 3 years. Don't fuck with us." And then now it says
they got to be punished.
Well, it says Hamas to accept ceasefire. No, they accept because Israel didn't want to do that. They turned down that ceasefire, and actually it wasn't even a ceasefire. It was pretty much a surrender. Just don't fuck with them.
How do we know they're terrorists? How do we know they're going to abide by their word? Yeah.
Prove whether they really mean it. Hamas needs to take the deal. For months, people all over the world have called for ceasefire.
Joe Biden laying out a ceasefire proposal that would include an Israeli hostage deal, urging Hamas to take it. Hamas, in a response, saying, quote, it views positively the contents of President Joe Biden's speech, calling the deal, quote, the result of the legendary steadfastness of our struggling people and their brave resistance. Here with reaction to Senior VP for Research at the Foundation for Defense of Democracies, Dr. Jonathan.
This is just Fox News, if they really love Israel and they really hate, like, Gaza and stuff because they're just xenophobic, they're like Islamophobic and shit, they should be praising Biden. But here's the thing. He's a member of this other political party, so let's just turn our brains off. And even we would be really ecstatic and stuff if it was somebody of the same political party doing the exact same thing. And it's just that this childish political football.
Shanzer. Doctor, we'll get into the policy specifics in a moment. But why does Hamas love this so much?
Well, quite frankly, because Hamas is going to be able to exist after this war if this ceasefire is implemented. Joe Biden is basically saying that it's okay that the organization that has carried out the murder
if it was
of
Trump, it
people
would be like Donald Trump devises a ceasefire plan that the terrorists actually approve of. That would be the
kidnapping of 200.
That was the case from Mr. Fox News here.
40 and launched a war that has devastated Gaza and brought the Middle East on the verge of a full regional war. They don't have to.
Yeah, it's funny. Like, we're covering BBC, like French 42 News, the Hinduistic Times, like China Today, and it's like all of these sources from across the planet, regardless of what nation they're coming from, are all condemning Israel. Even, like, all of the United States, every single journalistic source from the United States, with the exception of Fox News, People who watch Fox News are fucking retarded.
Pay a price. They will still actually survive after this, if I'm reading this plan correctly, the plan that that the president floated yesterday.
You're exactly right. It feels like Hamas would have written this plan. We'll put it up there. It's still very ambiguous, but it's 3 phases. The first is a 6-week ceasefire, which is what the left and what Hamas really, really want. And again, there's hostages, and
We got some Trumpsters in the chat.
very important. But then phase 2 is permanently end the hostilities. Based on what? Based on the destruction of Hamas? Certainly not. And then major...
Okay, here, I gotta pee. Talk to the chat.
Trump.
Finally, he left.
24.
Trump. Go full screen. I'm the greatest, guys. Yeah, turn up 2024. It's Hillary Clinton 2024. She's out of all the bitches, she's the greatest bitch.
Well, look, this is a good time to fucking mention. You may have noticed there's something pinned at the top of this chat. We're trying to get this man out here to the United States of America's capital, Washington, D.C., so he can meet the people of the world. So click that link if you're on a computer. If you can't do that, there's a Discord. Good luck joining that, I fucking guess. If you can't click a link if you're not already in there. I mean, shit. If you have a decent phone, you may be able to screenshot the phone, go to your gallery, and press and hold on that URL in the picture, and it may pull it up.
What?
I shit you fucking not, dude. I shit you not.
Go. I posted it in my community section on my YouTube channel.
Oh, also, yeah.
If
Look
the
up
link doesn't
Shabisky.
work.
It's kind of right here. On his community page, there's a link you could probably click on a phone if you wanted to contribute to this man getting a piece.
That's the goal right there, guys.
Yeah, Shab is going to meet Biden, but Biden would pay for it, but we're sending too much support over to Israel.
Yeah, his hands are tied.
You don't know that.
We know. I know. You know it.
What's on the end? What? Oh, if you tap the 3 dots, it will let you click the link, according to Brian. So there you go. Brian knows how to click the link, so he's going to help with the goal, obviously. Everybody else needs to join in with Brian. Everyone needs to join in with Brian. Oh, yeah. Cheers to that.
Now, again, for those of you who may not be aware, next fucking weekend, we are from 8 p.m. to 8 p.m., Friday to Saturday, U.S. Standard Time, Eastern Standard Time. We'll be live for 24 fucking hours to continue to raise money to get Shabisky's ass out to D.C. So do your thing.
What?
Be there or be square. Just announcing a 24-hour stream that's happening very soon, John, is it not?
Yep. August 14th to August 19th.
Well, that's the meetup. I was talking about the 24-hour stream to raise money to get
next Saturday.
There you go.
We'll be having lots of fun. I'll make sure people need to recommend as much content. It's going to be more fun and chill. We're going to hang out. We're going to do lots of tier lists. We're going to watch a lot of stupid people videos. Go over some Dorkmaster. It's going to be more of a little slumber party and stuff. PPP, overnight hangout.
Instruction, and Israel leaves completely handing it back over to Hamas. This looks like a survival plan, as you said.
We're going to take a break from all the carnage.
Which is good. But the
whoever falls
is
asleep first,
part is the reason why they've gotten hostages back.
That's right.
Yes.
And really, if you think about it, the Israelis are on the 5-yard line right now. All they have to do is to essentially finish the war in Rafah. This is the town right on the border with Egypt.
Yep.
It's probably about 3 weeks of fighting. That's
So
what the
one
Israelis
game
estimate right now. And then the hard fighting of this war would...
What's that?
Nicholas Rosa said, so one game of Civ.
Yeah.
be over. And I think most of the headlines from this war would probably recede into the background. There would, of course, I think, be counterinsurgency operations that the Israelis would have to continue to kind of take out the final remnants of Hamas. But what it looks like right now, from my perspective, is the Biden administration is telling the Israelis not to finish this, not to get into the end zone. They want the Israelis to stop right now and to allow for Hamas, for Iran, for Hezbollah. You got to remember, this is an entire axis that is trained and financed and armed by the Iranians. They've been waging.
I like how, again, every other news source was like, Biden is too pro-Israel and everything, and he is pro-genocide. Here, he's pro-Hamas. He just doesn't want to support Israel at all.
war on multiple fronts, not just in Gaza, but also in Lebanon and the West Bank and in Iraq and Syria and Yemen. No one will have to pay a price for any of this. The Israelis are basically just being told, look, get your hostages back and stop fighting. That does not seem like anything the Israelis are going to buy.
Proposals like this are why wars never end, because enemies are never defeated, and therefore they continue their cause, which in Hamas's case, funded by Iran, as you point out, is the absolute eradication and destruction of Israel. Real quick, this was painted by the Biden administration as something the Israelis are for. We only have about 30 seconds. Do you think Israelis
the absolute destruction of Israel. That's what's at risk here. Or more at risk than Gaza.
Destruction of fucking Palestine,
Want this deal?
No, I mean, we're seeing Israeli politicians across the political spectrum, left, right, and center,
that's clearly
panning this thing.
what's about to happen. That's definitely where the wind is blowing with this one.
Continue to talk to the chat.
Damn, John, what you got? You're making me want to get something. I guess you can't respond now. If
The protein bar.
Oh, that doesn't sound that fucking good. Never mind. Keep it. Disgusting. I was sleeping.
A nutritional bar.
Supplement bar. Talk to the chat.
It's a nutritional bar with lots of vitamins. What a dork.
Are you talking to the chat?
Yeah, Shab's going to sleep through the entire 24-hour stream.
He's going to be away on pee breaks for the entire 24-hour stream.
Well, that's what it'll tell you, but really he's going to be micro-napping. He'll take like 5, 10, 20-minute naps.
Yeah.
Disappear for a couple hours, take a nap, come back. Oh, how's everybody doing?
Okay. Fox News.
Fox News.
Because Biden, he's just a coward and stuff. Doesn't want to go all out against Hamas. It's going to be the destruction of all of Israel. God, Palestine, they're just going to destroy Israel. But I guess we're brainwashed. This is fake news, what we're showing here.
They appreciate the effort, but they do not appreciate the specifics.
Yeah, it's good. You got to kill every last one of Hamas, and then you can figure out what happens next. Dr. Jonathan Chancellor, thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Good to see you.
I'm Steve Doocy.
هذا المقترح جاء متأخر ومع ذلك أن يأتي متأخرا خيرا بكثير من أن لا يأتي بتاتا فلذلك نأمل من الله عز وجل ونأمل من الإدارة الأمريكية والمجتمع الأوروبي بشكل عام الاستمرار في الضغط على إسرائيل من أجل وقف إطلاق النار ومن أجل إحياء أطفال غزة ونساء غزة لأن أكثر القتلى وأكثر الشهداء في قطاع غزة هم من الأطفال والنساء.
No, they're making bombs in those little tents.
Yeah, they're partially responsible. Here, let's go back.
الشهداء في قطاع غزة هم من الأطفال والنساء.
Look at that Hamas militant.
Yeah, fucking dangerous.
There she going to work.
Yeah.
To destroy Israel.
Oh my God.
Yeah, well, according to Fox
Also, we continue
News.
to follow developments in Tel Aviv. Thousands of people have taken to the streets there. They are there in protest. Yeah, so they've been demanding that the government accepts the ceasefire proposal announced by US President Joe Biden.
See?
Now, this deal
People aren't aboard.
includes a 6-week ceasefire.
There are some Israelis that don't want to obstruct traffic, and they want to, they want them to accept the ceasefire. So, yeah. Don't generalize.
Of Israeli forces from Gaza and the return of all the captives. In a press conference, relatives warned that Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu might try to stop this agreement from going ahead. Now, they have called on Netanyahu to come out and publicly support it.
The extremists in the Netanyahu government are opposing this deal. They have allowed the minority extremists to attack President Biden. They want the war to go on for an indefinite period of time. These people would sacrifice even the captives. Gantz, Eisencourt, Gallant, this is your last chance to make sure that Netanyahu doesn't destroy this deal. I hear your voices. Tell the citizens that you support this deal. And that includes putting an end to this war.
Well, Israel has banned Al Jazeera from reporting from inside the country. So instead, we are in the Jordanian capital, Amman. Sarah Khairat reports from there.
Do you think it's because they don't want them to be spreading fake news?
Yeah.
This time they don't.
Or I think, I don't know, they seem pretty, Middle Eastern-centric and everything, and, I don't know, maybe they're just some splinter group of Hamas.
just mentioned
or Hezbollah or something.
Minister Benjamin Netanyahu there, mentioning those are in the war cabinet, as well as Gadi Eisenkot. He's one of the observers of the war cabinet, saying that you need to take this deal. They say it provides hope for them because there are still 125 captives that are still held in the Gaza Strip, and they know full well that the longer it's left, the more those are likely to be killed, those ones that are still there. They even mentioned that in their statement. But interestingly, we've just heard now a statement from Benny Gantz, who's actually fleshed it out a little bit more, certainly more than the statement we heard earlier from the Prime Minister's office. And in this statement, he's saying we're committed to advancing the hostage release proposal, and he's also called for an immediate war cabinet meeting to convene as soon as possible with the negotiating team that's been trying to bring back a deal. It's interesting also because the head of the negotiating team just a few days ago was actually criticising the Prime Minister, and there seemed to be a bit of a debate between both, where the Prime Minister said that there had been some lies that had been shared with the media, and that's actually not what had happened. The head of that negotiating team implying that the Prime Minister himself was trying to stop that deal from going through, and that's certainly a sentiment that a lot of the families believe, and that's also because he is under a lot of pressure from those far-right ministers, Itamar Ben-Gvir, Bezalel Smotrich. They're the ones that want to see Israel resettle in Gaza.
Okay, next vid.
Hold on, that's a bad spot to have a slumber party.
Exactly.
We've been asking.
What if it rains?
It's what we need.
Missiles.
The people of Israel should know they can make this offer without any further risk to their own security because they've devastated Hamas forces over the past 8 months. At this point, Hamas no longer is capable of carrying out another October 7th. It's one of them.
Dude, look at all the coughing and the slurring. So I know I slur my speech and shit, but I don't think I'm qualified to be president.
Israel's main objective in this war, and quite frankly, a righteous one. I know there are those in Israel who will not agree with this plan and will call for the war to continue indefinitely. Some are even in the government coalition. And they've made it clear. They want to occupy Gaza. They want to keep fighting for years. And the hostages are not a priority to them. Well, I've urged the leadership in Israel.
Yeah, and I think maybe Fox News is on to something. Just doesn't want to support Israel. I think the reason why he's starting to criticize Israel is because he's realized that he's losing this voter base.
Behind this deal, despite whatever pressure comes. And to the people of Israel, let me say this. As someone who's had a lifelong commitment to Israel, as the only American president who's ever gone to Israel in a time of war, as someone who just sent the U.S. forces to directly defend Israel when it was attacked.
Israel's always been at war. So I don't think he's the only president that's been in Israel at the time of war.
By Iran. I ask you to take a step back and think what will happen if this moment is lost. We can't lose this moment. Indefinite war in pursuit of an unidentified notion of total victory will not bring Israel, will not bring down Baghdad.
He's getting sleepy. He needs to. How much do you want to think? He's going to be winded after this 3-minute speech. He's going to have to take a nap afterwards.
Bog down Israel and Gaza, draining the economic, military, and human resources, and furthering Israel's isolation in the world. That will not bring hostages home. That will not bring an enduring defeat of Hamas. That will not bring Israel lasting security. But a comprehensive approach.
I actually think the person to thank here who encouraged Biden to do this is his campaign manager. None of the cabinet officials. It's none of like the heads of security or whatever, military officials. It's the campaign manager that's probably responsible for him trying to force a ceasefire. It's like, dude, like, numbers are dropping. You gotta do something here. It's not working.
It starts with this deal. Will bring hostages home and will lead to more secure Israel. And once a ceasefire and hostage deal is concluded, it unlocks the possibility of a great deal more progress, including calm along Israel's northern border with Lebanon. The United States will help forge a diplomatic resolution, one that ensures Israel's security and allows people to safely return to their homes without fear of being attacked. With the deal, a rebuilding of Gaza will begin. Arab nations and the international community, along with Palestinian and Israeli leaders, to get it done in a manner that does not allow Hamas to rearm. And the United States will work with our partners to rebuild homes, schools, and hospitals in Gaza to help repair communities that were destroyed in the chaos of war.
Okay, so the billions that we've invested in Israel completely destroying Gaza, do you think we're going to invest nearly the same amount of money in rebuilding it?
Yeah, probably. We're going to rebuild it, but the houses and schools and whatever he's talking about aren't going to be for Gazans or Palestinians. They're going to be for fucking Israelis.
So they built that road in the middle of Gaza, dividing it in two, and they're already building settlements in North Gaza. Do you think maybe we're going to see a lot of rebuilding in that northern part, but the south part is probably for quite a bit of time still going to be a pile of rubble? and shard corpses?
And with this deal, Israel could become more deeply.
Yeah, I think all the shard corpses in the northern end are going to be cleared out of the way. They're going to do a good job there to build all those new settlements. But I think all the ones south or whatever, I mean, they only have so much money and resources. So
Great in the region, including
cleanup's going to take a lot longer there.
A potential historic normalization agreement with Saudi Arabia. Israel could be part of a regional security network to counter the threat posed.
Yes, Saudi Arabia and Israel for the win.
By Iran. All this progress would make Israel more secure.
The enclave genociders.
With Israeli families no longer living in the shadow of a terrorist attack. And all this would create conditions for a different future, a better future for the Palestinian people.
Now we're going to go back to the Middle East, where two key right-wing members of Israel's coalition government have threatened to bring it down if the Prime Minister agrees to the latest peace deal offer. The Finance Minister, Bezalel Smotrich, and the National Security Minister, Itamar Ben-Gvir, have said that they were opposed to striking any deal unless Hamas was wiped out. And last night in Tel Aviv, tens of thousands of people gathered to urge the Prime Minister to accept the ceasefire proposal, which was unveiled by the US President Joe Biden. Groups of
Do you support their political views? These particular two politicians, do you think there's some morally and ethically sound individuals?
Protesters were dispersed by mounted police and by water cannon. So let's discuss this proposed deal with Mahjoub Zveri, who is joining us from Doha, a professor of
water cannons. Where are the airstrikes?
Contemporary Middle East politics at Qatar University. Professor Zveri, what do you think Hamas's leadership group in Doha, in Qatar, where you are saying? Are they urging each other to accept Joe Biden's proposal?
He's from like Egypt, Qatar, and stuff. I don't think we can trust this guy.
They announced last night they're looking positively to the announcement made by President Biden, and they are willing to talk about it and discuss it further to see more clear plan and more details about the implementation. Let me just remind the viewers that all of the proposals suggested in the last few months, actually all of them sort of restructure and resubmit of what had happened in the Paris meeting a few months ago when the whole mediators basically discussing the whole crisis in Gaza. So everything we see now is actually started in Paris discussion, which has actually happened a few months ago. So the new proposal is sort of amendment of that discussion.
So what is your understanding then? What is specifically?
Okay, so it says that we have 1,080 subs. Do we not have more than that now? Still only 1,080? We gained a lot of subs this stream.
We're at 1,070 in the beginning. You want to gain more subs, then do more gaming streams. We gain only a little. We gain maybe 20 or 30 lately every time we do a podcast. It still adds up. Gene, stop complaining.
Yeah, I know. I just want to get to the 1.1 mark. I don't like the 1.0 something mark.
Yeah,
I want to see that 1.1
for you. Not good enough.
Different then with this, because arguably this proposal means that does Hamas, in your understanding, continue as is? Because ultimately, Benjamin Netanyahu, the right of his party, will not accept that.
According to President Biden, what he presented, it was an Israeli proposal.
Okay, next vid.
Let's turn to the Middle East now, where Israel and Hamas are being pressed to accept a ceasefire proposal outlined by President.
Now to a CBS News exclusive with a Jewish U.S. Army major who resigned to protest U.S. support for Israel in its war against Hamas. Until yesterday, Harrison Mann worked in the Middle East Bureau of the Defense Intelligence Agency. In his first TV interview,
if he was Christian, he stepped down. That would be one thing. Because a lot of Christian Americans currently, they're all anti-Semitic and shit. But because he's a Jewish, commander and stuff, that way you know that it's serious.
The 13-year Army veteran tells CBS's Jim Axelrod why he feels he can no longer serve.
Israel's response to October 7th troubled former Army Major Harrison Mann from the start.
They were dropping 6,000 bombs a day. They were burning through munitions, exhausting their supply. You know, it was very easy to link our support, which I was part of, to the killing in Gaza.
What bothered this intelligence officer specializing in the Middle East the most? His view that the Israelis were targeting Palestinian civilians indiscriminately.
Okay, let's go back.
This officer specializing in the Middle East the most. His view that the Israelis...
Weren't there similar images? Is this like Gaza or is this Kashmir? Is that one enclave region in India or is this like that enclave region near like Israel? Can't really. It looks pretty similar.
We're targeting Palestinian civilians.
It's like the two combined there in that last clip because there's one of those big
excavators.
bulldozers, And then there's all this destroyed stuff, so it's like they both had a baby, you know?
And they're both brown people, so.
Bad crow.
Criminally, and that U.S. weapons made it possible.
We're the
Don't joke about
using
that.
American weapons against
Bad
civilians
crow.
in Gaza.
I can say almost certainly yes.
But were they doing so in
Oh, Skeptical Jesus says it's a landfill. Yeah, landfill.
Yeah,
of bodies.
damn sure fucking
I don't
looks
know
like
how
it
you
at this
kill
point.
35,000 civilians by accident.
They turned the
Israel
whole
insists
fucking,
it's doing its best to
fucking
limit
place
civilian.
into a landfill. Like, seriously.
I don't know. If you found a bunch of bodies in a landfill, like at a trash site, probably would draw a lot of red flags.
Casualties, and that Hamas uses civilians as human shields. But that wasn't enough. Weeks later, Mann resigned, later explaining in a letter.
At some point, whatever the justification, you're either advancing a policy that enables
What a traitor.
mass starvation of children, or you're not.
You felt your work was directly connected to starving children.
Yes.
There's going to be times when there's members that have different views. Certainly, you're right to go ahead and get out, and I'll just leave it at that.
I decided I would resign.
More than a half dozen government officials have publicly resigned to protest U.S. support for Israel's war. Mann is the first from the...
See, you can't generalize. Not all politicians are evil. They're not a Borg.
The military, the first from the intelligence community, and the first who's Jewish.
I think it's important to understand just this is from a
Ew!
security perspective.
What the fuck?
What?
2 guns.
Hey.
He's like you.
Hey.
Ugh.
You better watch it, boy.
This is worse than Dr. Pepper.
Whoa.
That's it.
Whoa.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
I'm telling
I said it.
Netanyahu.
I have a Yahoo
telling.
account.
Israel is not under existential threat.
And what do you say to American Jews who would say to you, what are you talking about?
If you are
The Jew.
somebody who is really motivated by the concern to protect Jewish life, you should be fighting for them to conduct it in a way that does not turn basically the whole world against them.
The grandson of Jews who fled the anti-Semitism of Eastern Europe knows his stance will create some harsh blowback.
I didn't really feel like I had that much of a choice.
Whoa, look at that image.
Anti-Semitism of Eastern Europe knows his stance will create some
Pretty post-apocalyptic.
harsh blowback.
I didn't really feel like I had that much of a choice.
But he feels the only way to influence U.S. policy is to no longer assist those who make it. Jim Axelrod, CBS News, Washington.
National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan is meeting with families of several Israeli hostages being held by Hamas in Gaza. There's growing pressure for both Israel and Hamas to agree to the terms of a recently proposed ceasefire deal. The proposal includes the possibility of ending the war and releasing the remaining hostages in Gaza. On Monday, Israel confirmed the death of 4 more hostages in Gaza. 3 were older men. They were last seen alive in a video released by Hamas in December. Let's bring in CBS News foreign correspondent Intiaz Tayab from Tel Aviv.
We finally are seeing some hostages who aren't dead.
Imtiaz, over the past few weeks, we've heard...
See, they're improving. They're bombing some locations and actually killing some militants instead of just completely killing a bunch of citizens. And they're actually going in and rescuing some hostages instead of gunning them down and doing Hamas's job for them.
more
Great
about
job.
the growing
Practice makes perfect.
number of people who are hostages and they're dying, these deaths being confirmed. How does that impact the way both Israel and Hamas are coming to the negotiating table?
Hey, Lindsay, yeah, it's absolutely devastating for hostage families as over the past 2 weeks, we've heard of a number of hostages, including just last night, whose remains have been found not live. And that, of course, is extraordinarily troubling. And this is, of course, putting huge pressure on Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to accept that deal. In fact, we've been seeing protests just even yesterday, people standing outside the U.S. Embassy saying, accept the deal, free the hostages, and that's not happened. And so while Mr. Netanyahu is under immense pressure to agree the deal that President...
I like this. Pretty creative. It's an innovative way to protest. If they want to run them over, they gotta like go in the cages, so it makes it harder for them to drag them by the hair and throw them off the road.
Biden outlined on Friday, describing it as an Israeli deal. We still don't have one. Now, there's also the question of Hamas as well. Hamas also under enormous pressure. In fact, the U.S. going to the UN Security Council to call on Hamas to accept the deal. And while we have heard from Hamas saying that they responded positively to the agreement, there's a very clear and defined sticking point that they have with Israel, which is simply this. If they agree to a ceasefire, the word permanent needs to be there. And in the agreement that President outlined already, that word is not there. And so I think until that is, Hamas isn't likely to come to the table. And rather, Mr. Netanyahu is likely to carry on with the war.
1.5 speed.
In a new interview, President Biden was asked if he thought Prime Minister Netanyahu was prolonging the war for his own political gain. The president responded by saying, quote, there is, quote, every reason for people to draw that conclusion. How are those remarks being received?
Classic political, some people might say, kind of answer. Look, I think the reality is here in Israel, that is a widely held view that Mr. Netanyahu is putting his own political...
This like double speed. It sounds like he's like barely talking at like 1.25 speed.
Needs ahead of the needs of the people and the hostages as well. And for those who may not be following the minutiae of Israeli politics, the reason people believe that is that if a deal is reached, many do believe then that Israel, the war will end, the hostages will be released, and Israel will go into new elections. This is a country that is demanding change. They have fury not only at Mr. Netanyahu, but also the security
Dude, it seems like he's just talking at normal speed.
establishment and many politicians who they say were asleep at the wheel on October 7th, which allowed that devastating attack to take place on their watch, and they want to have effectively a vote on that. But here's the challenge for Mr. Netanyahu. If he loses, and there's a very reasonable chance he does lose in any hypothetical election, he will then be subject to a series of court trials in which he's been named as complicit in a number of corruption cases. And most legal analysts here in Israel believe that if those cases are to go ahead with him as a civilian, he will not only be convicted, but will go to jail. And so that is why there are many voices here in Israel saying,
do you think he'll go to jail?
I don't know. I think, what I think doesn't matter. I guess but I think
it's unlikely. But based on what we saw with Trump, I'm actually maybe it could be the case.
Israeli military has confirmed the deaths of 4 more hostages in Gaza. 3 were Israeli nationals and 1 a joint British-Israeli national who was named as Nadav Popwell. Their bodies were recovered in southern Gaza. All had been taken by Hamas during the attack last October. The precise details of their deaths is not known. The Israeli military spokesman, Daniel Hagari, made the announcement earlier.
Today we shared the devastating news with the families of 85-year-old Amiram Cooper, one of the founders of Kibbutz Nir Oz, 80-year-old Chaim Perry from Kibbutz Nir Oz, 80-year-old Yoram Metzger from Kibbutz Nir Oz, and 51-year-old Israeli and British citizen Dolev Yehud from Kibbutz Nadav Popwell from Kibbutz Nirim. That their loved ones were killed a few months ago during Hamas activity in Gaza, and their bodies are still being held by Hamas. We assessed that the 4 of them were killed while together in the area of Khan Yunis during our operation there against Hamas. The information we confirmed by the relevant bodies after assessing new intelligence that we gathered over the last few weeks.
That was Daniel Hagari there. Well, the US says that it has submitted a resolution to the UN Security Council calling for the implementation of the 3-stage Gaza ceasefire and hostage deal unveiled by President Biden last week. The first step of the peace plan is an initial 6-week ceasefire, as negotiations are held in tandem, eventually leading to an end in the fighting, and the freeing of all the hostages. And the final stage would be the reconstruction of Gaza without Hamas in power. Our Middle East correspondent, Lucy Williamson, has been speaking to people both inside Gaza and in the Israeli town of Sderot on the border with Gaza to gauge their reaction to the new plan.
The price of Gaza's war is rising as its cities crumble. The price of peace too high for leaders on both sides. Israel said it had...
How many standing structures do you think they have left so far?
Isn't it like 1 city, maybe? And even that's under siege right now?
Yeah. Well, the Strip is like the size of... Like, the surface area is roughly the size of a city.
Bombed more than 50 targets since yesterday. But Hamas
I guess there are like different districts. They'll refer to them as different cities, but it's kind of hard to not look at it like it's a city-state.
Here, and hopes for the new ceasefire deal were mixed.
Hamas should raise its demands and seriously adhere to the conditions they set, which are the people's demands.
Hamas, accept the deal. It's enough. Enough of what we lost. We urge Hamas to stop the war.
Israel's prime minister is negotiating on 2 fronts. His far-right allies say he must continue the war until Hamas is destroyed, or they'll bring down the government. He's insisted that his conditions for a ceasefire haven't changed.
We have gone a long way to return the hostages while keeping the war's objectives in mind, primarily the elimination of Hamas. We insist that we will achieve both. It's all part of the plan, not something I've just added.
But Hamas has said it won't free more hostages without a guarantee the war will end. Tonight, Israel learned that 4 more captives were confirmed to have died. Chaim Perry, Yoram Metzger, Amiram Cooper, and British-Israeli Nadav Popwell.
After almost 8 months of war, much of northern Gaza lies in ruins.
Gene.
But Israel's prime minister...
Yep.
Considering those guys' age, besides the one guy in his 50s, do you think they're actually like straight up killing, Hamas is straight up killing them, or just because Hamas doesn't have enough like resources just for themselves, let alone the hostages, do you think they just died of like starvation or like dehydration?
Yeah, maybe they're just held up and stuff, and they died because that's highly plausible.
Is struggling to end the war because he hasn't achieved his war goals. He hasn't brought back all the hostages. He hasn't destroyed Hamas. The US president says Hamas is no longer capable of carrying out the kind of attack it did on the 7th of October, but Israelis living here by the Gaza border say they still don't feel safe.
This is the last time Yaren saw her neighborhood, trapped in her home in Sderot by the Gaza border as Hamas gunmen ran through the streets. She and her 3 children fled to Jerusalem the next day. A ceasefire now, she says, won't be enough to send them home.
We will free the hostages, but few years from now, you will be the next hostages. You will be the next people that get murdered, the women that raped. All this will be happen again. This ceasefire will kill us.
Ending this conflict rests with the leaders of Israel and Hamas, locked in a war for their own survival. Lucy Williamson, BBC News, Sderot.
Let's speak to our Middle East correspondent, Yolan now, who's in Jerusalem for...
A family united in grief. Huda dreamed of being a doctor. Arkan dreamed of being a pilot. At just 18 months old, Ahmed hadn't yet had a chance to dream of becoming anything. Abid Ahmedjan's wife and 3 children were killed in an Israeli airstrike on a displacement camp in Rafah.
Now, out of all those dead, what percent of them do you think voted for Hamas?
I saw the bodies of my wife, my daughter Huda, my son Arkan, and my baby Ahmed. I was told he was headless. I just peeked inside the body bag and saw his body without a head. I couldn't stand to see anymore. I zipped it up again and walked away.
Decapitated in the blast, Ahmed was among the 45 people killed in the attack. Many others at the camp burned alive in their tents. They had been staying in an Israeli-designated safe area. They were killed just 2 days after the International Court of Justice ordered Israel to stop its incursion into Rafah.
So it's so hard to tell all these different cases apart. So we saw those videos I forgot to delete that were from a couple weeks ago, where they bombed a school and killed 45 people in the process. Now it's hey, here's a Rafah tent camp that they get called in the crossfire, where it's another 20 dead.
Despite Ahmed's violent death, this is how it's
there's a common theme that these are all places that Israel tells him to go to, and then oopsie, a missile misfires and stuff, and a bunch of children are dead.
Family tries to remember him. They kept his toys and clothes, a source of comfort and pain.
Every time I look at my brother's belongings, I'm overwhelmed with grief. I hope to be killed so I can join him in heaven. I miss my sister and brothers. I miss them all. I miss my mother, my sister Huda, and my two brothers Arkan and Ahmed. I wish.
Yeah. One person misses their deceased baby son. One person misses their sister, brother that died right next to them. Another person misses the fact that all their parents, grandparents, aunts, uncles are all dead and they don't have any adult relatives. There's some orphan kid stuck in a war zone.
I wish they'd never been killed. I miss them too much.
Ahmed's head was never found, and his family were forced to bury him without it. His grave is next to his mother.
His head was never found, and they were forced to bury him without it.
Siblings in the ruins of Gaza. Camille Nedelec, Al Jazeera.
You gotta love human
Make sure
beings.
to subscribe to our channel to get the latest news from Al Jazeera. But now we're going to get the latest on the Israel-Gaza war. Security officials from the United States, Egypt and Qatar will meet in Doha today to try to revive negotiations on a ceasefire in Gaza. And they include the CIA director, William Burns. The White House says it's still waiting for a response from Hamas on a plan presented by President Biden last Friday. Hamas has insisted that any deal it subscribes to must commit to a permanent ceasefire.
And
also an Israeli call for Gaza. On Tuesday, a new operation against Hamas in the Burj refugee camp in the center of Gaza.
Each one is connected to a different journalistic source.
Yeah,
or a
see,
different,
they all have their own label. Or logo or
city
whatever.
of Rafah. And the Al-Shifa hospital in Gaza City was the subject of multiple Israeli raids earlier this year. Our Middle East correspondent Ilan Nell has been speaking to rescue workers who have examined the wreckage amid calls for an international investigation into the hospital's destruction.
Dude, after we watched all the videos associated with India, we were watching those at 1.5 speed, and they were faster than all these videos at 2 times speed.
Ruins that reeked of death. Palestinians poured over what was once Gaza's biggest and best-equipped hospital after Israeli forces withdrew. Israel's military raid in March was the second at the site, and it was dramatically destructive. 4 mass graves containing, local search teams say, hundreds of bodies have now been dug up at Al-Shifa, pointing into
bulldozer politics.
National calls for an investigation into possible war crimes.
I think they need to rename it Killdozer politics.
I don't think
there are reports
every
of suspicious
use
finds.
of the bulldozer is political, Gene. They're it's a tool and they're using it right now.
Yeah, Gene. Yeah, that was just them using it to pick up the mess. Yeah, bulldozer politics.
Bulldozer strikes again, dude.
Those Israeli bulldozers coming in. Which, to be fair, they probably do have.
Bulldozers with machine guns mounted on them. Which are those Caterpillar bulldozers from that company, which is an American corporation. So capitalism. Making the armored Caterpillar killdozers for Israel.
And children, and people without heads, as well as torn body parts.
Israel's military says it exhumed bodies which Palestinians had buried earlier as it searched for hostages seized by Hamas. But some of the dead were patients. Waleed believes his mother Lina died of malnutrition and dehydration. Her corpse was badly decomposed.
I identified her from particular marks on her legs. She'd been wounded in November and had a toe amputated on each foot.
Israel blames any deaths of patients on natural causes, but the World Health Organization says those trapped endured horrific conditions.
During the siege, 20 patients died, and there were patients on oxygen who couldn't get oxygen. There was not proper medication, but also the food and water were stories.
Now look at this. This is a Caterpillar Killdozer made for Israel.
Damn, Gene's got this on his wish list, right?
Me too. I want 3.
Damn.
Yeah, we gotta buy them all for the Gaza people so they can protect themselves from the Israel killdozers. They need to kill those killdozers.
That's not what I'm buying.
We need to fund getting this for the meetup, Gene.
Yeah.
Do a fun get this for the meetup. It'll be great. We could all fit in there.
50 people had to share 1 bottle of water.
Israel's army says Palestinian gunmen were based in
and a lot of the conflicts that you see in like the Caribbeans, like in Haiti and shit like that, where it's like, hey, we got all these gangs stowed up in these buildings. What if they just took one of those very large Caterpillar armored bulldozers? What would they do? That's what we need to do. Like, we need to gift a killdozer to their government so they can killdozer all the gang members.
Inside a Shifa. And that over 2 weeks it killed more than 200 Hamas and Islamic Jihad operatives.
Shifa has become a main terrorism command center for Hamas. The surprise action by our forces was precise and surgical.
Dude, Remy's like, wow, that's awesome.
Spread onto nearby streets. And here, witnesses have told us that many civilians, including entire families, were also killed by Israeli airstrikes and snipers during the Shifa raid.
You know how they have Train Simulator? They need Killdozer Simulator. I'm going to make that game.
A dedicated surgeon, Dr. Ahmed Al-Makadma, was one of those shot dead close to the hospital where he worked. I spoke to a top British surgeon who'd helped train him.
He was not
Well, I mean, it's like, don't they have like some kind of universal health care? So that means that he works for the state. So that means that he's a Hamas operative.
hungry for knowledge. He was a very gentle and somebody who all of us would want to have as our sort of doctors.
Dr. Ahmed was off shift at home near Shifa when Israeli forces returned. After 4 days of the siege
did
and
we
the
get a
harsh
tip? No, they're just kidding. They said they they're tipping. They tip for the bulldozer. They're just kidding.
Okay.
But they should. You Paradox, if you want, you can tip and help us with the meetup goal. In fact, if we can
says a day ago they tipped $10.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, they tipped before Bill Hicks and stuff. They were the first. But yeah, if we could get a good bit more on that goal, maybe I could get more beer and chug more. You know,
Chad will punch himself in the face if we get another $100 donation in Minecraft.
interrogation by soldiers, he tried to leave Gaza City on foot with his mother Yusra. 11 days after his disappearance, his father Saeed says, we found Ahmed's decomposed body. Israel's military says it's unaware of the deaths of the surgeon and his mother. Many others are still searching for loved ones missing since the Shifa raid. With international forensic experts unable to get to the site, Gazans are mostly focusing on finding the dead and giving them proper burials. And that adds to worries. The full truth of what happened here may never be uncovered.
We begin tonight with a conflict between Hezbollah and Israel. Israeli leaders have stepped up their rhetoric in recent days, warning that the army is preparing for an offensive along the northern border with Lebanon. The Iran-backed militant group Hezbollah
Are those like Iron Dome missiles?
began firing rockets at Israel immediately after the Hamas terror attacks last October. Now, in recent weeks, attacks have increased, with Hezbollah rockets sparking massive wildfires in northern Israel. Many of the homes close to the border have been evacuated for months due to the conflict. Tens of thousands of people who fled the region
Dude,
have
see, maybe Ruby was on to something. They're firing missiles and stuff in their backyard.
no idea when they will be able to return home. Now, the Israeli government is under increasing pressure to restore security in northern Israel. But does that mean an escalation in the conflict with Hezbollah is imminent? Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu visited areas affected by the fires today and issued a clear warning to Hezbollah.
Anyone who thinks they can hurt us and we will sit idly by, they're making a big mistake. We are prepared for a very intense operation in the north. One way or another, we will restore security to the north.
I'm joined now by political analyst and commentator Ronnie Shatta in Beirut. He's the host of the Beirut Banyan podcast, which covers modern Lebanese history. Ronnie's
Mixed.
Certains ont à peine 12 ans, et aujourd'hui ces adolescents ont décidé de rater l'école pour empêcher l'aide humanitaire d'arriver à Gaza. La plupart viennent de colonies israéliennes en Cisjordanie occupée. Malgré leur jeune âge, ils parviennent à faire stopper et fouiller tous les camions qui se présentent là. Les chauffeurs se pressent d'obéir. Pourquoi est-ce que tu veux pas que cette aide arrive à Gaza? Mais qu'est-ce qu'ils vont manger alors les gens à Gaza?
Yeah, they're killers. They're all the same. I mean, I don't know. This kid seems to have a lot of good role models. What do you think his parents, what do you think their response would be to what he's saying right now?
They're the ones telling him this. I think everybody around him tells him this, and he's just indoctrinated into it, and he can't think for himself. Hopefully, maybe as he gets older.
The Islamic kids that are indoctrinated to hate, the Jewish people, and they hate the West. I think you have it the wrong way, Shab. It's just that one group, that one side that indoctrinates their kid. It's not the other side or our side that indoctrinates people.
La police laisse faire, et si les routiers se plient à ce contrôle sauvage, c'est que 2 jours plus tôt ici même, un camion a été brûlé et plusieurs autres attaqués. Ces jeunes colons se sentent investis d'une mission face à ce qu'ils voient comme la faiblesse de leur gouvernement.
I mean, it's absolutely crazy that we need to do it, and that our government, instead of shutting down all supplies for those beasts, they are feeding them. I mean, I haven't heard that the United States, when they fought with the ISIS, they feeded those terrorists.
À la buvette du parking.
Hey, colonialism! Wait, recolonizing Gaza? Have they colonized them before?
Eux sont tous arabes israéliens et ils en ont assez d'être attaqués quand ils transportent de l'aide vers Gaza. Ils nous montrent les images de l'avant-veille, le saccage de leurs véhicules par de jeunes colons.
Yeah, but it's not the like. I guess they never finished the job, so is a
well, right? They kind of just segregated them into Gaza. They haven't really they built a wall around it. They haven't really gotten to the point of colonizing it yet. So it's colonizing Gaza, not recolonizing. I guess it was a colony of Britain, but that entire region was. So maybe that's the case.
Well, if the Israelis claim that it's their land to begin with, I mean, and then the Palestinians have our land, that technically, I guess in their eyes, it would be recolonizing.
Okay. Like 1,400 years. But it wouldn't be a colony then, because they were the ones pushed out.
Well, then it would be reclaiming, right?
Yeah. Be fair, it's been a colony pretty much for most of its existence or whatever since the dawn of civilization. It was a colony of the Ottoman Empire, then it was a colony of Britain, now it's a colony of Israel.
Les faits se sont produits sans que l'armée n'intervienne et ils savent que réagir de manière trop forte serait une très mauvaise idée.
יש לו גיבוי מהמדינה, יש לו גיבוי מהמשטרה, מהאבטחה, מהחיילים, והם רוצים לעשות פה זאת עלינו. אם הם נותנים לו בוקסנים, הם הורגים אותו, אתה מבין? אז למה כל זה?
La frustration est d'autant plus grande.
He was so mad he hit the table and knocked over the drink.
לשתות בלי להתקלח, בלי כלום, אף אחד. אנחנו, וכל הצוות פה, אף אחד יכול לשבת יום אחד בלי אוכל, נכון? אז כולנו בני אדם צריכים להתחשב.
À la tombée de la nuit, le scénario se répète. Nous arrivons à ce carrefour peu après les manifestants qui viennent de stopper un camion de farine et de sucre. Nous ne sommes pas les bienvenus, ni les manifestants, ni l'armée ne veulent nous voir ici.
Oh wait, is Bill Hicks still in the chat?
He hasn't popped up for a minute.
I miss him.
En réalité, aucun des jeunes ne sera arrêté, à part ces deux-là, plus téméraires encore que les autres, et qui seront libérés quelques heures plus tard. Les assaillants sont parfois très jeunes, comme ces filles qui ignorent les soldats et reviennent 10 fois de suite à la charge, armés de leurs ciseaux d'écolière. Il ne restera plus le moindre sac sur ce camion, tous éventrés ou volés, pour qu'aucune bouche de Gaza ne puisse en bénéficier. Le chauffeur du camion a été sorti de sa cabine par les manifestants et laissé inconscient à terre. Il s'avérera plus tard que c'était une erreur, que ce camion n'était pas destiné à Gaza.
See, only Americans tried to support the war effort, like the Israeli people did. We're kind of we're declining in terms of our patriotism.
Ce matin-là, nous avons rendez-vous avec un jeune colon. Pour le trouver, il faut monter sur une colline dans ce coin de Cisjordanie occupée, au nord de Ramallah. Il habite ce qu'on appelle un avant-poste, une colonie illégale, non seulement pour les accords internationaux, mais aussi pour les autorités israéliennes qui ont déjà démoli des constructions sauvages.
Well, are any colonies legal colonies?
Ici.
To be fair, the only kind of legal colonies, I think, or ethical sort of colonies, is where you inhabit some like vacant, uninhabited island. I think that's the only scenario where you set sail, you come across some vacant island, plant a flag. That's the only type of colony that I'm willing to support.
Yona n'attaque pas de camion, mais lui aussi trouve le gouvernement trop mou concernant Gaza, et il ne voit pas pourquoi il n'aurait pas le droit de vivre dans son avant-poste.
On a viré personne de chez eux, hein. Ça c'était juste une colline abandonnée avec personne quoi. Je me suis dit c'est un bête de spot, pourquoi pas y habiter, genre tranquille, genre c'est un bagarre quoi. Et c'est important aussi genre pour nous les juifs d'être là parce qu'on a très bien vu le fait qu'il n'y ait pas de juifs dans Gaza, bah, ça a permis entre guillemets qu'il y ait tout ce qui s'est passé dans le 7 octobre, qu'il y a pu avoir une grosse intrusion de masse parce que s'il y avait des juifs qui habitaient dans Gaza, cette situation n'aurait pas pu exploser à ce point-là. Du coup voilà, en étant là on protège un peu tout le monde aussi.
Yona souhaite donc la recolonisation de Gaza et veut le faire savoir.
Okay, next bit.
We're going to turn our attention now to war in Gaza, where there have been developments both on the ground and in the ceasefire negotiations. The Israel Defense Forces say it carried out a deadly airstrike early on Thursday on a UN school in the central part of the Strip. They say it housed a Hamas compound. The Hamas-run media office says at least 27 people were killed and dozens who were sheltering there were injured. Well, let's go live to our Middle East correspondent Yolande, who is in Jerusalem. So Yolande, what do we know about this strike on this UN school?
So the Israeli military says that it struck this school in Nuseirat, urban refugee camp in the centre of the Gaza Strip, because it was acting on intelligence. There was a Hamas command post there, and that there were Hamas and Islamic Jihad fighters who had been involved in the 7th of October attacks on southern Israel, which killed, of course, about 1,200 people, according to official Israeli figures. Now, local people say there were hundreds of displaced people that were sheltering inside that school, and that we've just been hearing from the Al-Aqsa Martyrs Hospital nearby. A journalist working with us spoke to them there, and they said that at least 40 people have been killed in the strike. We've been told that there were children among those killed, and certainly in the videos shared.
What?
Paradox threw another 10 for the Killdozer.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to chug a beer in the name of Paradox.
We probably shouldn't associate the Killdozer with our meetup in Washington, D.C. too much.
No, we're going to...
Killdozer meetup.
Instead of renting a car or a bus, we're gonna rent a killdozer, and that's what we're gonna drive around. Yeah.
Yeah.
On social
Cheers,
media, you can
Paradox.
see-
Thank you.
Can you get those through
body bags.
Google?
What's this?
And
Watch Dancing Israelis 9/11 by Corbett Report.
corpses under blankets lined up. There do appear to be some small corpses there appearing to belong to children. The Israeli military said that it took steps to try to
The Colbert report.
avoid harm to civilians during this strike.
Dude, fuck English. Nothing is pronounced the way it's spelled.
Such as
Yeah,
it's
it's spelled Colbert, but it's supposed to be Colbert.
English is the most broken language on the planet.
Surveillance, and the head of the Hamas-run government's media office has denied that this was being used as a Hamas command post. But really, this is part of a new Israeli offensive that we've seen this week in the center of the Gaza Strip that has involved heavy Israeli bombardment with the Israeli military acting against what it says are Hamas targets. There have also been tanks moving into Al-Burj, another urban refugee camp, and the Al-Aqsa Martyrs Hospital says it's been simply overwhelmed by casualties. It's treating hundreds of people as a result of these operations, and in very difficult circumstances. And it said one of its electricity generators has now actually gone down, making it even more challenging.
It's French gene. Well, they need to learn to, when they convert it into English, to have it spelled in a way that's,
Colbert.
It's medical charity MSF saying the conditions in central Gaza are apocalyptic because a lot of people moved there.
Actually, they use the same alphabet, whatever.
Because they've had to go back and move out of Rafah.
That's correct. So we've really seen Rafah right down on the southern border with Egypt emptying out as a result.
Dozens of people are reported dead after an Israeli strike on a school in Gaza where displaced Palestinians were sheltering. Israel claims a Hamas compound was embedded inside. So for more on this, I want to bring in BBC News Middle East correspondent.
Okay, so this is another school. So there's that other school like where there's 45 dead. Then and this 2 days ago, we just covered a tent city where 20-something people died. Now here's another example of another school that shot. How many schools do they have left now? How many hospitals and libraries, fire departments do they have left?
Respondent Hugo Bachega. Hugo, it's good to see you again. What are we learning about this latest strike?
Yeah, Anne-Marie, so the authorities in Gaza are saying that more than 40 people were killed as a result of this airstrike, the majority of them women and children. And this was a UN-run school that was being used as a shelter by Palestinians who had been displaced by the fighting in Gaza. The head of the UN Agency for Palestinian Refugees told us that 6,000 people had been sheltering in this school. And in the aftermath of...
What's that?
Does it say no on top, or does it say on top? I don't know.
Locations of terrorists operating in the school complex? Where do you mean on top?
Never mind. You can't see the letter.
This attack, we saw images of the hospital that was treating some of the casualties, dozens of people being treated on the floor. There were some chaotic scenes. And again, what the local officials are saying is that the majority of these victims are civilians. Now, the Israeli authorities are saying that this was a precision strike targeting Hamas and Islamic Jihad fighters.
Fake news.
They said that they had intelligence that
a bunch of Hamas apologists saying that they're mostly civilians.
20 and 30 fighters were using this building to plan and carry out attacks. They said they had taken measures to limit the number of civilian casualties. They say that they had called off this attack twice because of those concerns. But again, they said that this was a successful operation. And I think it's not the first time that we see an Israeli airstrike resulting in a large number of casualties. And I think for the...
Oh, no shit. It's not the first time that we've seen an airstrike resulting in a lot of civilian casualties. Seems like every week we go over this, there's like 10 airstrikes that kill dozens of people.
Critics of the Israeli military, they're going to say that the Israeli authorities accept the risk that these airstrikes can cause a large number of civilian casualties because these are targeting densely populated areas of Gaza. And now we're saying that most of those people who were sheltering there had fled other parts of Gaza where military activity by the Israeli army has been very intense in recent weeks.
Let me ask you about the efforts to secure a ceasefire. We just reported that it looks like Hamas is rejecting this latest ceasefire. What do we know about where things stand?
Yeah, so there were discussions yesterday in Doha between the head of the CIA and also mediators from Egypt and Qatar. These are countries that have been trying to mediate talks for a ceasefire. There have been reports that these talks continue, but it seems that there hasn't been a breakthrough.
So when the CIA, which is a U.S. agency, determines that, most of them were civilians and were one of the big backers of Israel, do you think we can kind of trust those numbers considering that they actually have favoritism when it comes to Israel?
It's almost like we have a vested interest as
I'm saying even though we're the ones with the invested interest, even our intelligence agencies are reporting that the vast majority of the people killed in these strikes are citizens.
Yeah, they really didn't. I really don't want people talking about that, John, is the thing.
I can imagine like some of my like older relatives that watch Fox News saying that. Like when you mentioned that even the United States and the data coming from our like top agencies are showing that those are the numbers when they have a bias in the favor of Israel, and still they're showing these numbers that make Israel look terrible. And then they will say, well, hey, like, this is the CIA run by Biden.
This morning, the White House issued a joint statement with 16 other nations whose citizens remain in captivity in Gaza, essentially urging both Israel and Hamas to reach a deal to, make whatever commitments are needed for a deal, for a ceasefire deal and a hostage release deal. We know that Hamas insists that any kind of deal needs to guarantee the end of the war. They think that if there are no guarantees that this is going to lead to a permanent ceasefire, the Israeli military is going to return to Gaza to continue with its offensive against the group. And for the Israelis, they say that they're not going to, commit to, any permanent ceasefire before Hamas is destroyed. And obviously, there's a lot of pressure on the Prime Minister to reach a deal.
At least 37 people have been killed in an Israeli airstrike on a United Nations school in the territory. The UN and the European Union have condemned the attack. They are calling for an independent inquiry. The Israeli military says it carried out a precise strike targeting Hamas and Islamic Jihad fighters involved in the October
37 now.
Around 6,000 Palestinians from all over Gaza were sheltering in this former school, an UNRWA facility in Nuseirat, when it was targeted by an Israeli airstrike.
Why? What have we done for them to bomb us? We fled from place to place. No UNRWA school is safe. No tent is safe. There is no safe place.
The European Union have condemned the attack. They are calling for an independent inquiry. The Israeli military says it carried out a precise strike targeting Hamas and Islamic Jihad fighters involved in the October 7th attacks.
Around 6,000 Palestinians from all over Gaza were sheltering in this former school, an UNRWA facility in Nuseirat, when it was targeted by an Israeli airstrike.
Place.
Yes, they said 37.
Okay, because before it was 27, so it went up by 10.
Everywhere, a gas canister exploded. Children died screaming. The street was a bloodbath. My nephew was killed. The bodies of the victims killed in the attack are lying
It was
outside
just
the
like, yes, they said 27.
hospital.
Or 37.
Family members say their final goodbyes before the funeral prayers are said.
Dude, this doesn't sound slow to you. Love the tacos. This, I don't know. I feel like I'm watching this on slow motion.
You're insane.
What do you mean I'm insane? It seems like
I'm on an island like that, man.
You need to calm down.
That's enough.
I might be what?
So you might be on an island.
Oh.
An island? I don't
the
know.
only one who thinks that.
Yeah,
people's brains are too slow.
Israel is defending its decision to strike the
take
school.
too much
They
meth,
say they were
Gene.
targeting members of Hamas and Islamic Jihad who were inside.
I feel like I'm watching at normal speed. I'm sorry. After watching like the videos from India and stuff that were at 1.5 speed, this seems like it's like nothing.
Well, that's because
I don't even think
the Indian language, they talk fast to begin
Yeah,
with.
I know.
We assessed that 20 to 30 terrorists were in the compound at the time of the strike. We targeted with precision strikes on the specific classrooms. What we know, of course, we know that the terrorists were, what they were doing inside a UN school, they were hiding. The compound was used for staging attacks and as a forward operating base.
The United Nations has condemned the attack on its shelter in Gaza and accused Israel of breaking international humanitarian.
Yeah, and they lit a UN building on fire in like northern Israel and stuff not too long ago. And that was a civilian. Here it's like they're bombing UN buildings. They've been murdering like humanitarian aid workers and destroying schools, hospitals. I mean, journalists have been dying. I mean, it seems like, they're equal opportunity murderers.
Law.
And I'm very pleased to welcome Jonathan Fowler. He's the Senior Communications Manager from UNRWA. He's joining us from East Jerusalem. Thanks so much for your time today, Jonathan. As we've been reporting, the Israeli army says Hamas was using this UN-run school as a shelter. Were you aware of Hamas activity there?
Well, we're talking about allegations here. We have absolutely no way of verifying such claims. Clearly what we have said is that attacking, targeting, or using UN buildings for any kind of military purposes is a blatant disregard of international humanitarian law. International humanitarian law applies to all parties in all conflicts, including this one.
Can I ask you, is there anything that UNRWA does to try and make sure Hamas fighters don't use UN premises?
Oh, I like that term. Methamphetamine. Or methamphetamine. Yeah. Methamphetamine.
To move everyone out.
Trouble articulating that.
It becomes clear, for example,
Methamphetamine. There you
Hamas
go.
is present
Methamphetamine.
in any UN premises.
Well, basically, UN staff premises and operations have to be protected at all times. That's the end of the story. If there are any issues with use by anybody, military use by anybody.
Here, now it finally seems like he's not talking at normal speed.
In this war, we raised the alarm, of course. But the primary thing is here, we're talking about the shelter, which was sheltering 6,000 displaced people when it was hit. And I really think that's what we need to focus on right now. The issue of proportionality in international humanitarian law is also extremely significant. Civilians over and over are paying the price with their lives in this war in Gaza. And our own staff, we've lost 192 of our staff. They've been killed in this war. And this is a number without precedent in the history of the United Nations. So I really think that's what we need to be talking about. It's about the fact that civilian casualties are just happening over and over and over in this war, including in places of safety under the United Nations flag.
Are you aware of any warnings to evacuate civilians before this strike?
I'm not, I'm afraid. I mean, we're still trying to gather information about what exactly happened. What I can say is that the coordinates of all of our facilities in the Gaza Strip are shared with all parties, including the Israeli authorities.
The person in the chat says, why the U.S. cares so much about this? This don't make sense.
We've been covering stories from all over the globe. We're covering global politics. And I think people probably should be aware of all the fucked up things that are happening across the globe.
There's no mystery about what is a UN facility or what's not a UN facility, and that's crystal clear. I mean, there's no mystery about this. But regarding warnings or not to evacuate, I mean, yes, we're aware of news reports like everybody else. The timeliness of warnings for people to evacuate, including from areas like Rafah, has not been ideal in many cases, and so the meaningfulness of orders to evacuate can be problematic. Overall, I also want to emphasise that since this
I wonder, for the love of tacos, what country are you from?
war began, over 180 of our facilities, so these are United Nations facilities, have been hit, and at least 450 people have died in them, and 1,400 have been injured. And let's not forget, these are people seeking safety under the flag of the United Nations.
And this, of course, begs the question, is UNRWA still able to do its job, given the amount of...
Next vid.
There is outrage in Israel as we learn the UN plans to add it to a blacklist alongside Hamas over actions during the war. Raf Sanchez is in Tel Aviv. Raf, what more can you tell us?
Allah.
UN plans to add it to a blacklist alongside Hamas over actions during the war.
You think she's playing hide and seek?
Peekaboo, I'm Hamas.
Raf Sanchez is in Tel Aviv. Raf, what more can you tell us?
Left-wing diplomat tells NBC News that both Israel and Hamas are due to be added to a global blacklist for children in wartime. Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu
okay, get all the giggles out.
Slamming the decision, saying the UN put itself today on history's
Yeah, before you
blacklist
put more
when it
dead
doesn't
bodies
claims
on the screen, so I don't want to look like an asshole.
Yeah. Mexico, okay. That was my first guess. I didn't want to sound like racist or xenophobic, but yeah. Like, could be like Chile or Honduras or something.
Chile,
Hamas
Chile.
becomes a day after an Israeli
Dude,
strike on
shut
Hamas
the fuck
operatives
up.
at a UN school killed at least 14 children, according to hospital officials. And 8 months after October 7th, the IDF says Hamas gunmen tried to breach the border once again, but were killed before they could cross into Israel. An Israeli soldier also died.
Wait. Look at that explode. Okay, look at those bodies. It's like little ghost wisps and everything, but
The IDF says Hamas gunmen tried to breach the border once again, but were killed before they could cross into Israel. An Israeli soldier also died. Lester.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or follow us on.
We get more on that from Gaza. We've got Hani Mahmoodi's reporting in Deir Bala. This is in central Gaza. Sarah Khairat will have the Israeli reaction. First, I want to go straight to UN headquarters in New York. And Gabriel Elizondo, who's following this. And so, Gabe, tell me more about this report. It's important because this is essentially a list of parties to conflict who commit grave violations against children. We are 8 months into this war.
Good reason.
Is it
a little bit louder.
This one just fucking assaulted my eardrums.
Good. Learn how to hear. Okay. I mean, wait, no, you didn't.
another long interview. Next vid.
Now to the fallout from the deadly Israeli strike on a UN school in Gaza. The Hamas-run health ministry says
Gene,
at
do you
least 40
have
were
to
killed,
pee
including women
again?
and children. Israel
No.
says it was targeting militants. Marcus Moore has our coverage tonight.
Overnight, more strikes in central Gaza. Less than a day after an Israeli airstrike hit a school, killing at least 40 people and injuring 74.
Good thing that person put their social media.
We went from 27 to 37 to 40 and 74 injured.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go back to that
It's
clip.
just- God, Chad.
Good thing that person put their social media. Yeah, good thing these guys put their social media over these horrible incidents. Like, I got a great recording of a bunch of people dying. Yeah, here's my social media at Shabisky. Make sure to subscribe, guys. Help me get to 100K, man. Yeah.
Follow me on TikTok.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna start re-uploading a bunch of this shit and just watermarking it with your face at Shabisky.
Yeah. Like kids dying and shit. At Shabisky. Follow Shabisky.
Chad's gonna
You
do
gotta put like a shitty GIF over it in like the corner too. Like a cartoon acting surprise.
Like, yeah, I mean,
but he's going to be like puppeteering like some dead body of a kid. He's going to be doing like a Suicide Forest with Logan Paul. It's like, oh, I'm Shabisky.
Oh God!
Look what
I went to Gaza. I went to Gaza and somehow I found a dead body. I wasn't expecting this.
You're a terrible person.
So unexpected.
No, Shabisky, make a shirt that says, I went to Gaza and all I got was a dead body.
Dude, I just want to make it clear, too. We're just making jokes and stuff. We're not one of those motherfuckers that we saw.
In Israel, we're not.
Yeah.
We're mocking how fucked up they are and how fucked up the situation is.
Like, one of the last streams we did, we watched one where there's, like, a bunch of people from Israel doing TikToks where they, like, put ketchup on themselves and make fun of the people in Gaza dying. And we're not... We're not one of those people. Just making sure. We're making fun of those people.
Yeah.
They're pieces
No,
of shit.
if we go to Gaza, it's like maybe we could see how many dead bodies can we find.
Easter egg hunt.
You do your yeah. Shab does his dab streams. He needs to do a take a sip or do a hit every time
We find a dead body. Yeah, or a body part, you know.
It's gonna be the stream where he has to do the most dabs or the most drinks out of.
Yeah, woo, I'm fucked up, guys.
Shab's gonna be dead at the end of the stream. He's gonna be one of the dead bodies.
Yeah, then people can go Easter egg hunted for my body part.
What was once a United Nations.
Yeah, take a sip every time you find a dead body. You'll be a dead body.
What the?
That's how fucked up it is.
Killing at least 40 people and injuring 74, according to the Hamas-run health ministry. 14 children among the dead. What was once a United Nations-run school sheltering displaced Palestinian families, now piles of rubble, mattresses covered in debris, the ceilings and floors littered with holes. The IDF saying the move was, quote, a precise intelligence-based strike targeting dozens of Hamas and Islamic Jihad terrorists hiding inside a UN school in Gaza. Munitions experts tell ABC News that fragments of a bomb used appear to be U.S.-made. This as the U.S. State Department notes the tragic losses.
The government of Israel has said that they're going to release more information about this strike. We expect them to be fully transparent in making that information public.
The strike just days after dozens died in the aftermath of an Israeli airstrike near a camp for displaced Palestinians in Rafah. Humanitarian groups say these incidents are proof that innocent families have no safe place to go in Gaza, while Israel in its fight with Hamas says some of these facilities have become legitimate targets. And that the
I think it's hyperbolic that they have no safe place to go. Go to this tent city. Bam, 40 dead. Go to this school. Bam, 40 dead.
IDF is trying to avoid civilian casualties. Marcus Moore.
It's like, wait, weren't there 2 schools? Or was it a hospital? It's like, I can't, like, differentiate between all of these. It's like, I don't know. There's too much clutter.
ABC News, Tel Aviv.
Nearly 30 Palestinians were killed Friday after Israeli military strikes in central and southern Gaza. Chris Livesay is in Tel Aviv with the latest. What can you tell us, Chris?
Okay. 27, 37, 40, 70 injured. Now we're over 40. How many injured do you think so far? Has to be more than 70 now.
Israeli forces show no signs of slowing Hamas around Rafah.
90.
Just a day after international scrutiny over an airstrike on a school where thousands.
Now, you hear injured. People usually like to, I don't know, like compartmentalize how, like, the injured part and don't really pay attention to it. People don't consider how many of those people have a traumatic brain injury and are confined to a chair. How many of those people have severe, like, nerve damage, back injuries, they're confined to a chair, missing all their limbs, shards of metal stuck in their heart. A lot of them are going up. Yeah, with those 70, 90 injured. What percent of them do you think have really crippling disabilities that they're going to deal with the rest of their life? Yeah.
A lot of them. But
10%, 30%.
Probably at least 40, 45.
And then out of that 45, what percent of them do you think have lost pretty much all their relatives that are there to support them while they're coping with missing a leg or being catatonic or being confined as like a paraplegic or something?
Out of that 45, probably 80, I think. I don't know.
Yeah. See, and then all the other people that aren't injured, they have to deal with all the emotional trauma, seeing a bunch of kids without their limbs and stuff, or people who are lit on fire. And, yeah. So they get to deal with that emotional trauma, witnessing it, having their families die, and then the people dealing with the physical trauma, a lot of them have to deal with the extra dose of emotional trauma of not having their loved ones beside them. What percent do you think are children where all their family is dead and they're missing all their limbs and all their relatives?
Jesus Christ, G.
The Palestinian civilians had been sheltered.
Just to put things in perspective, how many stories do you think we can find of that? Of how many kids missing all their limbs and then missing all their adult relatives? There's got to be at least like 30.
All of their limbs, John? They're all like the guy from Metallica 1 music video, John.
Oh, okay.
However, were dozens of terrorists from both Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad using civilians as human shields, according to an Israeli spokesman who said they, quote, systematically operate from schools.
Ooh, they said they're gonna become a member. Yeah. I guess that's gonna be one of the first memberships of dude, I gotta fill in the paperwork and stuff.
That?
What's that?
You don't have memberships yet.
I might.
You didn't turn it on.
Your channel's not monetized yet.
I gotta do all the paperwork and stuff, fill out all the settings.
All the paperwork.
We have patrons.
Charles,
we do.
Charles, you should click the link pinned at the top of the chat and help us with the goal at the bottom of the screen.
But if you want to subscribe, We do have a patron account, so that should be in the comics or comments. And one of the mods would probably post the patron link. Yeah.
I think Shab's got the better idea. If you do feel like contributing, there is a link pinned in the chat. If you're able to click that, hit the 3 dots, tap it, and that's going to help Shabisky come to the meetup this August.
Yeah.
We'll be chilling.
But if they want to support the stream long term,
if you want to do that, there's a patron.
Post the link to the patron in the chat, or just do it.
Hospitals.
Yeah, we gotta for the mod or for the membership. I do have to monetize the stream, fill out all the I guess the information there.
9 civilians were also killed.
I think what's the digital version of paperwork?
Independent weapons experts tell CBS News that it appears Israel used U.S.-made GB
digital work.
Nah.
Digital EU-39 bombs. Those are the same ones used at a camp for displaced Palestinians last month that left some 45 dead. Yet another example of how America is both behind some of Israel's munitions and some of Gaza's meals. Nearly 2 weeks ago, that long-awaited pier built by the U.S. military broke apart in rough seas. Well, today, it's reconnected. However, in the mere 8 days it was previously operational, only a small number of aid trucks actually made it into Gaza. Several of them were looted. It's amid this humanitarian crisis that Benjamin Netanyahu will come to Washington next month to address a joint meeting of Congress. It's unknown if the Israeli Prime Minister will meet with President Biden, given Biden's growing frustration over Netanyahu's conduct of the war. And tonight, the State Department is confirming that Secretary of State Anthony Blinken will visit Israel early next week. The aim to push Israel and Hamas to agree to the proposal that President Biden announced last week to finally release the hostages in exchange for a ceasefire. Lana?
It's been 1 week since U.S. President Joe Biden touted a ceasefire plan to stop the conflict in Gaza. And yet displaced Palestinians in Gaza's southern city of Rafah are moving again. This man says his family is relocating for the 7th time, searching for safety from Israeli bombardment. The UN calls this pattern a death circle in Gaza. U.S.-backed Qatari and Egyptian mediators have been trying to reconcile clashing demands over hostages, jailed Palestinians...
Any Canadians on the panel? Well, we got Timmy, he's Canadian, and Skeptical Jesus, who's one of our top mods, contributors. He's a Canadian, so... And then 006, he's Canadian, don't know where he's been.
But sources say there have not been any signs of a breakthrough, despite Biden's calls.
It's time for this war to end.
U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is set to travel to the region next week and is expected to push for both sides to accept a deal.
And I got such a diverse audience. I think we had somebody from India earlier, and I looked at some of our recent subscribers, and one of our newer subscribers, she has 800 subs, and she's apparently from Kyrgyzstan, I think.
Kyrgyzstan.
Did you know, Gene, that my subscriber that has the most subs has 6 million subscribers?
Yeah, you showed me him before.
Yeah, I'm a celebrity, Gene.
Exactly. What's the if you look at the analytics of your channel, Shab? What are the demographics? Apparently, 1/3 of my audience consists of women. We need to improve things there. It needs to be 50-50.
Well, we need to get a fucking woman on the panel to begin with. That might help.
Well, where's Missy been? We need to get Taylor on here. But yeah, what are your analytics? Okay, look it up while we watch this.
On Friday, Israel bombarded central and southern parts of the enclave. It said this footage shows Israeli soldiers operating in the strip, with the military saying it killed dozens of military.
You can join the Discord. Everything's there in the Discord. Everything's in the comments. So, you're Kurdish? That's C-Shab, I bet you don't have this level of diversity.
Yeah,
Militants in its latest update. In Rafah, residents said tank-led forces had advanced to the city's southwestern fringes.
23% is female.
Force in the war, which Israel denies.
I'm utterly shocked.
Israel's UN envoy Gilad Erdan said
23% is female. 76% is male.
Wow, Shab. I got more women watching my streams than yours.
Well, you don't have more women watching your stream. You have a higher women percentage.
Okay, whatever.
Okay, I still have more women. Okay,
it's on average.
Oh yeah. That's what matters, Gene. Okay.
That's not even counting the ones in his basement.
Yeah, I don't even include those, and I make them watch every stream.
Continue.
13 to 17-year-old, 6.6%. 18 and 24, 27%. 25 to 34, 29%.
Not age. I'm talking about geographic.
Oh, let me look.
Yeah.
Where's that at?
Should say geographic analytics or whatever.
Oh, here it is. 69% in the last 28 days is United States. 5% United Kingdom, 7% Canada, 1% Russia, almost 2% Australia, 0.8% India, 1% Philippines, almost 1% Germany. We got South Africa, Netherlands, Indonesia, Sweden, New Zealand, France, Poland, Saudi Arabia, Italy.
Those all like your 0.0,
so on. Yeah, like this one's 0.2 Malaysia, Norway. I got them everywhere. Everywhere. Okay,
but those are all less than 1%.
Trubisky worldwide.
But when you get numbers like me, that point whatever, it's pretty big. Okay. It's great like that.
No, Remy, it's the percentage of his total viewership, not individual people.
It's the amount of viewers. Okay. It's the viewership in the last 28 days. Yeah, so
45% United States, 11% India, 3% Indonesia, 2.7% Canada, 2.3% Philippines, 2% Russia, 1.8% UK, 1.6% South Korea, 1.2% Austria, Vietnam, 1.2%, Mexico, 0.7%, and then like Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan. We're getting a lot of people from like the Central East, like Turkmenistan, Kyrgyzstan, Kazakhstan. Dude, we got to do some more videos centered around that like geopolitical region.
No, we got to focus on cornering the Chinese viewers.
Yes, that's where the market's at. You just got to keep the Chinese happy.
YouTube isn't really a thing in China, so I don't think that's a good.
What we need to do is we need to get phones with just YouTube that are subscribed to your channel and float them over into China.
And then, yes, or North Korea.
Hey, same thing. Same with North Korea.
Float them over to North Korea and get them all subscribed. Well, we already subscribed them before they got it. Whatever. We're cool.
The country's military has been added to a UN list of offenders who have committed violations against children.
Israel's army is the most moral army in the world.
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu accused the UN of supporting, quote, Hamas murderers, while the Palestinian Authority welcomed the move. A diplomatic source said Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad will also be listed. The war began on October 7th when Hamas militants stormed into southern Israel, killing around 1,200 people and taking over 250 hostages.
Look at those bullets.
According to Israeli tallies. Israel's invasion and bombardment of Gaza since then has killed more than 36,700 people, according to.
How many of those are Hamas militants?
4.
You know what? It's pretty accurate, probably, because today we covered a story where it's like one of the first stories where they actually confirmed that they're Hamas militants. That's the only time I can recall where it's officially verified, because all the other times it's believed that there were these many Hamas militants. This time they actually showed who the Hamas militants were, and it's like, yeah, 2 Hamas militants dead out of 47 innocent people killed.
Gaza's health ministry.
The fallout from the deadly Israeli strike on a UN school in Gaza. The Hamas-run Ministry of Health says at least 40 people were killed, including women and children. Israel says it was targeting militants. Marcus Moore is in Tel Aviv for us. Good morning, Marcus.
Rebecca, good morning. Humanitarian groups say these incidents are proof that innocent families have no safe place to go in Gaza, while Israel, in its war with Hamas, says some of these facilities have become legitimate targets and that the IDF is trying to avoid civilian casualties.
They're doing a good job with it.
More strikes in central Gaza. Less than a day after an Israeli airstrike hit a school, killing at least 40 people and injuring 74, according to the Hamas-run health ministry. 14 children among the dead. What was once a United Nations-run school sheltering displaced Palestinian families, now piles of rubble, mattresses covered in debris, the ceilings and floors littered with holes. The IDF saying the move was, quote, a precise intelligence-based strike targeting dozens of Hamas and Islamic Jihad terrorists hiding inside a UN school in Gaza.
And they only killed 2. I think that's the official numbers. They killed 2 out of 40 fucking people dead. 12 kids died for 2 Hamas militants killed.
But they were targeting dozens with intelligence that they had. Therefore, it's okay. Apparently.
That's their strategy, though. Like, there's a couple supposed Hamas people in this building full of like hundreds of people. Hey, it was a precision strike. Yeah, 70 fucking people died, but we got them though. Maybe.
We got him.
Yay, we got another sub. We're getting closer to the 1.1 subs. Yeah, but my thing is, again, it's like they're relying on missile like artillery airstrikes. What about if they sent in a squad of like some kind of like infantry unit? It's just, don't you think it would be more efficient at really distinguishing the Hamas militants from the people? If they think, hey, we know who these people are because they'll show like the Lavender software and so forth, all the programs that they use and the intelligence. It's like, hey, we have this person's photo. We know what they look like. So we believe they're in there. I mean, maybe some civilians would die in the crossfire, but the less civilians dead, the better. So they'd be able to like raid the place with infantry. And then it's like you try to arrest, apprehend the people who you apparently, based on your intelligence, you know that they are members of Hamas. If they fight back, then you use lethal force. And chances are a few people will die in the process, but it's better than 40 fucking people dead and 12 children dead. But here's the thing, if they do that, a couple of their soldiers might die. Can't have that.
Yeah, they're too chicken shit to put their own boots on the ground.
Yeah,
and that's a major.
The last time they did, they shot the fucking Israeli fucking prisoners.
Exactly. And then it's also like drone technology. It's just they have demolition drones that can go in with great precision and detonate and collapse an entire building. And it's like you'll have scenarios where they know that there are like 5 Hamas militants. There's like a squad of Hamas militants in this building, and they know that there aren't any civilians there. But then there are civilians in tents or other nearby areas. And it's just, they are one of the most sophisticated militaries on the planet. And they can't use that kind of like drone system to just have the drones go in and demolish the building where it collapses into its footprint. Use that kind of precise technology as opposed to just throwing a bunch of dumb bombs in the area and a bunch of innocent like Gazans died, but hey, we were targeting the Hamas militants. We know exactly where they are, and it's like you can't kill those through the building, or I don't know. You can't send. It's like you look at all this fucking drone technology that Ukraine is using and stuff. They destroy tanks and everything. They're destroying like naval vessels, and it's just they can't use those stealth drones that just go in directly, and like they're like these small infiltration like kamikaze drones. They infiltrate, go in, find where the Gazan squad is, and there you go. They detonate, and it's just, but for some reason, they just have to rely on dumb bombs and airstrikes.
Fragments of a bomb used appear to be U.S. made. This is the U.S. State Department notes the tragic losses. Gaza. Munitions experts tell ABC News that fragments of a bomb used appear to be U.S. made. This is the U.S. State.
Who do you think she's grieving over? Sibling, parent, grandparent, auntie, uncle?
Department notes the tragic losses.
All of the above.
Israel has said that they're going to release more information about this strike. We expect them to be fully transparent in making that information public.
The strike just days after dozens died in the aftermath of an Israeli airstrike near a camp for displaced Palestinians in Rafah. We have also learned that the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu will address Congress on Wednesday, July 24th. He's expected to make the case for Israel's latest moves in Gaza and also try to shore up public support from a close ally. George.
Okay, Marcus. For the first time, Israel is being named among those who commit grave violations against children during armed conflict. The designation, part of an annual United Nations report by the Secretary General. The move comes as more than 15,000 children have been killed in the past 8 months during Israel's war on Gaza. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has reacted angrily to the news of this country being named.
Why didn't the U.S. veto that decision? I don't know if this is one of the decisions that they can actually veto, but I do know, like, with most of the policies, most of like the decision stuff that the UN votes on, it's the US, the UK, France, China, Russia. Those are the 5 countries that can just veto any policies. And of course, the United States and the UK and France, they're the 3 countries that love vetoing any policies that are supposed to help assist Palestine and stuff, or put like restrictions or enforce penalties on Israel. And there's been scenarios where there have been policies where all of the UN states had voted yes on the whatever the policy is that supports Palestine, and the only 2 countries that vote against it are the US and Israel. Israel doesn't have vetoing power, so if the United States didn't veto it, it would have gone through.
the so-called blacklist, or list of shame as it's commonly known, he posted on social media that the UN has put itself today on the blacklist of history. Riyad Mansour, Palestine's ambassador to the UN, has welcomed the news. It's an important step in the right direction towards ending the double standards and the culture of impunity Israel has enjoyed for far too long, and that left our children vulnerable to its consequences, he posted. The report has yet to be made public, but Gilad Erdan, Israel's UN ambassador, unexpectedly posted on social media the recording of a call he received from the Secretary General's office, giving him a courtesy heads up they would be included. The UN was upset that he did that.
Ambassador Erdogan's video recording of that phone call and the partial release of that recording on Twitter is shocking and unacceptable, and frankly something I've never seen in my 24 years serving this organization.
For years, Israel has fought hard to be kept off the list, despite countless incidents of abuse and killing of Palestinian children. ISIL, Boko Haram, Russia, and Afghanistan are just some of the parties to conflict that have been named in previous years.
While the spokesperson for the Secretary General said he would...
Do you think that, since they're being put on similar lists, that these terrorist groups are being put on? Do you think maybe the IDF is kind of a terrorist group?
It says it in the name. It's a defense force. It can't be terrorist.
So when we were covering what was going on in like Kashmir and India and so forth, where they're like using bulldozer tactics and so forth, and it's like the definition of terrorism. It's some like act of like usually political ideological motive. It's supposed to incite fear in the people for some kind of political ideological agenda. It seems like that's what Israel's been doing. They just haven't exclusively been going to war. It's like, fuck you for what we did. We're going to build settlements. We're going to turn into a parking lot. So they, by all definitions, are engaging in acts of terrorism.
So you're right. It depends on the act of terror, or the definition of terrorism and terrorist.
Yeah.
Usually, whatever the established government is in the theater in question, usually they are not the terrorists. However, there's a term called a terrorist state that can arise. And I've certainly heard Putin and his regime characterized that way, although I don't believe it's official. But I agree with the characterization and could agree with it in Israel's case. At the very least, the way they're executing this war is definitionally terrorizing the Palestinians, whether or not you give them a formal designation or not.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd say that both forces kind of are. I'd say it's hard to say that Hamas is a terrorist group without saying the IDF is as well. Because it seems like both groups have been doing shit to terrorize the other side. And it's just like kind of terrorism Olympics.
Would not be making any comments about the details of the report until it's released. He said the report will speak for itself. And while being included on the list will not have any immediate consequences for Israel, it could have political and diplomatic ramifications, further isolating Israel from the rest of the world. Gabriel Zondo, Al Jazeera, at the United Nations in New York.
Well, Israeli politicians.
Make sure to subscribe to our channel to get...
Now, what do you think of the BJP, though? Do you think it's fair to say they're a terrorist group when they're like a Hindu supremacist group and they've actually been... It's confirmed that they've incited riots to kill hundreds of people?
It sounds like what would happen if in America the evangelical extreme right took to the streets like Antifa did.
And they're also a political party.
Sure, but you get what I'm saying. Like,
yeah.
I don't know if that rises to be calling them terrorists. Maybe.
Well, it's like I said, the RSS, they're like a Hindu extremist group, and they went around, like, they murdered Gandhi. It's like they have multiple acts of going through murdering a bunch of people who are Sikh or Muslim. Yeah.
Maybe.
The latest news from Al Jazeera.
Donald Trump terrorist.
Well, the United Nations has added the Israeli military.
A felon, yes. A terrorist, no.
You're Trump.
I mean,
to be fair, I think once you broaden the definition semantics, once you broaden it to an extreme, it becomes meaningless.
to a global list of offenders that have committed violations against children. The list aims to shame parties to conflicts in the hope of pushing them to implement measures to better protect children. Palestinian militant groups, Hamas and the Islamic Jihad, have also...
there we go. Well, he's only missing 2 of his limbs. How many of his family is he missing?
No, he's missing 3. He doesn't have a hand. I mean, it's not the whole limb, but...
Okay, yeah. Fair enough. Like 2.5 limbs. But what percent of his family do you think he's missing? 2 limbs, 2 parents? 2 limbs, a parent, like a sibling?
Yeah, a parent or both parents for his legs, and probably a brother or sister for the hand, or at least half of them.
Yeah, half his brother for like half his limb.
Also been added to the list. It forms part of an annual report. On children in armed conflict to be published in late June. Israel has criticized the UN's decision.
That's too much for it, Eric.
I don't.
That wasn't enough.
Yeah.
To include its military calling that decision shameful. Well, I'm joined now by Alex Saye, head of humanitarian policy and advocacy at Save the Children.
The Gazan reality TV series. Yeah. That's usually what I like to do. I like to hit it home. Go through, just show everything piling up gradually throughout the week. Piling up figuratively and literally.
Four Israeli hostages kidnapped by Hamas on October 7th have been rescued. There are 245.
They rescued some people, finally, without killing them. See, they're improving. We went from like murdering hundreds of innocent people in response to murdering 0 like Hamas militants to murdering 2 Hamas militants per 40 civilian deaths, and now we're actually getting to some rescued hostages that aren't being mowed down by IDF soldiers.
They came out even with the 4 alive ones, because didn't we have a story about the 4 dead ones? So they're breaking even.
Yeah.
Sanchez joins us now. So, Raph, what are you hearing about the condition of the hostages and the next steps in the coming
But at least we're not in the negatives. At least it's we're just like leveling out, breaking even.
And how this came together.
So, Michael, the IDF is saying that these 4 hostages freed from Gaza are in good condition medically, and we have seen pictures of Noah Argamani, who our viewers will remember. She was that young woman being taken into Gaza from the music festival on October 7th on the back of that motorcycle, her hands outstretched to her boyfriend, who was also being kidnapped, being marched away into Gaza. We've seen images of her this morning at a hospital in the greater Tel Aviv area. You can see her there reuniting with her father, Yaakov, and it is just extraordinary to think that 8 months and 1 day after she was kidnapped, she is smiling, she is laughing, she's speaking with her family. She spoke on the phone earlier today with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. It was very interesting, guys. She said in that phone call, "I haven't spoken in Hebrew in such a long time," which suggests that she was being held on her own away from other hostages. Now, that does appear to chime with the report we are getting from the Israeli military. Details obviously still emerging. Just setting the scene here. This was a raid in the center of Gaza in broad daylight at 11 a.m. The Israeli military says hundreds of soldiers took part, that there was support from air and by sea. They say that they stormed 2 separate buildings. Now, we believe that Noah Argamani was being held on her own in one of those buildings, and the 3 male hostages were being held in a separate building. At least 1 Israeli soldier seriously wounded in this raid, but this appears to have been the single greatest success in terms of hostage rescue that we have had, that Israel has had in the course of this 8 months of war. Remember, guys, only 3 other hostages have been rescued alive up until this point, and today...
Dude, they've been doing a good job.
4 hostages in
Yeah,
just
how many
a couple of
hostages
hours.
were there
Now you can see Noah on...
So when they mowed down, like I think there were over 100 hostages, but they mowed down like how many in that one infamous like scenario, like 20?
Something like that. Some weird number.
It was like 20 or 40. So yeah, they've rescued what, 7 so far?
On your screen there, she is speaking to Israeli President Isaac Herzog, who was telling her just how overjoyed Israel is to see her safe, to see her home. There have been scenes of celebration across this country today. The lifeguards on the beach in Tel Aviv announcing the news over loudspeaker, people jumping up and cheering in front of the Mediterranean on this Saturday here in Israel. We met Noah's father, Yaakov, on October 8th, less than 24 hours after his daughter had been kidnapped by Hamas. He is at her side right now. Her mother, as far as we know at this point, is not. Her mother's name is Leora, and she is dying of brain cancer. And for these 8 months, she has been telling the world that her dying wish was to see her daughter once again. Now, she is in very serious condition. She is at another hospital in Tel Aviv, but we believe that mother and daughter are going to be reunited later on today.
It says Israel rescues from 4 hostages in operation. Gazan officials say killed more than 200. Trying to find the... Here, I'll just...
Noah's boyfriend, Avinatan Or, who you see in that video from October 7th being marched by a crowd of militants into Gaza, remains one of the 120 hostages still being held. So while this is obviously a moment of joy, you see Avinatan there, while this is obviously a moment of joy for Noah and her family, her partner remains inside Gaza. His fate is unknown at this hour, as is the fate of so many of those 120 other hostages. Now, guys, I should say that while there is celebration here in Israel, there is mourning in Gaza right now, because there are reports of at least 50 people killed during this Israeli raid. We know that there was intense bombardment by Israeli air.
So the guy getting his fucking hand placed behind his back, that was her boyfriend? I don't understand the situation. Because if like the IDF went in and rescued those 4 hostages and her boyfriend is also a hostage, why is he in the video still trapped?
That was the video of them being abducted, I believe.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so it says so far, 250 hostages were taken during October 7th. And then it says half were released in a week-long ceasefire in November. About 120 hostages remain, with 43 pronounced dead. And I think most of the 43 killed were killed by the IDF.
Aircraft by Israeli ships to cover the special forces as they moved in. We don't know how many of those 50 or so people killed were militants, how many of them were civilians. But of course, this is just an enormous, enormous moment here in Israel, and it is really hard to overstate the happiness here. One Israeli friend told me the whole country is crying.
The whole of Israel's
Breaking news that we're following from overnight, the Israel-Hamas war. Israel says 4 hostages who were kidnapped in the October 7th massacre were just rescued. Let's go back to ABC's Marcus Moore in Tel Aviv with the latest. Marcus, good morning.
Good morning again. Those 4 hostages are said to be in good condition this morning after a joint daytime rescue operation. The hostages include 25-year-old Noah Argamani. She and the 3 others rescued this morning were among dozens of people kidnapped from the Nova Music Festival on October 7th. Of course, images of Argamani being abducted went viral after the Hamas attacks, while this morning we are seeing images of her being rescued and talking to Prime Minister Netanyahu over the phone. The IDF says this operation took place at 2 buildings in Nasiriyat in central Gaza. It involved land, sea, and ground strikes, as well as helicopters. And the Hamas-run Gaza Health Ministry this morning is accusing Israel of committing a massacre during these raids. The ministry saying that at least 47 people were killed and dozens injured. It follows deadly strikes this week on a pair of UN schools turned shelters. The Gaza Ministry of Health saying more than 50 Palestinians were killed in those strikes. The IDF has said that Hamas has been using those sites to operate and carry out attacks. Now back to the rescue operation just this morning. Israeli officials say it was intelligence-based and that the green light was given at the last minute by the defense minister and the prime minister. As you know, the Israeli government has been under intense pressure to bring home the hostages. This operation being seen as a small success. And Gio, we have seen spontaneous celebrations in the streets and on the beaches here in Tel Aviv as news of this rescue spread.
And Hind al-Khudri filed this report by phone from the Al-Aqsa Hospital in Deir Balah as events unfolded.
The hospitals are overwhelmed. You can't imagine the people are on the floor. Medics, volunteers.
Events unfolded.
The hospitals are overwhelmed. You can't imagine
If that baby survives, what kind of permanent injuries do you think it's going to face?
people are on the floor.
Probably, definitely going to be blind in at least one eye, if not both.
Volunteers, everyone is trying to help them. There's no place for them. They're even trying to put more injuries and other
trauma. Do you think at such a young age, when it deals with like emotional trauma like that, do you think what kind of effect do you think it's going to have on its growth and development mentally?
Perfectly stable, no issues whatsoever.
in the hospital. The doctors are trying their best to rescue as much people as
They don't even have alcohol to cope with mental stuff like we do in the West.
Bad crow.
Critical injuries right now, and everyone is terrified. People are terrified.
Just saying, they don't.
Not only
Okay.
hospital. It's also a refuge and a shelter for hundreds of thousands of Palestinians that seek refuge in this hospital for months right now. And now they got this warning from one of the journalists who received a call from the Israeli army telling them that they were going to target a couple of tents in the courtyard of the hospital. We're seeing people running. We're seeing people looking for a safe place. Everyone is left the hospital to the area surrounding the hospital. And people are literally
Okay.
for a safe place. Everyone is left the hospital to the area
Wait,
surrounding the
pause.
hospital.
They're blurring the kid's face out, and look at how red it is.
And people are literally can't find any safe place. They do not know where to go. They're searching for a place. They're trying to move west, but again, there are helicopters, there are quadcopters. People are fearing live ammunition. They're fearing artillery shelling, and it's also not safe for them to evacuate from outside the hospital. This is the scene right now, and no one can understand anything because with
Just imagine having to sit there and apply the blurs.
Well, how long until
PTSD? That's going to cause PTSD in and of itself.
Yeah.
Well, how long until that hospital's not there?
Yeah. Give it a
Oh,
week.
Hamas was in the hospital underneath the
was
the building.
One Hamas dude went there once, like 6 months ago, so he had to level it while people
He
were
scraped
inside.
his knee and.
Well, the people working at the hospital, they're state workers, therefore they're Hamas operatives. They're working under Hamas.
Of course, it's all Hamas. Hamas all the way down.
Yeah. They voted Hamas.
The Israeli military has rescued 4 Israeli hostages alive from Gaza. 1 woman and 3 men were.
If they told me I voted for Hamas, I'd be like, I guess I did, or why else would you say that?
Exactly.
Freed amid heavy airstrikes from 2 different locations in central Gaza. Noah Argamani, seen here, is among the 4.
It just shows how stupid people are globally. Like, we're looking at India and people engage in the political football thing like the United States, and then you look at, like, people and, like, Israel and other countries, like, regurgitating that they elected them in office. They're using them as shields. It's just, I wonder if you're, like, really doing your homework and thoroughly reading into this. Or it's just, like, word-of-mouth hearsay, sort of like, I guess, politics, where people don't even, like, tune in the news. They tune in the news every once in a while, barely comprehend, like, what they're watching or whatever, because they don't pay close attention. And then they get most of, like, I guess, the rundown, the synopsis of what's going on through hearsay. And there's so many fucking people that I talk to with all political issues where that's what it is. It's just something happens, and they clearly are just regurgitating what everyone else is regurgitating.
And the others are said to be in stable condition. They've all been taken to hospitals in Israel for further medical examinations. Hamas kidnapped all of them from the Nova Music Festival during its terror attack on October 7th. A short time ago, an Israeli army spokesman had this to say about the rescue operation.
This morning, at 11 a.m., Israeli Special Forces conducted a complex hostage rescue mission and successfully rescued 4 of our hostages from Hamas captivity in Gaza. Noah Argamani, Almog Meirjan, Shlomi Ziv, and Andrei Kozlov. They are back home in Israel. They are alive. They are well. They will undergo medical examination and will soon be reunited with their families in the hospital.
We're joined now by our correspondent in Jerusalem, Tanya Kramer. Tanya, good to see you. I imagine it's an incredibly emotional day for Israel.
Now, if you are just joining us here, I do want to take you to this new aerial video that has been released by the IDF, and it does show the 4 hostages who had been held for more than 8 months in Gaza being rescued overnight. The Israel Defense Forces saying that the 4 were rescued from 2 separate locations in a special operation conducted alongside the Israel Security Agency and Israel Police. IDF spokesman Rear Admiral Daniel Hagari, who you just heard from, said the 4 were...
Now, there was this, like, one incident where there was, like, an airplane that was abducted of Israeli citizens. This happened, like, I think in the early 2000s. It was, like, Ida Amin Dada offered them to land, and his, like, own, like, airport and everything. And the IDF conducted an operation where they went in and, like, rescued them from a completely different state. And I think only, like, 3 of the hostages died. So it's like they're one of the most sophisticated militaries on the fucking planet. And you look at that operation where it's not happening in this small enclave that's like right next to them where it's so fucking easy to keep surveillance and tabs on everything. And they were able to send the troops in, put boots on the ground, swiftly go in and out. And that's like 2 decades ago before they had all the drone technology that they have now. But clearly all of this is necessary.
In the heart of Newfound after being abducted by Hamas from the Nova Music Festival that, of course, back on October 7th. Hagari saying,
I need to go to sleep.
Like,
oh, God.
Thank you for having me.
So you're going to turn on your camera and do a sleep stream with
us? We'd have you on with 2 guns, but 2 guns doesn't love us.
That's true.
He loves to sleep more than us. What an ass.
Oh, definitely.
Are you gonna come for 24 hours sleepover and then our Baltimore DC sleepover? You need to come to both of them.
I'll pop in.
Okay. For 12 out of the 24 hours.
Well,
at least
to the dot.
12 minutes of 24 hours.
That's all you'll promise.
I don't know, man. Don't be a nudge.
Don't be a fish, bro.
Yeah,
that's not what I said.
But we love you 2 guns, unlike Ro.
Yeah, well, kisses. Mwah.
I'll still
later, game.
Oh my God, good God, it's gone.
Saying all 4 have been transferred to the
Dan is really an apologist.
And they are in, quote, good medical condition. We have received updates
from
the hospital.
He's an Israel apologist.
To you as it does.
Yeah.
Develop. Do you want to talk more about all of this and the latest in the Middle East? So let's bring in John Strawson, a friend of the show and emeritus professor in the Department of Law, Justice and Policing at the University of East London. Thank you so much. For
10 subs away from 1.1k subs. Yes. And then what should we do for 1.1k subs? Should we do like a movie hangout after? Because I'm not going to go to bed tonight because it's already 4 a.m.
You should celebrate a movie with them.
Yeah.
For taking the time to be here with us today.
It's good to be with you again.
All right, so my first question for you, there's a lot of information that is slowly...
Just want to put the link to the Discord in chat.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Coming out here from the IDF, witnesses, other folks here. What can you tell
Oh,
me
wait,
about what
John.
you know about the rescue overall?
Well, I think first of all,
doing-
as was said, it's been a planned operation for quite.
For doing what?
If we're doing a movie, you got to watch the rest of Terrifier 2.
Oh God,
you'll love the very, very end credits. Dirt loved it as well.
Oh, it's the credits. Oh, I know it's
Credits.
Nightbot.
Yeah, you watch the whole movie just for the credits.
Yeah, you literally do.
Yeah. I like how everyone is like, "Oh, Terrifier!" The scene where he like hacks them into it or whatever. It seems like that's the only reason why people like make any, because outside of that, there really isn't anything notable. And then I watched Bone Tomahawk, and I'm like, "Oh, Bone Tomahawk did it."
It's fairly evident that the IDF have quite a lot of intelligence about where some of the hostages are. And in this case, obviously, they carried out a combined operation between the army and the security forces, including the counterintelligence operation organization. And that was very interesting. And of course, sadly, one of the officers of that particular branch was killed. What I think is very important to notice is that this was an operation which created a great deal of resistance on the ground. That Hamas were very active in both of the places where the hostages were held. There was a real firefight. There were some quite serious exchanges. And I think that needs to be borne in mind when you hear that Hamas claimed that 210 people died and pretend that somehow this was an operation in which the Israelis killed civilians in order to rescue the hostages. In fact, of course, it was an operation where the Israelis had to fight Hamas, who were based amongst the civilian population, in order to rescue the hostages. This was not an easy operation. It was extremely difficult.
And we have heard a lot over the past several weeks about hostages who are being held in Gaza who unfortunately have been confirmed deceased. So now that you have 4 live hostages who have been rescued, does that almost provide a sense of hope that there may be more of the hostages alive than what was previously thought?
What's very good about the 4 that have been rescued, given the medical reports we've had since, is that they are in reasonably good condition. And that, I think, should give us a great deal of hope that there are others who are in a similar position who can be rescued. And I think it puts enormous pressure on the Israeli government now to decide how to deal with this great success. Is this a success which allows the Israeli government to now perhaps pursue the ceasefire which they themselves have proposed as a way of diplomatically trying to release the rest of the hostages who are still alive? So I think this does put quite a bit of pressure on the Israeli government, but I think it also gives them a success, a military success, which they have been quite short of.
I mentioned like Ida Amin Dada. It came to like the Israel issue with Uganda. You know what would be a good movie? You ever seen The Last King of Scotland?
Nope.
Ooh,
Yeah, it's not about Scotland.
It's about Uganda. Misleading title.
In the past.
Fuck, what's his name? The guy with the weird eye. I can't remember his name.
Yeah, I forget as well. Don't spoil anything.
They're now in a stronger position to pursue the diplomatic route.
And you talk about Israel being under pressure here, but does this kind of put Hamas under a little bit of pressure to accept maybe a ceasefire deal now that we know that the IDF has at least some idea of where at least some of the hostages are?
Hamas are under a great deal of pressure. And today, what's interesting is it's not just the pressure on the Hamas leadership, Yahya Sinwar in Gaza, but also on the Hamas leadership in Doha, in Qatar. We have reports today that the Egyptians and the Qataris have been saying to the Hamas leadership of Ismail Haniyeh that now is the time to sign up to this ceasefire agreement and putting such...
Next vid.
A list of shame. Israel added to a blacklist of countries.
A list of shame. He doesn't look too... Do you think he's just got scrapes on the surface or traumatic brain injury?
List of shame. Israel added to a blacklist of countries harming children in wars. Lashing out at the UN in response, it says Israel's army is the most moral in the world. So how does that stand up given the thousands of children it's killed in its ongoing war on Gaza? This isn't...
Did they say they're the most moral army in the world?
It says Israel's army is the most moral in the world. So how does that...
Yeah.
Who said that? The United States?
I think Israel itself said that.
I think there's some self-serving bias there.
stand up given the thousands of children it's killed in its ongoing war on Gaza? This is Inside Story. Hello there and welcome to the programme. I'm Laura Kyle. The United Nations is set to announce the addition of Israel to its blacklist of countries and groups who have violated the rights of children during armed conflict. Whether any action will be taken will be up to the UN Security Council. Some say, at the very least, it could put more diplomatic pressure on Israel. But would that be enough to bring about real change? We'll put this to our guests in just a moment. First, this report from Imogen Kimber.
15,000 children.
Once all of this is over and done with, how many, political officials, military officials, do you think are actually going to be held accountable?
Not as many as they should.
Yeah.
Dead, at least 12,000 injured, and around 3,000 with limbs amputated. 30 children are reported to have died from starvation, and 1.1 million are at risk of malnutrition, all in Gaza, since Israel began its war in October 2023. In an annual report, the UN Secretary-General Antonio Guterres has now added Israel to a global blacklist of countries that have harmed and abused children during armed conflicts. The decision angered Israel.
I'm utterly shocked and disgusted by this shameful decision of the Secretary General. Courtney, you know that Israel's army is the most moral army in the world. So this immoral...
The most mortal army in the world.
Decision will only aid the terrorists and reward Hamas. The only one who is blacklisted today is the Secretary General, whose decision since the war started.
I mean, who would the most moral army on the planet be?
I really wasn't expecting a laugh out of this video, John.
And even before, are rewarding terrorists and incentivizing them.
That is pretty funny. What he said right there.
And to use children for terror acts.
But Israel has also angered the UN. A spokesman said he was shocked that Ambassador Adan had leaked parts of a recording he...
What if he wasn't on the phone with anyone? He's just making that call, just like pretend. Oh, we're the most moral army.
I like that theory.
Show don't tell, Israel.
Made of a courtesy phone call by the UN to inform Israel of the decision ahead of the release of the report.
Ambassador Erdogan's video recording of that phone call and the partial release of that recording on Twitter is shocking and unacceptable, and frankly something I've never seen in my 24 years serving this organization.
Palestine's ambassador to the UN has welcomed Israel's addition to the blacklist. In UN Secretary Antonio Guterres' annual report to the Security Council, it refers to the killing, maiming, denial of aid access, and targeting of schools and hospitals. But as the report has not been made public, the exact accusations Israel faces are not clear. The list is known as the list of shame. ISIL, Boko Haram, Russia, and Afghanistan have all been named, but this is the first time for Israel, although it was previously mentioned in the report for carrying out grave rights violations against children. The Security Council has responsibility for deciding what action to take once a country is included on the list, but Israel is already likely to face further reputational and diplomatic damage. In the International Court of Justice, it's already accused of genocide in Gaza and using starvation as a weapon of war. And prosecutors at the International Criminal Court are seeking warrants for the arrest of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Defense Minister Yoav Gallant over alleged war crimes. The head of UNRWA, Philippe Lazzarini, describes Israel's war on Gaza as a war on children, their childhood, and their future. Yet, it continues in full force. Imogen Kimber, Al Jazeera for Inside Story.
Well, let's bring in our guests now. From Pemba in Mozambique, Damien Lilly, former head of the...
4 hostages in Hamas captivity for 246 days arrived to crowd.
Finally, some undead people.
Cheering their freedom. An Israeli raid.
Undead? There's zombies in that?
Hamas while they were participating in a music
Wait, undead? Oh, yeah.
festival on October 7th.
Non-dead. Non-dead.
The 3 hostages was 25-year-old Noah Argamani, seen here in a video filmed by her abductors on October 7th. On Saturday, she was reunited with her family, taking phone calls from Israel's President Werner Herzog and from Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who has been under intense political pressure to retrieve hostages.
Wait, did they say Werner Herzog? Isn't that the guy that does like the narration for like some shit?
Well, I think
he's like a composer.
Let me see.
Herzog, I think he makes music.
Hostages.
No, I do think
the rescue appears to have been a deadly one. Israeli special forces raided 2 locations in central Gaza. We were at home. A rocket hit us. This eyewitness to the attack said, "My 2 cousins died, and my other 2 cousins were seriously injured."
Isaac Herzog's the Israeli president.
Oh, Isaac Herzog. I said Werner Herzog.
Is that what they said?
I don't fucking know.
Yeah.
Gaza's Hamas-run health ministry said more than 200 were killed. The health ministry did not say how many of the fatalities were combatants, though it did say some of the dead were women and children. The mayor of al-Nusayrat refugee camp, Ayad al-Nigari, was among the dead.
This was a high-risk complex mission based on precise intelligence conducted in daylight in 2 separate buildings deep inside Gaza.
The Israeli military said its forces came under fire before, during, and after the raids. It also announced its targets while the raid was underway, a rare and unusual move for Israel's military. And it was not the first time the al-Nusayrat camp has come under fire by Israeli forces. The camp, home to about 30,000 people, has been attacked several times since October 7th.
When we say that we will do everything to bring our hostages back home, we mean it.
Israel says 120 hostages remain in captivity. David Aiken, Global News, Ottawa.
4 hostages are brought back home after Israeli special forces conducted an operation in the residential neighborhood of Nusayrat in Gaza. The 3 hostages appeared
better that they die by our hands than their hands.
To be in good condition and were sent directly.
We don't want to give them the satisfaction of killing them.
Hospital.
The least we can do.
At 11 a.m., Israeli special forces conducted complex hostage rescue mission and successfully.
Next vid.
The Israeli military carried out a daring daytime rescue mission in Gaza on Saturday that freed 4 hostages being held by Hamas.
While under fire. Under fire.
Okay. It's almost the. Cover that enough. So, on to the next notable military conflict. Okay, so we if we continue past the Ukraine-Russian conflict, we're going to get to all the Trumpites, and then you saw like President Modi and a lot of people who were brainwashed sycophants there. So now let's see what the Putin sycophants have to say.
You mean people that just don't want to die?
Yeah.
Нас смотрят иностранцы, и они в комментариях удивляются, что российские деревенские живут нище по сравнению с американскими и европейскими. Как бы вы могли бы это прокомментировать?
Прокомментировать? Я могу сказать по-русски. И пусть за собой смотрят, они за...
thing he was saying there was bleeped out.
The N-word.
Yeah, the N-word. Called us N-word.
Хотя бы они хоть что-то думают, но они очень сильно ошибаются по поводу того, как мы живем в деревне. Мы живем очень хорошо, кто хочет работать, тот всегда будет жить хорошо и ни в чем не нуждаться.
Живем хорошо, не жалуемся, зарплата достойна. Получаю 50 тысяч, зарплата достойна, чем могу жаловаться, все хорошо. Везде все доступно, все хорошо.
У нас бедняков нету и богатых нет.
We have no poor people, we have no rich people either.
У нас все средние.
Everyone here is
все
average.
Зажиточные, и у всех все есть. Они получают пенсию, молодежь, работают.
Because Putin is nowhere near rich.
Well, I think they might just be talking about their local area.
Yeah, I know.
But
there isn't other rich people like Putin either.
Туалеты у нас
He has no buddies.
Well, maybe that they're going and interviewing like the rural town, so there might not be any notable wealthy like folk in their town.
But that last lady highlighted like, oh no, yeah, we have no one's rich, no one's poor, we're very average, and our toilets are perfectly functional or some shit like that. Like that's the highlight. Like you want foreigners to think you don't shit in buckets?
80%, or it's like something like I think it's over 70% of the world's population doesn't have access to flushable plumbing. So they are up there in terms of quality of living when it comes to the world's population. It's another thing taken perspective. See, don't you love this podcast?
Much when you're talking about Russia, though. Like we're not talking about like some, like we're talking about like one of the biggest countries in the world, like
like India or China.
But also, like Russia is more successful than India, right? Like they're
well, no, not really. I mean, Russia's got a lot of pretty poor areas.
No, that lady said that no one's poor, no one's rich.
Did you even listen to the video, stupid ass? God damn, listen, Gene.
Yeah, Russia, I'd say, like, if you consider it to be a European country, the only maybe it's kind of like Romania and Moldova. I'd say that's probably like the average quality of living would be those countries. And Moldova and countries like Romania, their quality of living's not that great. Remember like those group homes that we covered? And like Romania and Bulgaria, like a lot of the Balkan states.
Люди так Ростовской области все маленькие, выживаем. Так, мы уже привыкли как бы жить так. На хлеб, на воду хватает, как бы слава богу. Как не было войны. Остальное все ерунда.
И второе, чему они удивляются, что российских деревенских очень большая поддержка Путина, но при этом они живут бедно.
Не знаю, нормально живем. Никто бедно не живет. Вот. А поддержка Путина, если мы поддерживать его не будем, то завтра эти сволочи.
If we don't support Putin, European bastards will ruin everything tomorrow. Do you think they're kind of brainwashed?
Maybe a little.
Well, yeah.
On the cusp, NATO's at their borders. They're going to be invaded by Europe.
Well, it's like the fucking rural conservative. Like, more rural people are conservative, and they don't know any fucking better. And then you got some sort of like totalitarian or right-leaning person being like, "Oh, these people think that you guys live in squalor." And then that person that says that, is making millions of fucking dollars and has fucking penthouses and fucking whatever.
Well, like you said, a lot of rural people do tend to be conservative, and a lot of part of them, the conservative ideology, which is a lot of it panders the blank slate fallacy that, like, yeah, you can pretty much hold everyone to the same standards. You just got to pull yourself up by the bootstraps, and it's very easy to, I guess, compete and function at the base level when you're living in a small town with a few hundred people. So they seem to ignore the fact that if you live in more heavily populated suburban or urban areas, it's not very, those aren't very feasible standards.
Которые кричат вот, завтра все это разрушит.
А то, что бедно живут и поддерживают Путина?
Да, вот и они удивляются этому.
У нас каждый поддерживает, я считаю, что президента Путина свою страну.
Ну, Россия это, во-первых, патриотическая страна, вот, и поэтому...
I don't think patriotism is good. I think it's good that America's distancing itself from patriotism, and it seems like because of social media, kind of bringing the world together, and younger generations abroad, individualism and globalism seem to be rising, which is a good thing. So at least that's something that's positive. I'm giving the negative statistics about like 70-something% of the world's population not having flushable plumbing, but I'm giving some positive statistics. But I'm glad that patriotism is declining overall because it seems like younger generations are going to start seeing people as people and not separating people based on their borders.
Мы будем поддерживать своего президента, как и всегда, при Российской империи, при династии Романовых, при коммунизме, при Сталине, при Ленине. Вот. Их до сих пор также чтят и любят.
Whoa, ladies and gentlemen, look at this. This is another Z-mobile. We saw a Z Geländewagen in September, and this is Z Lexus, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, he's like wearing that blonde wig. I don't think when you're visiting another country, you're supposed to be a diplomat for your own country, so I don't think you're really making yourself look good when you're walking around like a clown.
We saw a Z Geländewagen in September, and this is Z
Or is that
Lexus,
a wig?
if I'm not mistaken. It's got
That's
a
the
trophy.
natural hair.
Конечно.
Yes,
А
bro.
кого еще поставить? Он только один.
Yeah.
Больше некого.
Probably a
Вот
Trump
они считают
thing.
нас настолько
He's
нищими,
the
что
only one. That's because he kills everyone else.
у нас до сих пор вот туалет на
I mean, they never found any of the bodies though.
улице.
They disappeared. They were charged of crimes and they fled the country. Obviously, we don't know where they are, and there's no sign of their whereabouts. But hey,
На свежем воздухе.
they didn't find any bodies.
Видел такой комментарий, что если бы российские бедняки оказались в Америке,
Они мне нужны, Америка ихняя. Хай они захлебнутся.
вот,
I like how they speak dolphin.
Yeah.
Morse code. It's like no. It's like that Vietnamese in the Vietnam War where he was blinking in Morse code to communicate that the prisoners were being tortured. He is acting like he's talking shit about America, but if we translate the Morse code there, it's really like America, NATO, help us.
Nah, it's probably like
We don't have flushable plumbing. They won't let us have it.
и они бы, если вот посмотреть на российских бедняков, то, допустим, в Америке они бы сошлись за бездомных.
Да? Бездомный. Ну, вон у меня дом.
I mean, does kind of look like what you'd think a homeless person would look like, but I don't think that's a fair thing to say because in America, the reason why homeless people usually wear lots of layers of clothing because they don't have a house and heating. And it seems like the reason they're doing that in Russia is because climate's pretty cold. So I do think that's kind of a stupid thing to say.
Yeah, that was stupid, Jane. What the fuck?
Yeah.
What the fuck is wrong with you? That's my tent. That's my
box. That's my box over there.
That's my shed over there. Where I poop in. We're not poor.
Нет, но Путин молодец, он поддерживает. Вот нам пенсии добавят.
Я Путина очень
We
поддерживаю.
increased our pensions to 5 potatoes instead of 4.
Putin is great.
Путин нам.
Я как пес своей страны, я действия нашего президента тоже поддерживаю. А кого другого поставить? Другой будет на
Who else not Putin? Yeah. Who else but Trump? Who else but Modi?
Other person might make it work.
Путина мы уважаем, а наш
Who
президент.
else but Xi Jinping? Don't kill me.
Самый любимый, самый дорогой. Уважаем его.
Они не понимают, как так мы можем жить бедно и поддерживать президента.
Вот потому что они думают, что мы живем бедно и не понимают, почему мы поддерживаем Путина. Товарищи американцы, мы живем достойно, кто хочет жить достойно, поэтому мы поддерживаем Путина, потому что нас все устраивает в этой стране.
Потому что Россия как бы начинает потихоньку отвоевывать свое. И я
I
даже
thought
считаю,
that
что
was just
Россия
the
это
Russian
довольно
trope
сильная
where
держава.
they're like
Уничтожает.
homebred. But apparently she like straight up was like, American comrade, we live well.
Чуть ли не сотнями единиц американских техник.
А Путин эту победу нам несет на своих руках. Вот честное слово.
Не все, наверное, поддерживают. Я поддерживаю. Меня устраивает. Лучше кандидатуру я пока не вижу.
Now, do you think they're well taken care of? I mean,
Я не поддерживаю.
I mean, to be fair, it's like
the only detractor.
Oh my god.
Война раз. Зачем было затевать ее?
See, people aren't a Borg.
The next week after this video, he was vanished.
Vanished? You mean
This
on
guy
live?
vanished.
No. He just disappeared into the woods.
Oh. See, why do people in Russia keep disappearing? There's a lot of missing people's cases.
Людей жалко, украинцев жалко.
Вот европейские бабушки, дедушки путешествуют по миру.
Да ни хрена не удалось уже 2 года не путешествовать, потому
They haven't traveled in 2 years because they have nothing to
что
eat.
жрать нечего. Вот. И они скоро сдохнут без того, без...
That guy is missing as well.
Вот
European grandparents are able to travel the world. No, he's not missing because he's.
Yeah.
That was that shocked me. He
Oh.
is brainwashed. Yeah, grandparents from like France and the UK and Denmark. They got no food. They're all starving to death. It's like that one video, propaganda video from North Korea.
Yeah,
Notice
this
there are no
reminds
birds.
me of, yeah.
Yeah, there are no birds on the tree because they've been eaten.
дедушки путешествуют
It's
по
like a
миру.
weaker version of that.
Да ни хрена не удалось уже 2 года
Less bad.
They haven't traveled in
Not
2
as
years.
не путешествовать, потому что у них жрать нечего. Вот. И они скоро сдохнут.
I mean, is he just talking about Ukraine? Because the guy asked him a question about Europe, so maybe there's some like miscommunication here. But if he is referring to Europe like collectively, then I think people in Germany and Poland and Norway and Sweden, I don't think they're starving. I think they're some of the most well-fed countries on the planet.
Без того, без жратвы. Ну, Россия еще поставлять им хлеб.
Ну вот,
Чтобы они выжили.
Who do you think? What part of the world do you think has more bread to eat? Like Russia and Belarus, or like the UK, France, and like Denmark and the Netherlands?
Whatever, John. They're starving.
If I was this interviewer, I'd be like, oh, Russia will supply them with bread to survive. I'd be like, do you have enough bread to survive? And he'd be like, for the winter, maybe.
Okay, I don't think they're starving, and I don't think that, like, they have housing, they have electricity, they're living pretty decent lifestyles compared to most people globally. But when you compare, like, their standards of living to what you see in much of, like, Northern Europe, yeah, they definitely don't have it better.
Они уже и так ноют. Вот.
What are you talking about? His teeth are perfectly fine.
Yeah, I don't think they have the best dental or whatever. I don't think, maybe that's an issue.
Сейчас ударит зима нормально, они вымерзнут все, как мамонты. Я вам серьезно говорю.
Европейские бабушки путешествуют по миру на круизах.
Пускай путешествуют. Я им не завидую. Путешествуют по всему миру европейские, потому что им больше заняться нечем. А у нас бабушки и дедушки чем занимаются? Внуков
Our grandparents take care of their grandchildren. Yeah, because do you think grandparents in France and Germany, they're not taking care of their grandkids? I don't know. I think if they're traveling the world, they're probably traveling the world with their kids and grandkids.
Or even if they're not, at some point you should be able to be free from that. Like, you had your kids, you raised them up, they're taking care of themselves, they have some kids, it's not your responsibility.
Ethics, it's family, and that is an element that I can admire with Russian culture. There is more of a multi-generational sort of household family thing going on, and I do think that in more West, especially America, the nuclear family, I do think that's something we lack. And I kind of agree with what you just said there, because I do think in America there's this issue of just, you're older, throw them in a retirement home. You've done
I'm
your
not
job
saying that
parent.
it's completely like
Yeah.
that, but when you're in your 60s, 70s, 80s, and you have kids that are in their 40s, and they have kids and stuff, like, You should be able to like, oh, I'm going to go on vacation for the last 10 or 20 years of my life. At least go on vacation for a couple years, you know. That's not too crazy. I think people at that point, if they raised kids and did a good job and all that, they deserve that. You know, at least 2 years of vacation or something.
That's why cruise ships and fucking Florida is full of old people.
Yeah. That's why I don't like cruise ships. It's got that old people smell.
Выводят, нянчатся, потом у них в своей деревне живут чистый воздух, и не надо ездить там по миру смотреть. У нас чистый воздух, хозяйство, экологически чистые продукты питания. Ну, это они ошибаются, мы живем достойно, поэтому мы голосуем за нашего президента.
Путин, все нормально, наш президент. Сейчас идет война нормальная, мы делаем правильное дело, которое мы должны
camera.
He says the wrong
добить. И скажи всему мировому сообществу, что этих фашистов...
I don't think you said a firing squad. I don't think he's supporting.
Yeah, he is.
Putin, все нормально, наш президент.
Putin is fine.
Сейчас идет...
Yeah, you said there's a firing squad, so he's not supporting Europe. He's supporting Putin.
Yeah, I know. Like, if he said anything different.
Oh, okay.
Война. Нормально, мы делаем правильное дело, которое мы должны фашистов добить, этих гадов должны добить. И скажи всему мировому сообществу, что этих фашистов...
Ew, you see the spit?
Yeah, great observation. Next bit.
This may look like a junkyard, but we're actually...
Okay, so here we go. The Ukraine, which their military definitely doesn't have the level of sophistication as Israel's. I'll have exposing U.S. chips powering Russia's web. Well, never mind.
Specialized forensics laboratory in Kiev.
I thought it was another video where we were covering Ukraine drones.
Where experts examine debris from Russian munitions.
Це російського виробництва.
Drones, artillery shells, and missiles.
Wait, 420?
Find in the remains of these weapons reveals why it's so hard for
Maybe for you, Scampy.
to win this war.
Альтера, Сполучені Штати. Аналог девайс, Сполучені Штати.
Oh, 420 AM. There we go.
Well, look
at my microphone. My microphone.
I was trying to look at where the 420 was. It was like views, like it's like the time. That number.
Western-made microchips.
420 is really
but the US
hostages shot by IDF.
These remains belong to a Russian hypersonic missile. It was part of Moscow's barrage on the Ukrainian capital and other regions earlier this year. Similar debris is brought from all over the country to this Kiev laboratory for examination. And what experts discover provides a glimpse into how Russia's military relies on Western technology to build its weapons.
Вот видишь чипы, вот чипы, такие маленькие чипы. Это американские. Вся военная база, вся иноземного виробництва. Вон камеры, Япония, там Иран.
This is sort of like how you have the Russian pipeline, and because there's that kind of mutually beneficial and mutually sacrificial like element of it, they got to keep the capitalism industry going. So I guess there's like another element where you just have like the sort of like production that just kind of cycles worldwide and everything.
Китай.
The Chinese products go into the American weapons, and the American products go into the Russian weapons. Cycle continues.
Ирландия навіть зустрічається.
But, according to the lab, American chips are the most common ones found. RUSI, a British defense and security think tank, analyzed Russian weapon systems found during the first 4 months of the war. And what they found was that 70% of the foreign-made components in those weapons came from American companies.
The challenge is to distinguish by looking into those microelectronics whether those are from the stock sourced prior to 2022 invasion or whether those microelectronics were obtained after Vladimir Putin launched his full-scale invasion of Ukraine.
To reduce Russia's ability to churn out weapons, the US and its allies are trying to prevent Moscow from getting their hands on components. Microchips and some other dual-use goods are now subject to export controls designed to stop them from finding their way into...
Microchips, so... I don't know, the few microchips we have we're giving to them, and it's like, what happens when China takes over Taiwan, where that's where all the microchips are coming from.
Russian weapons. In response, Russia has adapted by importing vital parts via third-party countries. According to C4ADS, the global security nonprofit, Western chips now flow into Russia through countries like Turkey, the United Arab Emirates, and even the Maldives. But the biggest player in this trade is China.
70% of the machine tools, 90% of the microelectronics are coming from China. Now, these are dual-use items, but we know very clearly where so many of them are going.
Western companies say the items are being imported by Russia without their permission. Both Intel, which owns Altera, and Analog Devices, another major US chip maker, said they didn't do business in Russia and had fully complied.
It's kind of ironic that, like, I didn't intend to say, like, hey, our products go into China, which goes into Russia, but that's exactly what they're describing here. So it's quite the coincidence.
Export laws in the US and other countries where they work. Beijing has dismissed Washington's accusations and said that the trade with Russia is done above board. But in recent months, the US has put more pressure on other nations to clamp down on dual-use trade with Russia. In late 2023, the White House enabled the Treasury to penalize foreign banks that aid the Russian war machine, even indirectly.
Any banks that facilitate significant transactions that channel military or dual-use goods to Russia's defense industrial base expose themselves to the risk of US sanctions.
By March, Russian companies started to face difficulties transferring payments to some banks in China, the UAE, and Turkey. That same month, Turkish exports to Russia fell by 28% from a year earlier. Military experts suggest that another effective measure is to identify and target critical choke points in the Russian defense industry.
It's much more difficult to acquire manufacturing machinery from the West, which we do know that the Russian defense industry are highly reliant on, and this is a point where their war economy can be disrupted.
In April, the British Defense Ministry said that a suspected malfunction of a missile in southern Russia indicated the production issues Moscow faced. Military experts say it's hard to determine if Russian weapons malfunctions are due to sanctions or other issues like improper storage. But they say that securing quality components is a big challenge for the Kremlin.
The Russian economy is exposed to additional risk of getting counterfeit or lower quality products. Probably that's the best impact that the Western sanctions and the Western export controls have had as of today, I mean.
Many Russia observers agree that the country's economy won't be able to sustain a war footing for years on end.
Вибухнуло, не виконавши свого завдання, но це показує, що промисловість Росії працює з колес. Запасів в них не існує.
But concern is growing that without additional Western support and effective dual-use sanctions, it will be much harder to save Ukraine.
At the moment, there are hundreds of Ukrainians who are dying at the front line under the relentless attacks of the Russian drones and
Well, once we get the genocide over with in Gaza, then maybe the IDF can help out by, I don't know, putting some boots on the ground. I mean, I don't think they want to sacrifice some of their own soldiers to save their own hostages, but maybe they'd be willing to put some of their boots on the ground to help Ukraine.
I doubt it, because didn't we cover like two videos where Hezbollah was to the north of Israel fucking trying to do shit, and then Israel was like, oh yeah, we're planning on expanding north if they keep continuing with this.
Here's what I think. I think that we've given Israel billions and we've been neglecting to give Ukraine aid. I think that once they're done dealing with Hamas, their community service is they got to deploy, like, I don't know, half their military into the Ukraine.
missiles.
We'll have an aircraft. We'll park 2 aircraft carriers to make sure that Iran or Lebanon, Syria don't invade Israel, because we can't put troops on the ground in Ukraine without pissing off Russia. So just take half the IDF, put the boots on the ground to help the Ukraine in the trenches. What do you think about that?
Well, we got to have a stipulation, like, okay, if that happens,
killing children.
Yeah, we got to be like, no war crimes, no war crimes.
No war crimes. Yes, only kill Russian militants. Don't claim that the farmers. Don't claim that the children are militants.
The cows are part of the fucking Ukrainian Defense Force.
Yes.
The pronouncement came during the Russian foreign minister's visit to Congo, his latest of several to the African continent, as Moscow looks for allies amid its invasion of Ukraine. Amid reports that France could send military instructors to help Ukraine's war effort, Sergei Lavrov did not mince his words. Russia would not spare them on the battlefield.
Whether they are members of the French armed forces or simply mercenaries, they represent an absolutely legitimate target for our armed forces.
Lavrov also said he had reason to believe that French military trainers were already working in Ukraine. Last week, the Ukrainian army's commander-in-chief said that France would soon send instructors to train their troops, a claim that was quickly walked back by Ukraine's defense ministry, which said it was still just an option under discussion. France is hoping to forge a coalition of countries.
Do you think they got those from dead children?
Countries offering such assistance to Kyiv, even though some of its European partners fear it could make a direct conflict with Russia more likely.
They just found them laying around.
French President Emmanuel
They found a bunch of kids missing limbs due to the butterfly mines. And they found the toys there.
Macron has also on several occasions raised the possibility of sending Western troops to Kyiv, a move that has proved controversial among his allies and has angered Russia.
Now, Russia is prepared to strike French troops in Ukraine if they are sent there to help train Ukrainian soldiers. Moscow has said
They're
that
just
it comes
jealous
after a
'cause they have
top Ukrainian military
Legos and
commander
he
said that
doesn't.
he had signed paperwork allowing French military instructors to visit training centers there. The news coincides with the US President Joe Biden lifting restrictions on Kyiv using its weapons inside Russia. The Kremlin said it would go to war with NATO if US weapons are used. Okay, let's get more from our correspondent, Roman Goncharenko, who joins us now from Kharkiv in Ukraine. Roman, there's been heavy fighting there in Kharkiv in the last few weeks. Can you tell us, first of all, how things are looking there right now?
Well, in Kharkiv region, there are 2 hotspots. One is fairly close to Kharkiv on the Russian border. It's called Lipsy. As far as we understand, there is fighting there, but the situation seems to be stable. The second hotspot is in the town of Vovchansk, which is also close to the Russian border, further east. And there, the freeze fighting continues. The Ukrainian forces reported that they were able to regain a few streets, but still Russians hold about a third of that town, Vovchansk. So the situation remains tense there. Here in the city of Kharkiv, which is the second largest city of Ukraine, it's been a little quieter in the past days, what we've heard from the locals. And some of them explain that with the fact that Ukraine now has an official green light from the United States, from other Western partners of Ukraine to hit Russian territory with Western weapons. And there were reports about some targets being hit close to the border. And this is, of course, something where Russia uses that territory close to the border to strike this city of Kharkiv.
So just to be clear, has it been confirmed that Ukraine has used Western weapons to strike inside Russia? Is that clear?
Well, as we speak, Ukraine has been has been keeping a very low profile on that. Just the same with Ukrainian weapons when Ukraine used its own weapons to strike Russia. So we now have only indirect confirmation through Western media reported here by.
Next vid.
U.S. officials say Russia will begin air and naval exercises within the coming weeks, and this is the first time that Russia has held air and naval maneuvers in the Caribbean since 2019. The exercises are expected to last all summer, culminating in a worldwide naval exercise in the fall. CBS News national security correspondent David Martin joins us now from the Pentagon. David, first of all, what do we know about these exercises, where they're taking place, what nations are involved?
Well, the Cuban government has just announced that 4 Russian warships will arrive in Havana on June 12th next week for a 5-day port visit, so we can expect these exercises to begin
Cuba
by the end.
backs up fucking Putin. Ever since the Bay of Pigs, Jesus Christ.
Here's the thing. Maybe if we didn't do the Bay of Pigs because Fidel Castro was willing to negotiate, cooperate with the U.S., and we decided to do a little Bay of Pigs invasion shit, and then that led to the Cuban Missile Crisis, and then we decided, you know what, fuck them, so we held, like, them under sanctions and shit. So we were really fucking with their economy by, like, when it comes to, like, all the sanctions and so forth, because we're being vindictive. And then the irony is, like, Russia, because, like, they have one of the largest economies and everything, we're willing to trade and stuff with them, even though they were the big crux behind the dispute to begin with. But then we haven't lifted the sanctions from, like, Cuba until just a few years ago. So it's kind of no wonder they're supporting Putin and Russia. I wonder why they don't like America.
End of this month, and in addition to those 4 Russian naval ships, we
got their little torture chamber, like Guantanamo Bay, like at their on Cuban territory.
See Russian long range.
What's that?
What?
Oh.
Nobody say anything.
Bombers patrolling.
Shad's got his little like derp smirk, so I thought like maybe.
I was just thinking about how dumb you are. Okay.
Oh,
Russian ships have made port calls in Cuba
Got
before.
him.
Russian long-range bombers have flown down the East Coast before. What makes this noteworthy is that it is the first time in 5 years that Russia has done both at the same time.
You know, David, as people are learning about this news, some folks are making a comparison to Kennedy, to the sphere of influence with Russian missiles in Cuba, now Russian naval exercises, military exercises. Talk to us about the timing of these exercises and, to that point, whether it poses any threat to the U.S.
Well, U.S. officials say that on one level, this is simply the summer exercise season kicking off. But they also believe that this is partly a show of displeasure by Putin for American support of Ukraine and for all the NATO exercises that have been going on in Europe. This presence of 4 Russian ships in the Caribbean off the east coast of the United States just pales in comparison to the size of the exercises the U.S. military has been conducting with its NATO allies in Europe. So this is not considered in any way a direct threat to the United States.
David, do we expect that the Biden administration will respond in any way to these exercises?
Next video.
U.S. President Biden today called on his fellow Americans to defend democracy from threats at home and abroad. And he did that with one eye to what happened 80 years ago this week. Biden spoke at Pointe-du-Hoc in France, where American soldiers fought a pivotal battle.
Oh my God, look at him.
He didn't fall down this time.
Yay.
With one eye to what happened 80 years ago this week. Biden spoke at Pointe-du-Hoc in France, where American soldiers fought a pivotal battle during the D-Day invasion 80 years ago.
Yeah, dude, it's like, do you think, how many strokes has he had so far?
Oh my God.
Biden's speech follows a pledge of support for Ukraine in its war against Russia, and it comes during a divisive election race with his Republican rival, former U.S. President Donald Trump. Here's more of what the U.S. President said today in France.
I know that's supposed to be an anchor, but with the wreaths, it looks
penis.
Like a
PP.
For those who chose to mark with me on that day, June 6, 1944, is to listen to the echoes of their voices, to hear them, because they are summoning us, and they're summoning us now. They ask us, what will we do? They're not asking us to scale these cliffs, but they're asking us to stay true what America stands for. They're not asking us to give or risk our lives, but they are asking us to care for others in our country more than ourselves. They're not asking us to do their job. They're asking us to do our job. To protect freedom in our time, to defend democracy, to stand up aggression abroad and at home, to be part of something bigger than ourselves.
That was the U.S. President there. I'm joined now by my colleague William Bluecroft. He was listening and analyzing the words of the U.S. President. It's good to have you here. It was clear who he was talking about, but to whom was the U.S. President speaking?
I think you have 2 key audiences. Americans at home.
How many subs are we at now, Chad?
1,000 European allies on this side of the Atlantic, trying to remind Americans in an
election
year.
What's that?
You're not making people happy enough to sub. You need to make them happier. Tell more dick
We'll
jokes.
do like a hangout after the stream.
Do more dick jokes.
Once we get to 1.1.
Okay.
Obviously, to vote for him, but from his perspective, to defend democracy, because of course Joe Biden has basically pitched himself as the defender against the likes of
I don't
Donald
know what
Trump for the way
Nightbot's
America
Nightbot hasn't been around
he
lately.
outlined very specifically what it
Look
was
into
about
that.
democracy, freedom, liberal values.
I'm going to go
Of course,
message
a
them.
skittish European public and European allies, European counterparts, trying to make the case that America's not going anywhere, that just as Americans stormed the beaches to free Europe 80 years ago, they will stand up in an equivalent, albeit different way today.
If there had not been a Donald Trump presidency, do you think this speech would have even been made today? I mean, Donald Trump and his legacy and what could possibly still come, that was the driving force behind all of this, wasn't it?
Sure, but it wasn't the first time a U.S. president came to such a momentous and historic location like the D-Day landings in northern France to make a grandiose speech about the importance of American democracy, of American power in the world. Almost every U.S. president has done it. D-Day and the World War II story, more broadly speaking, is such an easy story, as difficult as the war was, but it's such an easy black and white good versus evil story to drape upon more complicated present political issues that we have today. The problem is, yes, that is historically true, right? It really was good versus evil and the free world fighting against tyranny. But that was if not singular, a rare moment in global history. You can't apply a rare moment to everything all the time.
Well, I was going to ask you, these comparisons that are implied that were made in the speech, are they correct, or are we conflating conflicts here?
Of course, let's not forget, even back then,
Okay.
Wait, Gene, I want to go on a little insight to what happened today in my town. So since they were talking about the 80th whatever the fuck of D-Day, yeah. So I live in my state's capital. I apparently a bunch of Nazis wearing masks and like straight up had a Nazi flag, everything like that. Tried to or like protested or demonstrated or whatever on the state capitol, and there was at least like 20 or some shit like that. But I don't know if that has anything to do with like D-Day or like just my state's fucked. But I mean, they were talking about Nazis, so
damn. That's some shit. That's close to home to you, crew. That's crazy.
yeah. I mean, it's
in your backyard.
I mean, I wasn't even invited. Fuck.
Oh my god.
Yeah, they kicked you out. Kicked you out because you're black. It's because he's black. He's a crow. They figured out he was black.
Yes.
Biggest financial filings required of the Supreme Court justices who have faced scrutiny regarding ethics. CBS's Jan Crawford reports tonight from the Supreme Court.
Justice Clarence Thomas amended his disclosure reports to acknowledge he accepted 2 luxury trips in 2019 from longtime friend and conservative billionaire Harlan Crow, including a one-night stay at a hotel in Bali, Indonesia, and 3 nights in exclusive private...
No, I'm just saying. I'm not talking shit. I'm just saying, like, dude, this guy, like, he did. This was in the news months ago.
Yeah. You're saying he's not held accountable?
No, I doubt he will be for this either.
They just need to interpret the Constitution, so you can't hold Clarence Thomas accountable. Not all the other justices, just Clarence Thomas. You weren't back here when we were talking about that? When I mentioned, like, okay, the hypothetical of could the president pardon themselves? What about the hypothetical of them interpreting the Constitution where you can't hold justices accountable? Yeah. Congress needs to pass a law where you can't hold Congress accountable. There you go. I've cracked the code.
club.
And then the president needs to declare an executive order that you can't hold anyone working for the executive government accountable. You know what? There you go. If they get control, the Republicans get control of all 3 parties, ratify an amendment, you can't hold any member of any Republicans accountable, and then the Supreme Court can interpret it all as constitutional. They can interpret it where it's unconstitutional to not arrest anyone who isn't supporting the Republican Party. And then the president can declare an executive order where anybody running in any other party outside the Republican Party needs to be arrested and deemed a terrorist and an enemy of the state. And all Republicans are granted immunity from any and all crimes, as long as they don't harm any Republicans. And there you go. All 3 branches can work together. That's how you take over the government. I need to work on this. I'm running for president once I'm 45 or once I'm 35.
California. Thomas did not report any travel from Crow in 2023, suggesting a new
Go fuck yourself.
What?
After the war, a neo-fascist party was allowed to form, and figures from the Mussolini era filled state institutions. The party remained sidelined until Silvio Berlusconi brought it into his coalition, legitimizing the extreme.
Li abbiamo fatti entrare noi nel 94, li abbiamo legittimati noi, li abbiamo costituzionalizzati noi.
Today, the black shirt salutes fill various yearly tributes.
Whoa! What are they
They
doing?
say it's historical commemoration. Critics call it
Oh,
glorious.
so this is Italy. So okay, who did Italy support in World War II?
Germany.
The Axis.
Yep, Germany, and Mussolini was their head of state, and Mussolini was older than Hitler. And Hitler, in his autobiography Mein Kampf, he took great inspiration from Mussolini. And then Mussolini then kind of took great, kind of had a lot of admiration for Hitler, decided to join behind him because of Hitler's ambition to follow through with a lot of similar goals of fuck these non-white Christian males. And yeah, Chef's so funny making funny faces. So
I didn't make any funny face. I just.
I'm laughing. It was a combination of Shab's face and the fact that you said the same thing last week, and it's like, damn, you really like this.
I really like what?
The fact that Benito Mussolini was such a fan of Hitler.
Well, it's because
Mussolini. It was like some gay bromance.
It kind of was. Yeah. It was like a bromance between the two, sure. But that's the thing. Like, a lot of people don't really think about the fact, like, a lot of people think that, hey, the anti-Semitism and stuff in Europe, that pretty much was all sparked by Hitler and the Nazi Party. It's like, no, the Nazi Party kind of was a result of all the anti-Semitism that was going around, that going on for quite a while and everything. And Italy, again, like, this is a notable one part of their history. So, and a lot of people, they think of, when they think of like Nazism, they think of like, they associate it more with Germany. And a lot of people ignore the fact that Italy was just as much of a contributor when it came to all the fucked up things that was happening in World War II and the domination in Europe as Germany. They were partners in crime, but people kind of ignore Italy's involvement.
Glorification of past
crimes. Wait a second, come on, I have a fun fact. Okay, so my fun fact is that Hitler found out.
God, you're terrible, Crow.
No, Hitler found out how. Okay, so Mussolini was eventually overthrown, right? Or overthrown, and apparently they hung him, they burned his body, and they pissed on his body, and that's why Hitler decided to go in his bunker and shoot himself.
Wait, I thought Mussolini died. Like he was actually on the commanding things on the front lines in Russia. And I think he actually died of some disease that he contracted, due to I think he had hyperthermia or hypothermia. So I think that's the thing that killed him. Maybe I'm wrong, but I need to look it up.
Il fascismo non è morto nel 1945, è stato sconfitto militarmente, ma ha continuato a vivere nella pancia di molti italiani.
Execution by firing squad.
Mi chiamo
Okay, there we go.
Paolo Berizzi, sono giornalista, mi occupo di neofascismo, di neonazismo.
I'm thinking of somebody else.
E da quasi 6 anni vivo sotto scorta per minacce neofasciste e neonaziste. Una vita blindata, e vuol dire che tu al ristorante, al cinema, a teatro sei sempre accompagnato da
Moeller Ltd says, would you consider crapping your pants for $10,000? Certainly sounds like a possibility.
Hey, that could help fund the meetup.
Yeah.
James?
Okay, yes, Shad's going to shit himself for $10,000.
Yeah, tip 10,000 and I'll shit myself. Do it.
Put your money where your mouth
is. No. Tip 5,000, Shad will shit himself, and then that will verify it, then tip the other 5,000.
Half up front.
Did you hear that, Chad? You gotta poop half up front.
Dude, I think this dude's kink.
100 anni dopo l'inizio del fascismo, cioè la marcia su Roma, chi fa il mio lavoro, un cronista, sia costretto a vivere e lavorare sotto scorta.
You're not actually doing that amount. It's like, whoa! quite the vacation.
L'Italia con il suo passato non li ha mai fatti davvero. Nel pensiero comune si è depositata l'idea che in qualche modo il fascismo ha fatto anche cose buone, che Mussolini ha fatto delle cose accettabili, utili al paese.
Italy's post-war constitution has one article that bans reforming the fascist party. The subsequent so-called Scelba law forbids groups pursuing the same anti-democratic aims, glorifying fascism, using violence to do so, or promoting.
I think it should be wrong to use violence to do so. I don't think it should be wrong for them to try to support fascism. I don't agree with it, but if somebody wants to be an idiot and be a bumbling dope and be like, yeah, fascism, then whatever, let it be.
The suppression of freedom, but it's only been used twice to dissolve fringe movements, and it leaves it up to judges to decide whether acts like the salute are a crime.
I don't think it should be a crime. I think what they're doing is kind of unethical, they're misguided, but I don't think people should be charged for doing something like that.
Many think the law could have been used after this, protests over COVID restrictions that attacked Italy's main trade union. It was seen as out of the fascist playbook, since the unions were tired.
I did try to Nightbot. I did go out of my way to contact them. Let's see if they actually run their rounds.
You don't know
anything. Under Mussolini.
I know a lot of stuff.
Forza Nuova took part that day, a fringe hard-right party still not banned. Luca Castellini, its deputy leader, was jailed for the violence, but freed pending appeal.
The flag up here of the Donetsk People's Republic. Donbass in Ukraine, the part of Ukraine taken by Russia, or claimed by Russia.
È la parte dell'Ucraina che è russa. Il calendario più venduto in Italia.
Okay, so those flags the Mussolini calendar. You said this is the most sold calendar.
He had a Confederate flag.
Oh, we support the Donbass region, and we
It's the Nazi flag. God. It's a shitty, shitty compilation. Go out.
Il calendario più venduto in Italia, questo tra l'altro.
You've got the Mussolini calendar. You said this is the most sold calendar in Italy.
No, lo dico io, lo dicono I dati.
We are fascists. A call to arms. We are fascists. And then up here, this is of course, the flag of the old
sociale, sì.
Fascist republic.
Io ve lo dico.
This was also Luca Castellini.
Chi ha permesso questa serata?
So why do they want fascism? I mean, do they have an argument for it? But, they don't even have a leader to wait. Adolf Hitler. It's still rallying behind Mussolini, but he's dead. And it's usually the only scenarios where you see people going out of their way to promote fascism is when they have some leader that's indoctrinating them with all their rallies and I guess social manipulation propaganda. So it seems kind of odd that they don't even have that. And it's who do they want to be the fascist regime or leader? Does Mussolini have any ancestors? I mean, who paid for it all? Who guaranteed it all? As a name. Ooh.
It would be more funny if it was who paid for it all? Who supported it all? And he's just all out of nowhere. It's me and Mario.
Yeah, that would have been
good. The face of Italy.
Italy's
Dude, Super Mario for president.
Hardcore football fans, long a breeding ground of extremism.
Dude, Shigeru Miyamoto, he's the dude who's Mario's creator. They need to make him president of Italy.
Isn't
He's been banned from the stadium after saying a
No, he's not dead.
black player
He's getting up there in years.
Never be truly Italian.
Do you think it's acceptable to joke about Adolf Hitler?
Ma non è questione di giocare, io potevo dire anche Stalin, potevo dire Pol Pot, potevo dire qualsiasi altro dittatore della storia. Era una battuta ed è stata considerata tale dal tribunale, difatti, che mi ha assolto. Quindi, would you say?
So, is he doing it out of protest? You
No,
should
it's a stand-up routine. It just everything sounds aggressive in German. It was actually a stand-up routine.
Well, what I'm getting from it is he's doing it out of protest. Fuck this. I should be allowed to say
it was a joke, bro. It was just a joke.
Yeah.
He's like me wanting to burn the American flag, It's just to test my freedoms,
You can do that, yeah.
And I'm gonna do
it. To me, it seems that's the point he's making.
Joke about Adolf Hitler.
It's burning the flag because you have the right to burn the flag. Saluting Hitler or Stalin because you have the right to do that, even whether it's satirical or not.
Io potevo dire anche Stalin, potevo dire Pol Pot, potevo dire qualsiasi altro dittatore della storia. Era una battuta ed è stata considerata tale dal tribunale, difatti, che mi ha assolto. Quindi
would you say the same thing again?
vuol dire che si può fare assolutamente, certo.
You would repeat the same thing.
Ripetere, vuol dire che non è un reato.
What would you say to a Jewish person, an Italian Jewish person who lost their family?
Okay, this is where they're making me kind of support them to some extent. If they want to say these things, whether they're supporting or not, freedom of speech.
Yeah, it's
so,
I forget the saying. It's like something along the lines of like my freedom doesn't end at where your feelings began, or something like that. Like, just because it hurts someone's feelings, it's like somebody being like, "Oh, we kind of canceled this South Park because their last episode was making fun of the Holocaust, and my grandma was in the Holocaust, and blah blah blah," and they, it's like,
we gotta cancel the PPP because they keep making jokes about genocide and fucked up stuff. And how would you feel if you were somebody who was in a situation like that, and then people were making jokes that are mocking the opposing side that's supporting the genocide?
Just want to point out, I've never said anything offensive on this podcast.
Go fuck yourself.
Ma non so come la può pensare, ma voglio dire, ce ne sono di popoli che hanno avuto le persone morte in guerra, voglio dire, le guerre ci sono sempre state e ci sono sempre stati morti.
But the thing is, if he is making that argument, it's kind of stupid if they're pro-fascist, because it's just the whole point of fascism is do what this government tells you, do what the state tells you, and if you don't, you're tortured or executed. So, based on his logic, you should be allowed to say this if you want to. That doesn't really work when you're talking about fascism. Fascism is, you don't have freedom of speech. You say what the state wants you to say. And if you don't say what the state wants you to say, you're guilty of sedition.
Before you start it, honestly, just look at this screenshot and tell me it doesn't look really awkward. Everything happening. Look at everybody's face individually. The guy smiling behind her. He's grabbing her arm and she's looking at him like, what the fuck? And he looks like he's creepy. Then the other guy in between them is like surprised. This is a very awkward screenshot. Look at all of them. Like, it's so awkward.
No, the guy on the right's like, I made spaghetti, and she's like, oh, you're a fucking horrible cook. And the guy behind him, he's like, they made spaghetti. And then the guy he's holding hands with is just like, they made spaghetti.
Oh, and then those two on the left are holding hands too. I didn't even notice that.
Oh yeah, wow.
Ooh, are they together?
Dude, his face is something else behind her head. Like, I don't know, that's creeping uncanny valley for me right now.
Yeah, right? It's such a perfect screenshot here or whatever.
I just screenshot it.
I like the forlorn look on the older gentleman between the two.
Yeah, he looks like he has a very awkward look on his face, like he just saw like
40
like the older guy's trying to, grape her, and he is feeling bad. I don't know what's happening here, but he looks very creepy. The guy
survivor's guilt.
Arm. It's survival's guilt. He knows what he saw, and he doesn't know if he can go on anymore. Knowing this,
I didn't want to bring it to that, so that's why I said that she.
He looks creepy there, grabbing her, like the whole thing. All right, on with the show, Gene. You stupid.
No government has cracked down, but some feel Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni is even less likely to do so.
Giorgia a 19 ans.
She started in politics in the neo-fascist youth, interviewed aged 19 by French TV.
Oh, I know who that chick is now.
Wait.
I watched this part of it, but she was like very pro-fascist, and now I can't remember how long she's been in, but now she's trying to distance herself from that.
Well, see, it's proof that you can reform. Wait.
But some feel Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni is even less likely to do so.
I know Italy, we're covering stories recently where they're becoming pretty anti-immigration. They're talking about ethnic Italians are like it's declining, and they gotta protect that ethnicity. And it's just, yeah, that's some I don't know. That's some like far right, like U.S. Christian redneck hick logic.
Georgia a 19 ans. She started in politics in the neo-fascist youth.
And my thing is, if you're not, oh, look, finally, we see a kid that's not in a war zone, surrounded by dead bodies.
Yay, a happy kid for once. Yay!
Interviewed aged 19 by French
Goes
TV.
home and his parents are dead.
God damn. Ruin the happy moment, drunken bro. Why?
Que Mussolini, c'était un bon politicien. C'est-à-dire que tout ce qu'il a fait pour l'Italie. Et on ne le trouve pas ça dans les politiciens qu'on a eu dans les derniers 50 ans.
The party she formed, Brothers of Italy, has its roots in post-war fascism, keeping the same tricolor.
Yeah, and I think she was the person they were interviewing before when we covered that one story. And it's just like, if you want to prove that you're not racist, like, who the fuck cares about whether it's like, hey, people from other countries come in, and because people start like having kids and stuff with people who I guess are less white than you get a population that progressively becomes like, I guess, a darker shade than it is on average. It's like, if you're not racist, you shouldn't fucking care about that.
Wait,
it's
John,
superficial. It doesn't matter. What's that?
You said people that are less white than you. Wouldn't that be the opposite? More white? Wait, no. Less white would be, if you're less white, you'd be whiter, right?
No.
No.
Oh,
no, he's
shit,
thinking
no.
of it wrong.
Yeah, it's opposite.
Less white, more brown.
Flame logo, but she has moderated and moved away from the far right to the mainstream.
What? Yeah, I'm more into the
upcoming
brown
year.
girls, you know? Less white, more brown girls. What I need. I need a
European
harem.
elections, an
A
example
harem
of Europe's
of
nationalist
brown
politicians
girls.
hoping to lead a new
The harem,
right-wing wave
harem?
and hoping to emulate her success in their countries. And on the past, she had this message.
The Italian right has handed fascism over history for decades now, unambiguously condemning the suppression of democracy and the ignominious anti-Jewish laws.
Il mondo neofascista italiano.
I like that concept of fascist party. And Hitler, the way he took control of Germany was completely legal. So he was just straight up elected into office, and then once he was elected, he just dismantled the like sort of democratic system and declared himself dictator. And that was a scenario where when you say like, hey, Hamas elected like or the Gazan people elected Hamas into office, or like with Turkey and stuff, or Erdogan, where it's like mock elections. Nazi Germany, that wasn't a scenario where their opposition was all murdered and axed off and they were afraid to run against them and they kind of bullied their way to the top. They did take control of Germany completely legally. They just campaigned one. It was either the Communist Party or the Nazi Party. It came down to that. People voted for the Nazi Party and they kind of just were kind of just like it was the political football thing. Your side, my side, two-party system. Yeah, go Hitler. He's going to bring us out of like our economic woes. And kind of odd that he was one of the worst and most evil dictators in all of human history. Definitely one of the top three. And and he came in office legally. It wasn't even like Stalin and Mao and Pol Pot where they kind of killed their way to the top.
L'estrema destra, i gruppi dichiaratamente neofascisti, si sono sentiti sdoganati con l'avvento del governo Meloni. Perché quei simboli, quelle battaglie, quegli slogan che per anni erano tenuti in qualche modo ai bordi del campo, fuori dal perimetro della politica istituzionale, di colpo vengono legittimati. Giorgia Meloni e come lei i suoi colonnelli non riescono a definirsi antifascisti. Questo è il dato su cui riflettere. Nel momento in cui tu non riesci a definirti antifascista in una repubblica nata dall'antifascismo, evidentemente vuol dire che hai qualche problema a farlo.
But Meloni's supporters say the issue is with the way in which anti-fascists have protested over the years, both in clashes with the other side and with police.
Stop it!
Dude, look at those anti-fascists oppressing the fascists.
during the fascism was a very brave act, a brave of freedom, a brave for democracy. But after the falling of the fascism, being anti-fascist means violence, means a lot of young students killed. This is why she's very clear. I always condemned the fascism every day of my life. But please, don't tell me to share what the anti-fascists did it after the falling of fascism.
If somebody looks from outside and they see Italy in 2024 with hundreds of people in the main second city of Italy putting the fascist salutes, how do you think that looks?
You are fascist if you want to reintroduce the fascism in your country, not if you make the fascism salute, that is the Roman salute. We condemn the fascism, but more than this, it's an obsession.
It's me, Mario. I don't like the fascism.
Bad. I was waiting for that. I knew when he was like communicating the way that's kind of typical for Italian. Shav was about to do that.
Wait, but I
one
want
side of
to.
Italy sees fascism.
I want to explore the connection between. So it's in Italy. They are very Catholic since the Vatican is there. Is there any relationship between fascism and Catholicism?
Yeah. I think just look at the Middle Ages.
Fascism at its threat as a go.
Yeah, God wills it.
God wills it.
Yeah, God wills that the Catholic Church control all. We don't want the printing press to be a thing used outside of printing Bibles because we don't want people to read about other stuff. We don't people want to print propaganda that tells people that the Catholic Church sucks. And then if you're guilty of speaking out against the church, well, hey, we need to send inquisitors to your place to torture you. Engage in the pair of anguish.
Ghost haunting.
Oh God, the pair of anguish.
Yeah.
Shab, do you know what the pair of anguish is?
Yeah.
I have no fucking clue, yo.
Now, some people argue that it might have been a tool used for like shoemaking.
Could have been, but I mean, it was very barbaric back then. So
show us the pair of anguish.
I'm getting it, Shab.
Hurry!
We actually
everybody's waiting.
Yeah, we went over this during the.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jack. I woke up, Jack.
Oh, was he sleeping at your feet?
He was sleeping on the chair.
Oh,
I shook the chair. Hold on, let me get him up and say. Oh, yeah. I used that for my anus.
Yeah, we went over this when we did the prison episode, and we were going over like how in like earlier days it kind of was a waste of time to put people in prison, so kind of just use torture techniques instead.
It was put into the mouth, anus, and vaginal cavities.
Or they might make a cavity and put it in there.
At least get her wet before you do that. Fuck.
Yeah. Take a sword, carve out some incision in their belly, and maybe do it that way. Be creative with it.
Gene would
use holes that are already there.
Gene would be great at that job back in the day.
I'd be very creative and inventive.
Since they were very religious.
Did you know? Oh, go ahead.
I was making a joke. Yeah, fuck it. Whatever. Skip me.
My bad. I was going to say, speaking of John torturing people, this has been about 6 hours of PPP. It's 5
Get the
a.m.
fuck out of here.
I'm going to get the fuck out of here.
You're lame.
I'm lame.
Yeah.
And it's 5 o'clock.
Okay, wait. Before you get the 24-hour stream, how long are you going to be there?
Most of it. That's
okay,
the
good
plan. I'll only be off camera to go eat, piss, and shit.
Now, are you going to make some coffee?
Yeah.
And get some energy drinks. Get some Celsius.
Yeah.
5-hour energy.
Do a little dance.
Now remember, this is going to be 4 times as long as the stream we already did here.
Dirt, you got to go a little bit longer. Come on.
I can't. If I woke up Danny any later, it would be cruel to her. So I'm being a good partner. So, adios, pasta la pizza. See you on the next time.
Peace. We'll miss you, babe.
You said pasta la pista, and we're doing an Italian.
Yeah, what the fuck? Fuck you, bigot.
Pasta la pista.
What the fuck? Only I can do that shit. I'm Italian. Okay? I could be racist.
It's with the pizza pie.
It's a me.
Pepperoni.
I hate the fascism.
What is it? Holy Seraphim said, what did I join? I believe in y'all. I'll do the 24-hour stream with y'all. Yeah. Well, this is the Pedantic Pedestrian Podcast. We cover like all the fucked up stories globally. So earlier we were going over like Modi and his Hindu supremacy. Then we went over kids being bombed in Ukraine and Italy, or Ukraine and Gaza. Now we're getting into fascism in Italy. We cover all just how wonderful the world is, how great human beings are. That's our podcast.
The other as a fantasy whipped up by the left.
Gene, we have been going 6
Across
hours.
Italy, the past, politically speaking,
Crow
lives
has
on.
to
Historical
sleep.
battle still part of the present.
Bitch. Okay, well,
Hey, I never said that.
No, you shut up.
You're a bitch, Crow.
Yeah, what the fuck, Crow?
Well, you're fucking speaking for me. I don't need to go to.
Okay, let's get through the Italy fascist video, and then let's get to the Myanmar's Chin State, and then no, didn't mean to do that.
Whoa! No! What the
See, look
fuck, Gene?
What
This
you
is
made me
why.
do.
This is why you shouldn't drink on the job, Gene. Look what you do.
I guess we'll get through this.
We come to Bologna, which has always been at the centre of the fight
Bologna.
against fascism. Here are the names and faces of the partisans that died defending this city from the fascists in the 1940s. But then it went on to 1980 with Italy's worst.
Holy, have you subscribed? We're trying to get to 1.1k subs.
Yep, we're almost there.
How many subs do we have so far?
Well, if we connect it the way that I told you to, we could.
Okay, we'll do that later. How many do we currently have?
1,090, just like it said, but for all I know, we're one subscriber away from it popping up.
Okay.
Terror attack. Bombings.
Yeah, Taylor, we're still alive. See, Taylor wasn't here tonight because she doesn't like our stream.
She doesn't like Bologna.
Killed
We're gonna go
85
for another
people.
7 hours.
And so fascism and anti-fascism have always been at the heart of this city's, this country's political lexicon.
We're seeing things in these recent years that are very similar to what happened at the beginning of the regime and at the beginning of fascism a century ago. Attacks on freedom of press, censorship, freedom for the LGBTQI community, attacks on the liberty and freedom of women to determine what they can do on their own body.
So do you feel that the fight...
I was wondering why it was so slow.
Definitely. I definitely believe it's very relevant. And I also see, again, to strike a parallel, the fact that the far right, not only in Italy but all over the world, is sort of trying to find a scapegoat for people's difficulties in everyday lives by attacking the stranger.
Wait, only lobotomized zombies would like this stream? Explains why I'm here, huh?
The person who comes from abroad.
Can you go back? 'Cause there was someone that they should have interviewed just maybe like 30, 45 seconds ago.
We covered Channel 5 a lot. We've covered like multiple stories from them this stream.
Migrant. It's something similar. to what
They're
was done
missing
a century
out.
ago.
They have
Germany in some ways
someone
sort of
they
had to
can
address-
interview, and they're in the background that just walked. Not that fat guy. Just
God.
Just do it. I mean,
Stop being a fascist, Drunken Crow.
Okay.
Who the fuck are you
in
talking
these recent years
about?
that are very similar to what happened at the beginning of the regime and at the beginning of fascism a century ago. Attacks on freedom of press, censorship, freedom for the LGBTQI community, attacks on the liberty and freedom of women to determine what they can do on their own body.
So do you feel that the fight,
Right
the
there.
anti-fascism fight is still relevant today?
There was a pigeon.
What the fuck, Drunken Crow?
Okay, Crow, shut the fuck up.
I definitely believe
Let's
it's very
continue.
relevant, and I also see, again,
You
to
be
strike a
nice
parallel,
to
the fact that the far
Drunken
right, not only in Italy but all over the world, is sort
He's
of trying
tired.
to find a scapegoat for people's difficulties in everyday lives by attacking the stranger, the person who comes from abroad, the migrant. It's something similar, again, to what was done a century ago. Germany, in some ways, sort of had to address.
Yes. He says it's a drone. Nah, it's a Hamas, it's a Hamas plant.
The past, because there was
It's an
victors
infiltrator.
and those who had lost the war. Italy's role was a little more ambiguous, right? So first with Hitler and then surrendered, and there's much to be said about really grappling with that legacy.
History is weaponized in a country still not at peace with its past, sugarcoating the bitter parts of collective memory. Nostalgia given free rein.
My name is Roberto Fiore, and I'm the National Secretary.
If you interviewed these people, I'm just like wondering what is their like rationale for this? It just seems what do they think they're going to benefit, or how do they think they're going to benefit from it? And then who do they want to be their fascist leader? Because that's the thing. Mussolini's fucking dead. So it's like they haven't even talked about some I guess there's that one woman, the blonde lady who like was running for the fascist party. Maybe she's the one that they want to be their like fascist dictator.
Of Forza Nuova, I define myself as someone who really, who has certainly got some ideas, some inspiration by certain part of fascism.
Are you a fascist?
If you ask me like that, I probably would say yes, but I have to complete the term and say I'm a revolutionary.
But are you denying that the fascist regime was violent and criminal?
Yes, absolutely denied.
Mussolini signed the racial laws. I mean, this was a regime that deported Jews to death camps, that outlawed the opposition, that put political opponents in internment camps. Are you honestly saying that you support those measures?
The internment camps are things that happened with the war. The Americans did it, the Germans did it, the Italians did it, and so on.
Talking about people who were gassed, who were shot, who were exterminated for their religion.
Fascism has never been accused of this. I'm talking about fascism as a regime. Mussolini and all his ministers have never been tried for this.
Do you believe that this government in power in Italy is occupying your political space?
No, I believe that they are...
Okay, so fascism is a far-right, authoritarian, ultra-nationalistic political ideology and movement characterized by a dictatorial leader, centralized autocracy, militarism, forcible suppression of opposition, belief in a natural social hierarchy, subordination of individual interests for the perceived good of the nation or race, and strong regimentation of society and the economy. So,
wait. Remember how you said race? If you go back to that, is it just it's all white people?
Yeah. Well, it depends on
all the people that were there.
The point is that like they're supporting fascism, and it's like, am I missing something? Because it's like usually when you have fascist movements, there's some idol. There's some, we want this to be this person to be the dictator. Seems like the only idol is Mussolini. It's just that I don't get it.
Don't you think that fascism tends to strongly be like powered by racism, or that's just a huge component of it?
So it's all like, it's nationalistic pride. So essentially, we want things to be pretty homogenous when it comes to all the different ethnic groups. We want everyone to be the same religion, the same race, the same nationality.
Yeah.
That we're going to take. Why? One of the main points is immigration.
Everyone needs to have blonde hair and blue eyes. That's fascism.
We have always been against immigration. Meloni has always been against immigration, sometimes with our same tone and strength. Now, immigrants this year, have increased the number of 50%. Where do you think
Razor Wire says they want me to make you stay up?
Italian people are going to go after this betrayal of original positions?
Your movement, or a movement like yours, would not exist. And
Holy Seraphim says
Germany
Eugene.
would never exist. You would never be able to use the symbols and the slogans that your party uses in a country like Germany. Why is that the case?
Because Germany has got a bigger problem.
Germany's got a problem rather than Italy.
No, yes, because freedom is freedom.
Neither victor
Fascism isn't freedom.
nor
Fascism is freedom from freedom.
Italy memorializes in a way others do not. The name, architecture, and gestures of the regime allowed to live on.
What do you think? We have to destroy everything. This is the cancel culture that we don't share.
The question is, does the ideology itself survive?
I would say there is a silent majority that would say yes, yes, yes on a lot of our ideas.
And is Italy, the laboratory of fascism, once again a political testing room?
What should be seen as a crime, as apology of fascism, is actually, again, downplayed as...
And this is another thing where America, lots to criticize America for. But a lot of people from the United States, they'll sit there and look at all of Europe, and they have this idea like, Europe pretty much as a whole is just entirely progressive and everything, and just ahead of America in every way. And it's like, no, there's a lot of nuance here, and just look at what's going on in Italy. It's, the world is full of fucking problems, but again, a lot of like pampered suburbanites like to play their little bleeding heart game where they don't really want to look at all the issues separately. They just want to play this like overly simplified sort of America's bad in every way, and then the rest of the world is just leagues ahead of America, and like America's much better, and it's just yeah, America sucks. Lots to criticize about it, but let's stop pretending that the rest of the world doesn't suck as well. Everything sucks. Everyone sucks. All the governments suck.
So,
fuck the world.
John, do you think the Vatican's going to use this type of exclusivity and to like try to like whatever their fucking motive is, or do you think that the Vatican or the Catholic Church is just like a tumor that spread into Italy that caused this.
I don't know if you can blame it on the Vatican.
Nostalgic, it's a tribute.
The worry here is not that Italy's democracy per se is under threat, but that a governing party which has not severed its historical roots still winks to that support base, and that speech, notions, even policies once banished are increasingly normalized.
Cioè i fascisti si prendono la rivincita sulla storia e su quello che la storia ha scritto nel 45, dicendo benissimo noi torniamo al governo, non siamo morti, non siamo spariti, siamo ancora qui. Il famoso filo del passato non è mai stato reciso, continua a non essere reciso.
Look at this.
So as predicted then, she has certainly won. An irreversible lead in the race that makes her Mexico's first female president. Claudia Steinbaum, around 60% of the...
Whoa. I mean, they took their damn time to get a female president. Oh, wait, we hadn't had one yet.
Vote, a huge lead then, that gives her a very strong mandate, but with 38 candidates killed alone during the build-up to and in the election itself. Now her huge task is to try to tackle the country's organised crime violence. She spoke just over an hour or so. Let's hear from her.
I'd like to thank the millions of Mexican women and men who decided to cast their votes for us on this historic day to help move forward the fourth transformation of public life of our country. This is a recognition by the Mexican people of the case we have made, of the results of our conviction and will.
Okay, well, anyway, people are saying they want us to stay up. They want me to make you stay up. He's forced me to do a lot of things, Taylor. Speakable thing, exactly. But what should we... Maybe we should set a time for 30 minutes. And what if we reach, I don't know, an additional $50, we'll continue past the 30-minute mark. 30 minutes for each $50 tip. Or if we get a new patron in the PPP patron page, we'll keep going. Or if we get, how many subs do we have now?
We're probably a couple away from hitting 1,100.
Okay, so if we get to 1,100, an additional 15 minutes. So set a 30-minute goal. At 15 once we get to 1,100, and then 30 or a $50 tip, extra 30 minutes. Or if somebody becomes a patron, an extra.
You can hear me, Taylor? What?
Yes.
30-minute timer?
Yes, 30-minute timer.
Work, Gene.
Yes.
Right.
Wait a second. I just want to point out that her name is Claudia Steinbaum. Are you sure that's not like an Israeli plant?
Bad crow. Too far. You don't joke about that stuff.
Oh yeah, we just watched a lot of dead kids.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Chaotic neutral dude. Yes, I'm the most chaotic neutral dude around.
We just watch a lot of dead kids. What the...
But above all, it is a recognition by the Mexican people of our plan for the country.
They can be seen everywhere, in airports, patrolling beaches and parks, in rural areas and city streets. Mexico's military is now the largest and most powerful it's ever been.
In Mexico, they've been going the route of like Venezuela, Colombia. They're pretty much becoming more authoritarian and fascist. So I think Italy would be proud.
During the presidency of Andrés Manuel López Obrador, over 100 different functions of civilian governments or civilian authorities were transferred
Oh
to
my
the armed
God!
forces.
See, they're building up their military. Do you think maybe you should build a wall to keep them out?
Yeah, we should, and we should make them.
We are in Mexico. It's a strong process of militarization of the public life, the armed forces.
Yeah, they should probably build a wall to keep us out. We kind of suck.
A stronger role, and not only in matters related to security, but also infrastructure, building trains.
Cartels before they go against the United States government.
Well, the cartels kind of have a foothold in their government stuff. So.
The massive amounts of public funds going into these projects is wholly controlled by the armed forces. But as a new government takes over, citizens are wondering if these infrastructure works are coming at the expense of public safety.
What we have now is the worst rate of murders in our history.
Widely known as AMLO, President López Obrador's tenure has seen record high homicides, something he has addressed in confusing terms.
No hay más violencia. Hay más homicidios.
So why is the military building trains and airports? And what does that mean for the country's security? We are on the Maya train, a 900-mile railway that carves through the Yucatan Peninsula in Mexico's southeast. This is arguably López Obrador's most ambitious infrastructure project. About a third of it is being built by the military. In fact, more than half of the Defense Ministry's budget for 2024 will be spent in building the train. Court orders, cost overruns, and derailments have at times stopped construction altogether.
I mean, if the Seems like the military is being devoted to building public infrastructure. Doesn't seem like a terrible project. Maybe, the Academy of Engineers in America gave the U.S. a grade of D+ when it comes to our infrastructure. Maybe our military budget. Maybe we should have our troops spending time building railroads instead of genociding children.
Well, the last time we spent any money on our infrastructure because of military was World War II, when we got the interstates for tanks and shit. And that was, what was that, Eisenhower?
Yes.
Piedra de balasto que se utiliza para formar esta cama sobre la cual pasa el tren.
There are also concerns about the project's environmental impact and the construction's integrity.
Hemos visto piedras de diferentes diámetros que no corresponden al adecuado. El problema es que al militarizar el tramo no sabemos si hubo vicios ocultos. ¿Quién revisa esto? Esa es la pregunta.
The Mexican military is composed of 3 key forces: the Army, the Navy, and the National Guard, founded by AMLO in 2019. The National Guard is a force that
Where's their Air Force?
President López Obrador created to
Yes, I don't need one.
replace the federal police, which he considered too corrupt to function. The gutting of the federal police was initially welcomed by some.
When we set up the National Guard in 2019, we came to an agreement. The National Guard is a civil body, not a military one.
But then in 2022, President López Obrador moved it to the Defense Ministry, essentially making it a military institution. In 2023, the Mexican
Yeah, it's usually not good when the police force and the military are one and the same. You usually want those two things to be separate.
Supreme Court declared the move unconstitutional and said that it should be reversed. But in practice, the National Guard still responds to the Defense Ministry.
By transferring them these new functions that belong to civilian authorities, we're actively violating the Constitution, and we're
Ooh, so when I said that they're gradually becoming more and more authoritarian, the Supreme Court said this is unconstitutional in Mexico, and they're like, fuck you. We're not going to do what you want. So it seems like they're not abiding by a checks and balances system. And in fact, one of the reasons why that's something that usually happens when countries become more fascist or authoritarian is when the military and the police start to become one combined entity. So it seems because it creates checks and balances when those two things are separate. Plus, you also want checks and balances where you keep different branches of the military separate, where like the left hand operates separately from the right hand, where like they're not all one sort of organization. So it seems now their military and police forces are hybridizing, and they don't give a fuck about what the Supreme Court has to say. So not good.
actively undermining the rule of law.
López Obrador views the military as the most trustworthy, least corrupt, and most efficient institution to carry out the large infrastructure works that he views as his legacy.
Se habla de que, pues ya, en todo está.
Holy Seraphim, you can argue that all countries do it to some extent. And I mean, when it comes to people can argue which countries are true democracies. It's like, how corrupt does the country need to be where it's not a true democracy anymore? And there's a gray area. It's like when people talk about a country being capitalist or socialist, it's like all countries, even like countries like North Korea, are going to have some level of capitalism. This is where you have nuance when it comes to government. And fascism is, like we said, it's ultra-nationalistic, it's incredibly authoritarian, it's an autocracy. So I don't think the United States, most countries are not fascist, because they're like, fascism is a very, very extreme level of authoritarianism. And I'd say even China kind of scrapes the surface of being fascist. And the problem is with semantics equivocation, once you start to use words too loosely and too you use them too frequently, then they become meaningless.
Militarizar el país es apoyarnos en dos instituciones que son
Fuck you terrorist.
It was only that one time.
Some data does reflect popular opinion of the military to be good. About 71% of Mexicans say they trust the Army and the Navy. That's more than the government or the police.
Una institución como el Ejército y la Marina son mucho más rápidos, dan por su naturaleza y su formación resultados en construcción mucho más ágiles.
¿Usted considera que ha sido la mejor idea seguir priorizando obras de infraestructura a la seguridad de los ciudadanos?
Por no permitir la corrupción y por hacer un gobierno austero, todo lo logrado nos ha alcanzado para impulsar el desarrollo de México.
López Obrador is kind of pragmatic here. He don't like no as an answer. And the soldier...
It seems like it's at normal speed.
Wait, you guys know who could fix this? Young-minded.
Yeah.
Is being trained to answer, yes sir. That is the kind of answer he's looking for. Well, we're having something that we didn't have in the past. Now we have a business military elite in Mexico.
Since López Obrador...
Are you not? Is it like unintelligible for you? The dialogue?
Yeah, I mean, they aren't... I can't even tell what words they're saying the whole time. Like, it doesn't even sound like
Really?
English. Yeah, it doesn't even sound like English.
I can like discern what they're saying just fine. Are you joking, or are you talking about like the speed?
It's fine for me. Just keep it going.
Battle came to power in 2018, the combined budgets of the armed forces grew by 150%. Compared to the federal police that underspended, the National Guard has almost tripled the membership.
Never mind. Just
a
bunch of people weren't speaking English.
Oh, okay.
Yet, it's
We were
detaining
talking about the speed.
fewer people and seizing less drugs and weapons.
We thought the National Guard will fight federal crimes, narco traffic, organized crime, kidnapping. The rates and the effectivity of the National Guard is so low.
Damn.
We are talking about 50,000 disappearances.
I get Razor appearance shaming, saying that I don't look. Dude, ain't I hotter than Shab? I'm more of the Chad here.
No! Considering the modern history of Mexico.
Dude, someone was posting fuck, marry, kill photos of like it was like you mean dirt, and everyone said they wanted to fuck me. But they said they'd marry you, fuck me.
Yeah, that's the difference between me and you, Gene. I'm marriage material. They'd want to fuck me for life. Okay, they don't want to just fuck me once. That would be lame. To get this dick only
once. What they're having is a political relationship, which is.
I think they don't want to marry me because they know that I'd be more authoritarian.
Just a total prick.
I'd be controlling.
A prick on
Get
a
in the
treadmill.
Kitchen. Clean the house.
Yeah, clean the house, bitch.
The armed forces are.
I make the living. You take care of the household.
Damn.
Where's my beer?
By definition, armed corporations that can use the.
How do you know what sex? I'm going to be actually. Maybe I'm a
You said you were
polygamist.
asexual. You didn't say gay sexual, Gene. Okay.
Legitimate violence of the state.
I referred to any particular sex. It could have been a he, a she, a them, a they, a ye, a yai.
So you saying you like me?
Against any enemy.
Crow like
Kanye.
that?
I'm not saying anything.
That they define, and having them performing these many functions increases the risks of human rights violations, arbitrary detentions.
La Guardia Nacional costó 5 años, muchos recursos, tenemos que fortalecerla y tenemos que consolidarla. Falta todavía mucho por hacer, pero.
Nah. Holy Seraphim, I'm asexual. That's what I identify as. I'm mutual.
La ventaja es que hoy ya tenemos una institución que creo que va a dar muy buenos resultados, sobre todo en el futuro muy cercano.
President López Obrador, in a very smart.
What, you're saying I'm self-centered?
Well, towards the end of the stream, yeah.
Move, change the constitution
Yeah,
to
fuck
force
you,
the next
Gene.
president to actually keep on using the armed forces and the military and public security matters until 2028, and that's going to be very difficult to reverse.
Mexico's next president will have to reckon with what López Obrador created, a richer, mightier, and larger military that's more deeply ingrained in private business and government than it's ever been.
We're here at the Shangri-La Dialogue in Singapore, and the major theme at this summit has been the competition, the new Cold War, some are calling it, between the US and China. We want to talk now about the regional perspective on that. We have one of the leading lights in Indonesia's foreign policy community, Professor
Indonesia. So, what are they ranked in terms of population, Shad? Went over this.
Yeah, it's 1 billion.
I said ranked.
Oh,
Where are they in the world?
Oh, like 40 something or something. I don't remember the number. They were way down there.
4.
Oh no, I thought it was the other thing where they were at like 40 or something.
Oh, that other one, yeah.
Well, no, am I thinking of a different country, or am I thinking of the other? Because you had two different things. You had one for how bad the country is, like how corrupt it is, and you had one for.
Yeah, they were like for. We're talking about their population.
Oh,
that
1
was
billion.
No, 270 million. We're the third most heavily populated country on the planet. We have like 300 something million. India's number 1 with like 1.3 billion. China's slightly behind them, and then Indonesia has like 270 something million people. I went over that earlier when we were covering a graph on the economy.
Yeah, I'm thinking about India. Sorry, thought we were talking about India. India's 1 billion.
Chad is ADD, everyone. He doesn't pay attention.
Dewi Fortuna Anwar.
But I was
Thank you very much for
right.
speaking to TW. Now, we've had speeches here between the US and Chinese defense ministers, and both basically claiming that they are respectively the forces for good, the forces for peace in this region, and blaming each
The United States doesn't have 220 million. The United States has over 300 million.
other for stoking regional tensions. What is the Indonesian perspective on all of those words that we've heard here?
Well, the Indonesian perspective is spoken very well by the Indonesian Minister of Defense, actually. Minister of Defense Prabowo, President-elect, said it yesterday during the plenary session that great powers comes with great responsibility. And he believes that he hopes that both the United States and China will exercise wisdom and will restrain themselves and not cause problems, not heighten tension in the region. Now, for Indonesia, we have always lived in this part of the world where great powers have used this part of the world as their theater for their proxy conflicts with us. From the colonial period, there are major powers colonizing the region. Then you had the Cold War, which is not cold in this part of the world. We had the Vietnam War. And now, the new tension, the US-China rivalry. So for Indonesia and ASEAN as a whole, we wish the most is for strategic autonomy as well as strategic agency, that the countries in the region will be allowed to pursue their objectives and to also to enjoy good relations with all countries, including the United States and China.
And ASEAN, of course, being the Association of Southeast Asian Nations. So before we get into some of the detail, just taking a step back at where we are, we heard these accusations between the two sides. There is massive distrust. I mean, how much fear is there in this region that within the next 1-2 decades there could be a war coming?
Well, actually, this year's Shangri-La dialogue is slightly cooler than compared to last year. Last year, between the U.S. Defense Secretary and the Minister of Defense of China, they didn't even meet. So this year, in fact, during the plenary Q&A with Secretary Austin, that I asked him, he actually did not mention name. He didn't talk about China, and he didn't talk about the U.S.-China strategic competition. There is a sign of a serious attempt to de-escalate the tension between the two powers. And in fact, there's been a bilateral meeting between the two defense ministers. So, and in fact, Secretary of Defense.
And China's gearing up and everything. And they've done like war games and operations with supercomputers, and they found that the United States would be able to oust China in a battle if they tried to take Taiwan, but they would face heavy, significant losses that we would lose a large chunk of our Navy and everything due to it. Major collateral, so then there's the argument that we might not get involved because the ends might not justify the means. What are you doing, Shab?
What? Nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing.
What are you doing?
Yeah.
Austin said war with China is neither inevitable, not imminent, nor inevitable. And we take heart from this. From the Minister of Defense of China,
So
he did not mention the name, and he
everybody
kept talking
that's
about external forces, hegemony forces, and...
So everybody that's here, we got 15 minutes left on the timer. If we can get $50 more and on the goal there at the bottom of the screen, we'll keep the stream going.
Yeah.
Do it, guys. We got 15
They don't
minutes
love
left.
us.
If the timer ends and we can't get 50 in on the goal more, we're going to leave you guys forever.
What kind of music do we
end
like?
the stream?
I like Andre Bocelli.
Yeah, he likes dorky
Billy
stuff.
Joel.
I listen to
Andre
Backstreet Boys.
Bocelli.
What about you, Drunken Crow?
Chad doesn't have good taste.
I listen to rock and metal, but
Ew.
Yeah, John listens to whatever kind of fucking Jello company.
Jello?
Andre
Bocelli?
Oh, Bocelli. Yeah, that's a Jello company.
Jelly sounds like jelly. Wow, it's so funny.
Gene ruins jokes.
Yeah.
Drunken Crow. Don't
Fuck
mind
this
him.
guy, John.
Don't mind him.
What? Seemed like a very banal and pedestrian joke, you know what I'm saying?
Banal.
Yes.
John likes
some of the Philippines'
banal.
attempt to ensure its national security by reviving its nuclear
guys-
alliance with the United States. But
you
we
guys
also
wanna-
take heart from the fact that China says it pays attention to ASEAN centrality.
If you guys want to help with the goal at the bottom of the screen, the link that's pinned at the top of the chat is for that. It's a link pinned at the top of the chat. Click it. Click it or tick it.
Exactly.
The strategic autonomy of the region, and that he talks about common security. So ASEAN will continue to offer its auspices to provide an inclusive regional forum, an inclusive regional architecture.
What
where both the United
about
States and
Chad? What do you think of Luciana Pavarotti?
Oh, yeah. He's actually one of my favorites.
Yeah. Yep.
I love the way
China
he plays
will
the
feel comfortable
piano
talking.
and sings.
I don't think he's known for his piano playing.
Yeah. Well, you just don't know enough. You're not a
Billy
real fan.
Joel is known for his piano playing.
You're not a real fan, Gene. You don't
each other,
even know.
which is a track one. That Shangri-La dialogue is track 1.5, but ASEAN regularly provides various forums where the China and the United States can cooperate, whether it's through the East Asia Summit, the ASEAN Regional Forum, or the ASEAN Defense Ministers Meeting ++, the ASEAN Maritime Forum ++, where both China and the United States are active participants as well.
Yeah. So that.
Holy Seraphim, what country are you from? Because I'm very proud of the diversity of my audience.
It's kind of a positive that the two sides, compared to last year, they are talking more than they were then. That was, of course, the aftermath of the
Syria?
Syrian incident, which aggravated tensions between the two sides. But there are concerns about some of the specific
America.
points, and those main ones.
I was hoping they would say Kazakhstan. Which I am shocked. I'm really shocked at how many viewers we're getting from that. I wonder why. Because it made sense, like all the other regions, because we do cover stories, but we get a lot of people from Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan, Turkestan.
Closest to Indonesia, most pertinent to it. So Indonesia has had issues with China in the region. China claims part of what's called Indonesia's exclusive economic zone, and there have been skirmishes in the past. So can you explain a bit, like, what is the dispute between Indonesia and China?
Apparently only 30% of our audience are from the United States.
In that region.
Well, Indonesia does not consider itself as a party to the dispute in the South China Sea. Well, Indonesia does not have claims in the Strathleys or the Paracels. What China regards as a dispute is not regarded as Indonesia's dispute because China's 9-dash line impinges on Indonesia's exclusive economic zone.
Could you just explain the 9-dash line to our viewers?
Yeah. So China's map takes broad swath of the whole of the South China Sea.
See, she's going to explain something very important, and now Shab walks away.
And it unilaterally puts this line, 9-dash line, now it's 10-dash line, which claims the whole of South China Sea, unilaterally based on its traditional claims. But this claim is not really recognized by UNCLOS 1982. Now, Indonesia...
and just to break down some of the terminology, so UNCLOS 1982, if you could also explain that to our viewers.
Yeah, so the UNCLOS 1982 is the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, which was agreed upon in 1982, and it's come to force ratified by most countries. The United States has...
Yeah, so what has China been doing in the South China Sea?
Well, a lot of Chinese stuff.
You don't know?
No, they've been... Didn't they do exercises around Taiwan?
Well, they've been building artificial islands in the South China Sea, declaring it their own sovereign territory. So it's like it's a certain amount of miles or kilometers from the coastline are your own maritime borders. And China, so the South China Sea, which a very large amount of the world's trade goes through the South China Sea, is international waters. But what China's done is they built artificial islands in the middle of the South China Sea, so they found a loophole, and they've been trying to exploit that.
Yeah, because there was a disputed section of the South China Sea between Japan, Taiwan, and a couple different other countries. Oh yeah, that's totally not Chinese Sea, so we can fish there and we can do commercial fishing or whatever. And China's just no. So that's pretty much what they're doing is establishing these fake or whatever it's called islands.
It's disputed. It's not even disputed. The UN, based on UN policy, it is outside the distance of any sort of maritime borders. So it's international waters, and they're trying to claim these international waters as their own territory.
It's not ratified this. China ratified this. Now, based on this UNCLOS, Indonesia is recognized an archipelago state. Before UNCLOS, the seas between the islands in Indonesia would be considered as...
Do you need to talk about it, Chad? What do we need to talk about?
I said Crow touched me, and she said, "Do we need to talk about it, Shab?" And I said,
"Fucking liked it."
And I said, she said, "Do you need to talk about it?" And I said, "We just did, Taylor. He touched me." There's nothing more to talk about.
Seas. So Indonesia has been an active actor in pushing for the recognition of UNCLOS 1982, so that Indonesia is an archipelago state.
He forced his wings on me.
Oh, chat rate's going up. But Chad, have we made any progress on any of the numbers? What about our subscriber count?
No, we're still at 1,090, but we can't tell it to the
12 miles in the external to the archipelago, and then the 200 miles of exclusive economic zone. That is recognized by UNCLOS. Now, China's 9-dash line impinges on part of the Indonesian exclusive economic zone on North Natuna, which is the island, the northern island of Indonesia, close to the South China Sea, which Indonesia actually has renamed to being North Natuna Sea. Now, China claims that we have a dispute. Indonesia said, no, we don't have a dispute because we don't recognize your 9-dash line. That is the situation at the moment.
1,095.
China's fishing boat.
We're 5 away from...
We're so amazing.
Wait. I thought somebody said we had 1,098. We were 2 away. Now we're... Never mind, but we're 5 away.
No, they said we're at 1,090 and we're 10 away.
Okay.
When it changed.
Exclusive economic zones, and then the Indonesian Navy had tried to arrest the ship, and then the Chinese Coast Guard rammed, the Indonesian ship, and then tried to rescue the Chinese ship. So there have been some altercations in the past. So Indonesia has very good economic relations with China. China is now Indonesia's largest trade partner, and also is becoming the second largest investment partner. China has become the second largest investor in Indonesia. But notwithstanding that, Indonesia has also been very firm in protecting its sovereign rights and its sovereign jurisdictions. And After the altercations with China, President Joko Widodo, in fact, held a cabinet meeting on the Indonesian warship that was involved in the altercation, so that they tried to send a strong message there.
So yeah, China sees it as a dispute. Indonesia doesn't, but it means ultimately that the two countries have very different views about who should control or who should have rights in that area. An international tribunal ruled years ago that this 9- or 10- line that you referred to is not valid. That was in a case that was brought by the Philippines. So an international tribunal has ruled that China's claims there have no standing, and yet China sticks by them. What's the Indonesian perspective on that? Like, that China just disregards this ruling?
Well, Indonesia's position is very clear.
Seems like there's a lot of international laws that a lot of the world's governments aren't abiding by, and it seems like they're not really enforcing any of these laws.
We stand by international law. We stand particularly, the implementation and respect for UNCLOS 1982. So we will continue to do that within the negotiations for the Code of Conduct in the South China Sea. I think the undisputed position of UNCLOS 1982 should be the standing point, the starting point also. So, but clearly, China will not back down because it has power now. In the past, it claimed the entirety of South China Sea, but it did not have the means to enforce that claim. Now, China has the means to enforce that claim. Now, what we hope for is that if China really stands by its statement that it stands for peace, that it supports international law, that it wants to have good relations with the rest of the region, then I do hope that China will stop its coercive policy in the South China Sea, because what China is doing is having a counterproductive result. China wants strategic autonomy. China does not want external powers to come in. But the more that China is seen to be coercive towards the ASEAN claimants, particularly toward the Philippines, the more that the ASEAN countries will turn to outside powers for assistance. We know very well that now Indonesia, which is a non-aligned country, has revitalized and boosted its joint military exercises with the United States.
Now, Indonesia has an okay military. I mean, they are up there in the... Wait, I think I still have it open. The military strength index. Where's Indonesia? Only 1 second.
Yeah, Razor, I need help.
Okay, Indonesia is ranked the 13th strongest military. Like I said, population helps when it comes to military. You got more people that add the GDP and more boots to recruit. But Japan's up there, and South Korea is up there, and India doesn't get along with China. But even if you don't include India, it's like Japan and South Korea, I know combined have a stronger. They together, their military strength is higher than the military strength of China. I know Japan's military strength is decimals away from China. So that's something a lot of people don't think about. They think of China as being this huge military power that can just steamroll anybody in the region. But Japan has a very strong military that's kind of head-to-head with China. And then Indonesia's up there and one of the more powerful militaries on the planet. So they have a more powerful military than Australia, Israel. So Israel's number 17, the Ukraine's number 18. Germany's 19, so...
It's getting bigger and bigger. It started with the Garuda Shield between Indonesia and the United States. Now it's become super Garuda Shield with dozens of countries participating. And this is just one of two issues. The Philippines, where the US-Philippines military alliance was in abeyance for a number of years, now it's been revitalized. This is because of fear of China. So that the more that China is seen to be strong muscling itself in the region, the more that the countries in the region will feel threatened, and then the more that they will look to external powers to come to help. So, this is a vicious circle. So if China is serious about not wanting external powers to keep sending in their warships...
Ooh, we got another sub!
Yeah.
We seem pretty cool.
And if China doesn't want ASEAN member states to turn outside for...
When am I going to have more subs than you, Shad?
Never.
I gotta do more gaming streams, and when I do my gaming streams, I gotta make sure that I allow people to come in and talk about whatever. And then we'll get more viewers and stuff than Shad streams, where he gets mad when people talk about anything that isn't Fortnite.
Protection. Then China resist and desist in the South China Sea.
I don't know
So,
about
yeah,
all
and
that.
what we heard from the Chinese defense minister was really accusing the United States of meddling in this region, describing it like you describe it as an outside power. Ultimately, what you're saying is China has only itself to blame for the United States' involvement.
Well, firstly, I do not agree that the United States is a fully external power, because the United States is an Indo-Pacific power as well, and it has security alliances with several countries in the region, with Japan, with South Korea, with the Philippines, and with Australia. So I agree with the Secretary of Defense Australia that the United States is an Indo-Pacific country, and ASEAN recognizes that the United States is brought into the East Asia Summit as an Indo-Pacific country. But if China doesn't want more and more military involvement of the US in the region.
What did she say about the Indonesia?
Then China should resist and desist in the South China Sea.
So, yeah, and what we heard from the Chinese defense minister was really accusing the United States of meddling in this region, describing it like you describe it as an outside power. Ultimately, what you're saying is China has only itself to blame for the United States' involvement.
Well, firstly, I do not agree that the United States is a fully external power, because the United States is an Indo-Pacific power as well, and it has,
Yep, Indonesia's an East Pacific power as well, so... They are like, what was it, number like 14 in terms of their military strength.
Security alliances with several countries in the region, with Japan, with South Korea, with the Philippines, and with Australia. So
There you go. We watch all these streams, they keep copying me, where every time I say something, they repeat it in all these videos. I'm just talking about them being like a notable military power and then having alliances with all these other notable military powers in the region. Now she's copying what I'm saying.
I agree with the Secretary of Defense Australia that the United States is an Indo-Pacific country, and ASEAN recognizes that. The United States is brought into the East Asia Summit as an Indo-Pacific country. But if China doesn't want more and more military involvement of the US in the region at the practical level, at the operational level, then I think it is up to China, to cool it a bit, to restrain, so that we'll go back to the period in the early 2000s when we had more dialogues and less threats in the South China Sea.
Despite this increased cooperation with the United States, Indonesia is determinedly non-aligned. Do you see that there is a risk in this region, if this trend continues, that you'll have some regional countries aligning strongly with the United States, others not, and that this could cause divisions in this region?
Yeah, that is always a fear. I mean, Southeast Asia was divided during the Cold War. Some countries were anti-communist, other countries were communist, some supported the Vietnam War, others were neutral, and we do not want to see the region being engulfed again in proxy conflicts, because they might talk about the Cold War between the superpowers, but if it comes to Southeast Asia, it becomes a hot war, and we do not want to be used as a theater, as a proxy, for major power conflicts, and we do not want Southeast Asia to be divided again. We work so hard to keep Southeast Asia cohesive, with ASEAN. So
What is it? No amount of account switch could possibly be enough to help this dying channel. This channel isn't dying, we're growing. We've not been around, but this channel's been growing exponentially in the last few months.
We hope that both the United States and China and other major powers will give that space to the region.
But it's a dilemma, right? Because if the United States did, ultimately pull out, if this kind of Cold War went away, then there would be Chinese.
Austin says, "What's China? I only know about East and West Taiwan." Yeah, Taiwan. They're the official government of China. They're the real China.
Nation of the region. That would be the fear, right?
Well, we do not accept any hegemony. Yeah, and that's why ASEAN, if the United States is serious about being an Indo-Pacific power, then it will continue to be engaged and will not treat Southeast Asia simply as a derivative of its China policy. Southeast Asia is important in its own right. It is located in a very strategic locations. The sea lanes of communication pass through Southeast Asian waters, particularly major of them, several of them pass through Indonesian waters. If you want to go from the Pacific Ocean to the Indian Ocean, all ships have to pass through Southeast Asia. So we are right in the middle of it. So therefore, that we want to manage relations with all countries. We are always very open. Southeast Asia wants to engage with all countries, but it is in every country's best interest to keep Southeast Asia strong, resilient, and at peace.
Professor Dewi Fortuna Anwar, thank you so much for speaking to DW today.
Yes, Austin's excited to be back. See, Razorwire? Austin's excited to be back. Donald, Holy Seraphim, we got all these people, 6, 7, 8 people that have been popping in. I'm subbing. I can't wait to see the next stream.
Thank you very much, Richard.
Razor said they were kidding.
No, they're being serious. We're going to have to ban them. We're going to have to ban them.
I'm going to ban you.
Ban anyone that doesn't agree with us. We're an echo chamber, according to people like Lev.
Yeah.
In the 1990s, Hong Kong was a gateway for Asia to the world. Then, Britain gave it back to China with the agreement that Chinese leaders would respect Hong Kong's free.
It's the end of the world.
Now, let's see how we've done with the subscribers, because I promised an additional 15 minutes.
We just hit 1,100, yeah.
Yep, 1,101. So, add 15 minutes to it, Shab. I guess this video, 14 minutes on double speed, so it would be 7 minutes. So...
an open society for at least the next 50 years. But just 25 years on, Hong Kong is now a police state, with thousands arrested, jailed, or forced to flee. So what happened? I'm Su Lin Wong, China correspondent for The Economist.
Yeah, Hong Kong. Which country are they a colony of?
Taiwan?
No, Chad. Or no, Chad's supposed to answer, not Bro.
Wait, I thought you said Taiwan.
Japan.
No, Hong Kong. What country were they a colony of?
The European Union.
Oh, God, Chad.
Can I answer now?
Yeah.
It was England. And then we gave it back.
That's what I said.
No, we gave it back in 1999, didn't we?
Yeah, it was 91. We gave it back. Are you saying that the US and the UK are collective?
Oh, no, I was just fucking... I was thinking back to Rush Hour. I think 1 or 2.
Okay.
I've spoken to a number of those exiled to find out how China managed to crush
Jackie Chan is from Hong Kong.
In 1989, Chinese troops opened fire on a crowd of demonstrators near Tiananmen Square, killing hundreds, if not thousands. Every year since then, Hong Kongers have gathered on June 4th in Victoria Park to remember the massacre. But for the past 2 years, the park has stood empty. Instead, the protests have spread to other cities, such as here in London.
Hong Kong used to be the only place on Chinese soil where you could commemorate the victims.
Do you know that in Tink Guy, and the Tiananmen Square protests. No one knows who he is.
And he actually didn't die.
Do they know that?
Eventually he did, but he didn't die during that iconic thing.
When he stood in front of the tanks, he didn't die, but how do you know they didn't put bags over his head and kill him afterwards?
Oh, that probably happened, but he didn't get ran over.
Yes.
Of the Tiananmen Square massacre. But over the past few years, the political situation has become worse and more people have been arrested. The authorities have also banned any commemoration.
The ruling Communist Party of China used the military to indiscriminately murder innocent people in the capital city of Beijing with live ammunition.
One of the attendees in London is Dr. Chung Kim-hwa, an academic and a pollster. Among Hong Kongers, he's a bit of a celebrity. But just a couple of months ago, he made the difficult decision to flee Hong Kong for his own safety. Today, Dr. Chung is on the move once more.
I come to UK in rush, so I stay with my friend for 6 weeks, and now I find my own place. Of course, I'm not that willing to move away from my hometown, the place where I grew up. I always think that is my motherland, and I have to stay there and try to improve the situation.
He hopes one day he'll return. But as China's...
Do you know what war resulted in Hong Kong becoming a colony of England?
No.
The Opium Wars. That was like in the 1880s.
Oh, I think I learned it about that.
Yeah.
The British were just like, oh, opium is more is selling more than tea is, and then they were just like, we got cracked down.
Exactly.
As grip on Hong Kong gets ever tighter, that hope grows dimmer by the day. After all, China's ambition to take full control of Hong Kong goes back many years. From the moment the trading port was ceded to the British in 1842, the expectation was that Hong Kong would one day be a part of China once more. Renowned journalist Ching Chong grew up in Hong Kong in the 1950s and 60s.
We all consider ourselves as Chinese because at that time, Hong Kong, to many of us, seems to be a place not belonging to us. Eventually, we returned to China.
His name is actually Ching Chong?
What?
His name is Ching Chong. Is that racist?
Is that
if I say it and it's actually true, is that racist?
You're a racist.
Bad crow.
China was weak. Its leader, Mao Zedong, had unleashed violent and destructive policies that killed millions and left the country in tatters.
We came to the understanding that the mainland China has a completely different system and quite repressive as well, because we've seen all the atrocities of the Cultural Revolution. At that time, the mass killing in China sent many dead bodies flowing from the rivers in Guangdong to Hong Kong. From that time onward, nobody is thinking of returning to China one day.
But Ching Chong was still curious to see China up close, so in the 1970s, he became a journalist for a pro-Beijing newspaper.
When I went to China, poverty is still very
Alston. Now we got the fentanyl wars.
Everybody has to possess coupons in order to be able to buy food.
Meanwhile, in Hong Kong, rapid industrialization and free trade meant that business was booming. In 1997, the tiny territory's GDP was 1/5 of China's. China needed the business connections and financial expertise that Hong Kong brought. Or at least, it did then.
I remember as early as 1983, I told my wife, who was with me in Beijing, quietly, that unless China scrap its current political system, when China gets rich one day, it will pose a threat to the world.
And in the 1990s and 2000s, China did indeed get richer. The ruling Communist Party cultivated China's global image, opening up trade routes and foreign investment. Its GDP grew rapidly. By the mid-2000s, the economic power balance had been well and truly reversed. And then, in 2012, Xi Jinping effectively became the leader of China and increased the party's grip on power. He introduced a law in the mainland.
Xi Jinping. Who's he? What country's he the head of state of? Chibisky.
I can't remember.
Wow, Chef. He just said it.
Think of Winnie the Pooh.
South Korea?
You're fired, Chad.
He clamped down on any form of dissent, and then set his sights on Hong Kong. To see, it was no longer a city of growth, but a threat to his dominance. Over the next few years, the screws tightened on Hong Kong. In 2019, Hong Kong's Beijing-backed chief executive Carrie Lam introduced a bill which would have allowed criminal suspects in Hong Kong to be tried on the mainland.
This is a very important piece of legislation that will help to uphold justice.
Hong Kongers, like Anna Kwok, were horrified.
I was definitely very angry. Like, how dare you do something like that before 2047 when we were supposed to still have our autonomy? I was quite worried that people were not going to respond. To my surprise, actually, eventually people came out to the streets, and on June 9th, there was 1 million people marching on the street. But always in the back of my mind, I was always so concerned that how long is this going to last? And if the government decides to use violence, or if the government decides to push hard on us to silence us, are people going to fight back?
The people did fight back, but the huge demonstrations didn't derail the Communist Party's crackdown. In 2020, it imposed a national security law, which effectively ended Hong Kong's autonomy. This time, resistance was minimal.
Huge sections of Hong Kong society, from business leaders to civil servants, were silent. Why? Because the party had been preparing for this day for a very long time. In the 1980s and 90s, the Communist Party started laying the foundations for taking full control of Hong Kong. According to one estimate, more than 80,000 officials from the mainland entered Hong Kong using fake identities. The aim was for them to infiltrate every sector of society by placing them in key civil service roles and creating underground party cells. The Communist Party even tried to recruit Ching Chong.
Twice I was offered party membership, and twice I declined.
The party used a shadowy department known as the United Front to try to cultivate individuals and organizations. Hong Kongers were offered money, power, and women in return for cooperation.
So you got the, one state, two systems model. And Hong Kong isn't supposed to be reintroduced into China until, 2040?
I think it's 2030.
2030, ooh. Approaching. But China's supposed to let them be, and they're supposed to act as if they're a sovereign state. And one of the things China's been doing is people who disagree with China, where they have more Western sort of values in Hong Kong, especially when it comes to freedom of the press and freedom of speech. But people speak out against the Chinese government or certain journalists, and they'll find that they just start disappearing in the middle of the night because they got their shadow police in there.
One of the United Front's main targets was business, a politically powerful constituency in Hong Kong. Businessmen might be granted special favors across the border in return for their loyalty.
Well, business.
But apparently, like Hong Kong, you still need a passport of Hong Kong to enter like China, and a Chinese passport to enter Hong Kong. And when people talk about traveling between Hong Kong and China, it is like traveling between two different countries.
They want a bigger slice of the market, and China poses a very big market to them. Naturally, they would be happy to cooperate with them.
It wasn't just businesses. Decades of infiltration meant the police, customs, and immigration were also in the pocket of the party. So when the security law came in, the loyalty of Hong Kong's security forces was never in doubt. It also tried to cultivate relationships with those who made up Hong Kong's vibrant civil society: journalists, teachers, lawyers, and academics, like Dr. Chung. For many decades, he's been contacted by so-called middlemen.
So what is this?
This is a guy keep in touch with me for at least 6 years. And whenever he come to Hong Kong, he would come to Hong Kong for you to see me and have a dinner or lunch to talk on different issues.
He looks very friendly. He wishes you happy Chinese New Year, happy Mid-Autumn.
Yeah, always like that. Always like that.
Dr. Chung's experience isn't unusual. Many of the Hong Kongers I spoke to said they'd been contacted by middlemen. For decades, the middlemen were courteous and friendly even. But once China imposed the national security law in Hong Kong, the middlemen became a lot more intimidating.
Someone who was close to the pro-establishment, he told me that you are regarded as someone who is not obedient enough. So you will be in trouble. Of course, I took that as a signal. And later, he sent me another message. Asked me, would you consider leaving Hong Kong for a while to take a rest?
Over the past 2 years, Dr. Chung was approached by the police several times, but he was reluctant to leave his homeland.
One of my best friends and my colleague, he was sentenced to prison for 3 weeks. He was always gentle, moderate, of course firm, and he was sent into prison. It is a very important warning signal, and I realized that going to prison is not as simple as we imagine. My parents are quite aged. I imagine a situation. Is it tolerable for myself to see my age-old parents come to stand in prison to see me? And I would say that that imagination is quite sickening.
He fled. Now in Britain, Dr. Chung continues to be outspoken. With his friend, a radio producer, they host a weekly podcast discussing what's going on in Hong Kong.
When I make a decision
we should watch their podcast.
To move to UK, I always say that I refuse to switch off my mic and keep writing and keep talking.
Now, China, they realized that they had these illegal, like, hidden police stations that were, like, installed. And a lot of it is to go after people who dissent from China. Do you think maybe he's going to be a target of those hidden Chinese police stations in UK? Because they found that they had them in America, all across Europe, even parts of Africa.
No longer in Hong Kong, the middlemen continue to contact him. Anna Kwok is exiled in Washington, D.C. She doesn't know if she'll ever be able to return to Hong Kong.
Part of me thinks that even if I go back to Hong Kong, even if I get jailed for, let's say, 5 years or 10 years, I thought it could be worth it just because that is where I grew up and that is my home, right? But then, it was a very hard struggle because you have to decide if you do want to go back. That means that you kind of have to silence yourself.
She now works for an advocacy group called the Hong Kong Democracy Council.
We try to guide the policy discussions so that we can drive future developments that can discourage the Chinese Communist Party from...
Yes, but what's the best podcast, Brian?
further eroding our freedoms. The world should realize first that even though things may seem to be happening just locally in Hong Kong, actually they're also trying to use their economic influence as a leverage to control what people in the free world can say or cannot say.
3 years on from Hong Kong protests, thousands of Hong Kongers have gathered in Parliament Square in London.
Our true identity is always a Hong Konger. Many Hong Kongers I've spoken to say that Hong Kong isn't just an isolated incident, and in fact, there are many lessons for the rest of the world from what has happened to Hong Kong, from the way the Chinese Communist Party has crushed liberalism in the city over the past 3 years.
Please don't take freedom and democracy for granted.
all the strategies China used to convert Hong Kong from a free society into a authoritarian one are in operation in your society. So caring for Hong Kong is no.
Joe Rogan. Boo.
Oh,
is that even a podcast? I mean,
fucking
more about how
Joe
China
Rogan
Hong Kong.
brings on conspiracy theorists and like fucking Alex Jones and like.
Well, he interviews
Flat
everyone.
Earther. Yeah, he fucking everyone. Flat Earthers.
I don't know. I kind of like that element of like you get to see like I think it's interesting to see flat earthers interviewed, even though I think what they think is fucking crazy and stupid. It's interesting to see how the minds of people like that actually work.
Well, yeah, but that's why I watch like conspiracy videos. I don't fucking believe it, but like, oh yeah, how if there's no light, if the sun brings light onto Earth, why is there no light in space? Like, what the fuck are you talking about, you dumbass?
Well, I do think Joe Rogan's good at interviewing people, and I think it's interesting, even people who have opposing views or beliefs that you don't agree with. It's interesting to see that interview where they actually are, because he doesn't go on the offensive, because a lot of people need to live in an echo chamber. It's just attack them or whatever. It's interesting to have that kind of evaluation, like really dive into their mind, and I actually think it's interesting to see, like, listen to the interviews of people like that do hold those opposing views.
Well, it's always like a fucking 2-hour fucking interview, and there's always like 10 minutes of like, oh yeah, I believe that.
It's only 1 hour if you listen to it on 2-point speed.
Well, yeah, but there's always there's always, and it's a fucking trope for fucking Joe Rogan podcast. Oh, you ever do that on MDMA or DMT? You ever do that on psilocybin mushrooms?
Yeah.
Timmy's back, guys. He woke from his slumber. Wow.
Holy Seraphim says they'll stay up as long as we do. We're at 17 viewers now. And if Shab's a bitch, or Shab's gonna force us to stop.
Hey,
oh wait, we got a tip.
$30. Yeah.
Ooh.
Oh.
How much is the tip?
It was 30. I think Drunken Crow just said that. Yeah, he did a $30 tip. The Drunken Crow. Thank you.
Are you ready for the meetup, Crow?
Fucking put it towards the meetup.
Yeah.
Towards whatever.
Well, that is the outflowing for the meetup. So we're moving on up. So do you think the trip's gonna happen? Do you think we're gonna make the money on the 24/7 stream or the 24-hour stream?
24/7. Yeah, we could do it. I believe in us.
I believe
in
it.
The greatest.
Are you gonna go on a 6-hour car ride with Negan?
Maybe. I don't know.
Maybe. Okay.
Thank you for watching.
Scared of car rides. Cars is
Now, pro-democracy activists in
Dude,
Sudan
I
say
can't
they're around
fucking go like 2 hours in a car ride. If I'm not driving, I will go crazy. I will fucking like go through like the glove compartment and like read everything. Like it's so fucking annoying for me.
You're lying.
My name is Crow and I lie all the time.
He lies all the time.
A land where a fragile democracy was crushed by a coup.
Yeah, thank you, Crow.
Now, the military junta is
We need
facing
more
an
people to help
unprecedented
with the
challenge.
cool guy goal.
It no longer controls many parts of Myanmar. We're driving into the
What
western
percent of the goal is filled so far?
30%.
state to what the junta doesn't want to see.
See, chat's like, how are we going to raise money or whatever? And see, we didn't even start the 24-hour stream yet. We're already a third of the way there. We're living on a prayer.
You don't know that.
Our motherland, the land we love, they sing. We'll defend it with our blood and life. This is the base of the Chin National Army, an ethnic rebel group.
These are new recruits who joined only about 1.5 months ago, and despite the strength that you see here, as far as power is concerned, the Myanmar military has far more might than this rebel group. But the Chin National Army has made advances in the past 6 to 7 months which are being seen as significant. And one of the reasons for that is that different rebel groups across Myanmar have aligned together to fight against the junta.
We're told they're all over 18, but many looked younger. Masses of teenagers who've had a taste of democracy, choosing to abandon their dreams to join this uprising. 19-year-old Tan Darlin had wanted to be a teacher.
The first year after the coup wasn't too bad, but then the military began shelling our village. It destroyed our home. Troops entered our village, burnt houses, and killed people. My uncle was cruelly shot dead.
The military is accused of burning tens of thousands of homes in a bid to suppress the resistance. We saw nearly a dozen burnt-out houses in Heimel village, north of the base.
Dude, what's with all these demolished houses that are burnt to a crisp with dead bodies around them? Why do we keep seeing this around the world?
Because they just have different cultures, around the world.
haven't
There's a
seen one
different culture
toilet.
than us.
That's racist, Chad.
Fighting here, farmers, students, truck drivers, laborers. This isn't a professional, well-equipped army. It's propelled by the courage of ordinary people in the face of a savage conflict. How does your family feel about you being here and being on a front line?
Sometimes they're so worried about me, but I must do this job. For my son, my family, for our people, for our country.
17-year-old Lalnan Pui convinced her parents to let her join the armed movement. In an essay at school, she explained why. Myanmar is broken now. The soldiers of Burma are enemy for me because they have no mercy. My future is People's Defense Force. The teenager loved dancing and Tik Tok. Captured during a military ambush in August 2022, her body was found 2 days later. Tortured, raped.
Oh, fuck, she was dead.
Yeah, I was expecting it to go in that direction since they were just showing
future is-
pictures of her to begin with. Like
People's
that.
Defense Force. The teenager loved dancing and Tik Tok. Captured during a military ambush in August 2022, her body
was found.
2 days later. Tortured, raped, bludgeoned to death.
Tortured, raped, bludgeoned to death. So at least she wasn't burned to death.
Also killed her brother, Lal Ruatmoya, just 15, described as a gent.
What theme of not just killing the person?
I guess Timmy did a $6.66 tip on top of that for the meetup goal. So now we're 31% in on the goal. 31.33. Thank you, Timmy. Thank you, Big Balls. Check and see if there's any messages he said or whatever.
1 sec.
Or Crow. He may have said a message, and we haven't talked to him in a while. We don't know what he may have said.
Yeah, it might have been something racist. You don't know, John.
Yeah, you might have to say it.
China. And then Timmy says, "Hail Satan."
Gentle, obedient boy.
Hail
he had signs
China.
of torture on his chest and genitals, his face disfigured. Their family has shown us evidence of the He had signs of torture. Her brother, Lal Ruatmoya, just 15, described as a gentle, obedient boy. He had signs of torture on his chest and genitals, his face disfigured.
Chest and genitals. So it's like they can't just. It seems to be a common theme, especially when we're going over the riots and stuff. And what is it in in North India? And it was there are a lot of cases of people being stabbed to death and raped, burnt to death, raped, tortured, raped, bludgeoned to death, raped. Seems like maybe chill out a bit. Maybe put a bullet to their head if you want to kill some people. Don't kind of go that far.
Their family has shown us evidence of the torture.
It's hard to think of what my children went through, but we will not be discouraged by their death. People in the coming generations do need freedom.
Why do you think? I don't know. They go in these villages, burn it down, beat the shit out of people, line them up, kill them in firing squads. Why do you think? Would you do that, Chad, if you were part of some militia and you were sent in? What would you do? Would you pull the lever?
Yeah, whatever.
Well, that's what happened in Vietnam, but I mean, we were mostly unaware of who was who. But this is we know this village is innocent, and they still do whatever the fuck they did.
Yeah.
It is a fight worth
I think
sacrificing
they're
one's life for. I'm very proud
I think
of them.
they're teenagers with a kind of justified. I don't know. It's kind of like when you're a kid and maybe you do some shit, destroy some shit or something, and you're stupid, and it's all for the excitement of it.
You're all edgy.
Yeah, it's that's what it reminds me of. Just like
What Chad would do if he was a teen. He'd line up a bunch of people and subject them to death by 1,000 cuts, and then do the R word.
I take paper cuts in the middle of your fingers.
Yeah, it's by 1,000 paper cuts.
Thousands who worked for the Burmese state have switched sides. Molly Kiang told us her son, Vanlal Bikthara, a policeman, chose to join the resistance. His wife was pregnant with their child when he was killed. My son was stabbed here and here. He was brutally assaulted, and even his leg was cut off. It's hard to talk about it, said Molly. For all the lives that have been lost, a few miles away, we find a sign of what has been gained.
This used to be a base of the Myanmar military up until November 2023, where a few miles from Myanmar's western border in its Chin state. You can see behind me there the flag that's been hoisted that belongs to the Chin National Army. And the nearest Myanmar military base is about 30 to 40 miles from here. So that's how far back the junta has been pushed from here.
It took multiple offensives by resistance forces to take this camp, and it won't be easy going forward. I meant Hetni of the Chin National Army.
The groups and the tribes that are fighting together right now, traditionally, they've had infighting between each other. Even now, they don't necessarily get along on everything. Are you going to be able to keep it together to fight against the military?
Yes, there are numerous tribes within the Chin people, and we expect there to be disagreements. But we are fighting as one. This is our land. It is not the land of the Burmese army. Our success is because we know every corner of this
It's our land. It ain't their land. We're the right people.
From new front lines every day, more people arrive at shelters. Millions are displaced across the country.
Portly.
Oh, here's more displaced people.
Our land. It is not the land of the Burmese army. Our success is because we know every corner of this intimately.
Damn.
From new front lines every
Now, it's another thing. You see, like you saw it in India and with like Ratifa and stuff. You saw it in like Israel. Seems like there's a lot of cases of them going in and murdering a bunch of like children, unarmed civilians, women, children. Wonder why? Again, Shad, why do you think?
It's because those people are all aboard. They're the same.
Yeah, they're part of the other side.
Yeah,
how dare they support the other side?
They support abortion.
shelters. Millions are displaced across the country.
Sorry.
Bad.
Nora's family fled from their
Okay,
home.
I'll admit to that one.
Many of these people have endured decades of military rule and persecution before. This time, what's evident among them is a strong belief that they can win.
I think they can win.
We can win together, Gene.
So, where is the timer? How are we on the 15-minute timer?
Well, we already finished that, but we got some tips, so I figured we'd keep it going a bit longer.
Well, I said $50 for an additional 30 minutes.
Yeah. Guys, can we get $14 more in on the goal to keep us going another 30 minutes?
Put a 1-minute timer. Because I'm starting to hear the birds chirping in the background. The birds are...
With the birds are chirping. No, do a 5-minute. 5-minute one.
5-minute timer. Come on, guys. $14 more in on the goal. Starting to get tired over there.
Hey, guys, this is preparation. We're training for the 24-hour.
Yeah, 7 hours in.
Yeah.
I took in 2 Chin children who escaped the Burmese military. They fled to Malaysia and then came in through a refugee program. Ooh. Are you Malaysian? Yeah.
They took in 2 chinchillas?
Okay, bad crow. We're just talking about taking in kids, and you're like, ooh, this word sounds like that word. Crow's Shad's a bad influence on Crow.
I'm sorry. It's Crow's fault that I'm a bad influence. Crow's fault.
I will not apologize.
Dang.
One thing we have been covering Burma, but I do think it's kind of fucked up how, like, the media doesn't really, they're going to cover what's going on in Israel. They're going to cover what's been going on in the Ukraine. They don't really cover what's been going on in Burma or, like, Ethiopia during the Tigray War. That ceased. But you were seeing the same level of casualties as in Ukraine. And it seems like the media doesn't really go over what's going on much in Burma or conflicts that aren't in your predominantly Western countries. Why do you think that is?
Because they're yellow.
Because they're not a bunch of white, like, Westerners, so it seems like people don't care to pay attention to the fucked up stuff going on globally. Porter Brennan says, yes, I'm German, Nigerian. But why are you sticking up the middle finger?
What the fuck? Where'd that come from? Order?
Yeah.
Why are you mad? What happened? I don't get it.
Well, if they're German, it's Werder. Werder instead of
Werder.
Because fucking W's or V's and fucking shit like that.
I don't know that.
Languages are weird.
I want to know what we said that may have offended them. It's Pride Month, yes.
Yeah, I'm prided. Come on, guys. 2 minutes left on the timer.
V. I want to know why. I want to know why they're flipping the bird. I don't know what we said that they may find offensive.
How did we offend you, Werner? Werder?
Well, I was like talking about how the media is very Western centric, so maybe they're not flipping us off. They're flipping off like fact that media tends to neglect more foreign stories. I don't know, but before we end the stream, I want to know what Wagner has to say. Yeah, I tend to be fair, probably being yourself, I do tend to offend a lot of people. Don't you agree, Shabisky? My presence tends to have that effect on people. I don't know, Chad could say the most racist things and people wouldn't care. I'll say I like puppies, and then I'll have people screaming at me.
That is true. Hot drunk could grow.
The 24-hour stream's next. It's next Friday. It's we're gonna go at Friday 8 o'clock to Saturday 8 o'clock. So Friday 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time to Saturday 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Friday to Saturday, Taylor.
Saturday to wait. Yeah.
I will be there Friday for the first part, but there's a band that I've never fucking seen coming into my town for a concert, and it's free.
Right.
So I will be fucked up the next day.
Bergner says, "Welcome to life. That's what it does. Not against anyone or anything. Just be prepared." Oh, okay.
All right, the timer's up, and we got.
But anyway, people, all the links are in the comments. So Dirt and I, Dirt's our other co-host who clocked out earlier. On Monday, I do movie commentaries with him, and we do that with the patrons. And the patrons, if they want, they can actually join. And then this Friday, we're going to do a 24-hour stream from 8 o'clock on Friday to 8 o'clock East Coast Standard Time, all the way to the same time the following day is Saturday. So be there for that. And if you really want to support the community, the best thing you can do is click the link, join the Discord. That's where the community likes to chill, hang out. And and that's the best place to be if you want to be kept up to date when it comes to all the PPP affairs and projects.
Mm-hmm.
Also, John falls asleep on movies that are not his pick.
Yeah,
exactly.
He's a douche like that. All right, like he didn't even like 8 Mile, guys. He's an ass like that.
I thought it was okay.
Yeah, okay.
Hasta la vista, people.
Peace out,
Live
guys.
long and prosper.
Yes, and prepare.